What's the worst scandal to happen at your school? I was in 8th grade at the time, but the high school I would be attending the next year had a massive hazing scandal that made international news overnight. A group of junior girls trying to join the Powder Puffs went to play football against the seniors. Instead of playing, they got the sheet kicked out of them, were forced to sit in a huddle on the ground, while paint and animal intestines were thrown at them, and one girl even had a bucket put over her head as it was hit with baseball bats. I heard later on she suffered permanent hearing loss. Someone recorded it. This was before smartphones, so someone had a literal camcorder and released it to the media. The senior girls that were identified were suspended, many of them losing college admissions, and some parents were arrested when it was found out they supplied alcohol. When I started high school we had to endure multiple school assemblies every year about how hazing is bad, and participate in week-long seminars about being more caring and considerate of our fellow students. Holy social media response, Badman. Thank you for the awards, internet friends. For those of you that called Glenbrook North, you were very correct. Here's some more info about what happened for those of you that are curious. The school had news vans parked outside of it for weeks. Baptist High School. Teacher got arrested for something like 400 plus counts of rap against the youth pastor's daughter who was a freshman/sophomore during these incidents. They occurred in the classroom and on a bus he drove for Sunday school kids. He had a potential history of this stuff, but the school overlooked it. Creepy AF pointed to at, since this kinda blew up, it was 400 plus counts over 2 school years. Same girl. She was the daughter of another teacher/church staff who had already been abused by her grandfather in the past, so she was an easier target due to previous abuse. I feel like he's saying this. She was a minor and obviously this is all statutory rap, but her history made her more willing to be used, which is why this went on for so long. She was sexually promiscuous in the community too, which isn't inappropriate in and of itself, but that sort of behavior is often the result of past trauma. Sexualized kids seem to think that acting in a sexual way somehow validates them as people, or gives them power, or makes them more adult. It is a coping mechanism. Someone took their power through sexual behavior, and they can try to take the power back by being sexual as a backquote choice, which is its own issue. Not to be too graphic, but if someone forces you to perform oral sex on them, that feels like giving up power. Choosing to blow 100 more guys, or one rapist 100 times, to feel powerful when making that choice is a trauma response. You shouldn't have to do that to be in charge of your own sexuality. Note, I say this as a person with a professional career in mental health, and as a survivor of sexual assault myself as an adolescent. I'm not trying to armchair QB here, I've lived this shit on both sides. I don't claim to have all the answers, but I will say I've had several hells worth of experience. It's a sticky subject, because every sexual assault victim will have a faked up view of sex and intimacy if they've had a history of sex being used to have power over themselves, or they use it to feel powerful. The situation ended when he was pretty much outed by another student or staff who left an anonymous letter demanding he resign, or they would go to the police. I don't think we ever found out who left the letter, but he resigned, and someone told the police anyway, and he was arrested, charged, tried, sentenced, etc. Here I was thinking the guy hacking at teachers around and receiving exam answers was a big deal. This thread proved otherwise. Because people are asking. There was this guy in high school, pretty shy, didn't have too many friends, was always trying to fit in, kind of a poser, but in an insecure way. I'll call him Pumpkin Pie for privacy reasons. So one day Pumpkin Pie had the genius idea to impress his class and make them like him more. To get the chemical/geography teacher and retrieve the exam question from his school account, he used a USB stick with a program on it that retrieves saved passwords from most browsers, Chrome, i.e., Edge wasn't a thing yet, Firefox, etc. He waited for the perfect moment to plug it in. The teacher was taking a quick bathroom break. The whole class saw it, and he made up some excuse. Don't remember what he said. Everyone kind of forgot about it. He checked the teacher's school account every day for a couple months, until finally the teacher uploaded the exam questions. Pumpkin Pie downloaded the exams. Then, and this is where he faked up, he gave them to people in his class that he liked. Those people started talking, and eventually people from other classes started asking Pumpkin Pie if he could get the answers for their class 2 point. So then exams came round. He asked his classmates not to make it too obvious that they knew all the answers. Of course, they did. They all had way higher grade than usual. One day he received a call from the school, which never happened before. Basically they said, "Hi Pumpkin Pie, you need to come to the school and talk to the principal right now." He asked why, and then his heart dropped as she said, "Because it looks like you committed fraud." Apparently they saw the discrepancy in the grades and went looking in the logs of the teacher's account access and found that it was accessed from an IP address which Pumpkin Pie also logged in from. Dumb faker didn't even use a VPN point. Then he realized how much he had faked up. See, he had just turned 18, which meant that he would be treated as an adult should the police ever get involved. Anyway, he went to school and had a really hard decision to make. Either the whole class would have to redo the exam, or he gave the names of the people he gave the exams to and only they would have to retake it. He chose the latter, and everyone hated him for it. Him and the classmates involved weren't invited to the graduation ceremony. Oh, and the hacked teacher was considering pressing charges for privacy violation. Somehow he managed to convince the teacher not to. He's so faking lucky. Anyway, he was already insecure, and at this point he just could look any of his classmates in the eyes anymore. He ended up moving countries eventually, and now he uses a dumb alias online whenever he talks about it. Something with a pumpkin. Not sure why at this point, since it's pretty obvious he's talking about himself. The star football player was accused of rapping someone in the bathroom. This ruined his life and subsequently he was in custody/juvie/jail, unsure which, for quite a while. All potential scholarships now gone, and no hope of a career in sports. This happened when I just entered high school. I didn't know the guy, but I saw him regularly. He was the school's pride and joy before the allegations. Time moves forward, and it turns out that he did not rap anyone. I'm unsure if the girl recanted her allegation, or what. This was 15+ years ago, so a lot of details are hard to remember, but it was too late. The damage was done. This all happened over the course of 3 years. He ended up coming back to school, unsure as to how or why, but I suppose he was just trying to pick up where he left off. He was just different. His face, his demeanor, everything. He was no longer the same person, and it was gut-wrenching. He was an incredibly nice and fun guy before everything happened, but once he came back he was just a hardened asshole, always looking for a fight. He was conditioned to accept the street life, for lack of a better term, for a crime he didn't even commit, and even thinking about all these years later fills me with intense equal parts sadness and rage. I hope everything worked out for you, Q. My freshman year we had a few bomb threats. All just stuff like bomb carved on a stall door, but at least 2 to 3 caused school to be cancelled. I'm sure eventually administration was like, we'll take our chances. In 6th grade a girl brought a gun to school to supposedly kill her boyfriend cause a friend told or someone overheard. My locker was right next to hers, and it was on the news. Lol. In H's we had a massive lockdown. Turned out to be an airsoft gun, but I had a high school of about 5,000. Entire school lockdown, lights off for like 5 hours. Couldn't go in the hallway, people pissing in the trash cans in classrooms. Seat had snipers on adjacent buildings, and we had SWAT teams going through the hallway with dogs and shields. Went to almost every classroom, and searched every one, before they found what turned out to be an airsoft gun. Parents from the school were going apeshit, calling, try ENG all this stuff to get in and help, and we are blocking the street trying to see. When my brother and I got home, parents were like, you're in different grades and you're 2 out of 5,000. Chances are you both be fine, at least one of you anyway. We weren't that worried. Girl used hot dogs on herself, frozen, cooks or not unknown, and everyone heard. Unsure if just unfortunate rumor or truth. Spent HS as hot dog girl edit. Sorry for typos. Last thing before bed and on iPhone. I have a bunch of stories from middle school. Both of these stories happened in 7th grade. In the boys' bathroom, one of the guys was showing off some other kid's drug stash in the ceiling and the whole thing came collapsing. Drugs legit fell from the ceiling, along with parts of the ceiling itself. The kid that was showing it off was in my chemistry class, and he was bragging about it to the teacher in front of everybody. Those drugs included vapes, weed, crystal meth, and I believe cocaine too. This girl was cheating on her current boyfriend with this guy, and were having a sexual relationship. The thing is, they had sex everywhere. They were caught by students behind the school library, bathrooms, etc. The girl got transferred to my LA class during the middle of the year because she was caught masturbating with the guy during class, both of them jacking off in front of the students. Surprisingly, the teacher didn't notice, so multiple students were the ones to report the incident. When the guy broke up with her, she broke into his house to talk or something, and he had to escape to his neighbor's. The thing is, he also broke into his neighbor's house too when trying to escape her. Both were breaking and entering people's homes. All of this was caught on Snapchat too. The girl went to a different school originally and had to transfer because of intense bullying, since she bragged about losing her virginity in the 4th grade and was doing similar things in her old school that she was doing in this one. I know that the 4th grade one was true because we went to the same elementary school. I also had her mom as a teacher. The poo bandit. Someone made a huge mess in the boys' bathroom in my high school, like full-scale sheet horror show. The walls, the stalls, the bowls, the sinks. We had a big assembly about it, and our deputy head teacher was urging whoever knew anything to come forward. The cleaners refused to go near it, and they had to get industrial cleaners and suits to come in. He would not let it go. He was an ex-cop, so saw it as a detective-style mystery. He'd randomly pull people out of class to interview them. He'd lose his mind in assemblies. He just would not stop. You could see even the other teachers cringe when he'd still be fixating on it 6 months on point. We'd all laugh every single time he mentioned it, and of course the name the Poo Bandit was born. People would accuse their friends of it for a laugh, and one time this really sweet chunky kid got accused of it. He took it well, and saw the funny side, which gained him a lot of popularity in the end. I'm 30 now, and if I ever mentioned the Poo Bandit to any single person that was in my school, they'd instantly remember and start laughing. I remember one time someone said I'm the Poo Bandit in assembly, and then another person stood up and said the same, and another, and another. It was one of the funniest things I've ever encountered. My person never did find the Poo Bandit. It forever remains a cold case scandal. There was a teacher at my school. He taught in the high school while I was in elementary school, so he was never my teacher. We'll just call him Mr. W. My oldest brother was in the same grade as Mr. W's son. Around the time my brother was in high school, some kids that had graduated about 5 to 10 years prior came forward and accused Mr. W of sexual assault. I never knew the full details of the accusations, but I do know the town was somewhat divided on whether Mr. W had done the things he was accused of right from the start. Anyways, the case was taken to court, and Mr. W was found not guilty on account of insufficient evidence. This further swung the divide into Mr. W's favor some years later, this being when I was in about grade 8 or 9. Some new accusations were brought by some of Mr. W's other former students. Mr. W had never came back to teach at the school after the court case, but he continued to live in town. Again, splits happened in the community, with most folks coming down on the same side they had years earlier. Again, the former students decided to take Mr. W to court, claiming they had more concrete evidence against him. Before the court case could happen, Mr. W's wife woke up one morning to find Mr. W hanging from a tree in their front yard. This turned some of the local sentiment against Mr. W, as they figured he wouldn't have hung himself if he wasn't guilty. Others stuck on his side, saying he only hung himself because he didn't want his wife and kids to go through another court case. I went to an all-girls boarding school. These are the worst ones I can remember. When I was there, the senior girls decided to do a red night. This meant that we were chased to our classes right after dinner, and that we were beaten with broken plastic hangers, Robbie, by the senior girls, and we were left kneeling on the ground until teachers showed up and shut she down. This led to us being divided in dorms according to our year. A month or so after, the junior girls got into an all-out war with the seniors, which led to them being kicked off campus. Several men broke into the dorms on different occasions. The assumption was that they were looking for a politician's daughter. Our school hired police officers To patrol the school grounds every night, a woman showed up who's selling this weird candy that had a toy in it. Everybody got addicted until one girl said she had a nightmare and that the candy was actually evil. Basically, the woman was sent by the devil to steal our souls with candy. This led to so many midnight prayer circles, getting doused in anointing oil. It was just olive oil, and a call to burn all remaining candy and any toys we had gotten from the candy bags. Lesbian gate. Is anyone surprised that a deeply religious country is also homophobic? Anyway, there was a rumor going around about 2 girls being lesbians, which led the school authorities to go on a lesbian witch hunt. Several people accused other people of being lesbians because they smelled their fingers, and all who were accused were flogged and then punished to dig trash pits in different areas of the school. Edit. Forgot to add 5. A prefect made a student take her braids out during a school assembly. The principal noticed it, and she made it a rule that we all had to cut our hair low. Prior to this, only juniors had short hair, while seniors could grow their hair and braid it. In junior high, somebody snuck into the boys' room and smeared pup all over the wall. The teachers locked everyone down in the classrooms they were in and tried to figure out who done it, but never could pin it on any one point. I think they suspected me, which was just evidence that they spent more time trying to pin it on kids they didn't like than honestly trying to figure out who the actual culprit was. So maybe that's why they didn't get anywhere. I think it's pretty likely somebody told them exactly who went to the bathroom before the pup was found, and they immediately dismissed it because they liked the kid. In college, the vice president embezzled $300K from the school over a period of several years. She had a very short prison sentence followed by house arrest until the money was repaid to the school. I was laid off from my student job along with a few other kids from the budget crunch that resulted in her getting caught. We never got repaid our lost wages. Edit. Wow, can't believe I forgot this one. But freshman year in college, one of the bathrooms on the women's floor of my dorm had a message that read "Prepare to die on date" written on the bathroom wall. The police got involved, and it was traced back to a girl in my honors program. I shared at least one class with her that was upset that none of the other girls had befriended her. But from the start of the year she was extremely weird and standoffish and basically gave them all kind of a bad vibe, so they excluded her from stuff. When they could point, they ended up closing the school for the last 2 weeks and cancelling final exams that semester, which the seniors were all really happy about because they essentially graduated 2 weeks early and without having to crunch for those last exams. We had a classmate who was a little weird. She always said she wanted to be a singer or celebrity and would stalk trash TV celebrities like dating shows and Big Brother and ask them to follow her on social media. Would post ridiculous YouTube videos singing and then send it to YouTubers who made videos commenting stuff like that. She got the answer from one YouTuber and he commented one of her songs without mentioning her name or the name of her channel because he didn't want to give her fame. It was a small YouTuber, but the video got like 50k views. She posted a video answering to him and pretending to be offended by it, and overall made this type of things to get famous. Then one day she decides to cut her hair. Some younger kids pretend to not know her and talk to her using masculine pronouns and adjectives. She started taking nudes and sending them to all the people that said she was a boy. We were 14 over 15 at the time. They were pictures of her with her pants and underwear down to show she was in fact a girl. After a week of her starting sending pictures, one day we see the police in the school. We figured they came to give safety talks or whatever. Then when we go back to classes, we see the seat of this girl was empty and she was gone for 2 weeks. Next class, one teacher comes to us and tells us to delete all pictures of her we may have on our phone. There was a year in high school where 6 kids committed suicide. The school, dumbfounded with no idea how depression works, were told by the school board to share the suicide hotline number with the kids. The school did so by putting up 4 posters around the school and making a brief announcement saying that the posters were up. Didn't tell us where, though. So here's the worst part. Some kids replicated the posters and put them up in the form of noticards. The school told them to take them down until the kids paid the school money. Then after that the school didn't pay attention to those posters' contents. So then came along the day I was about to end it all. I thought I'd give the hotline a chance and used one of the noticards some students pinned onto a wall as reference. Nothing super fancy, just the number and the word suicide hotline. I called the number and waited for 5 minutes on hold. Then once I was no longer on hold, a voice spoke up and said that I was calling a funeral service program. I hung up and cried/laughed at the sick humor. Then I got mad. I tore down the noticard and reported it to the school, the principal of whom said in response, "You're overreacting. Hotlines don't work anyway." The rest of the year was a lot of the school not caring and being forced to take actions because of the school board and the police. The principal and one of the coaches was arrested later that year for assaulting 2 of the students who ended up killing themselves, along with hiding evidence from the police. My 10th grade English teacher had a long-standing sexual relationship with a man who used to be her teacher when she was in high school. She eventually married and had kids with another guy she met while in college, but continued her long-standing love affair with her former teacher. Her husband was aware of it, but eventually forgave her until her sexcapades continued and her husband went to go pay this guy a visit. Her husband went over to his house, which happened to be a block away, with a gun, realized he wasn't there, and blew his brains out on his front lawn. A close friend of mine lived across the street and saw the whole thing happen. She said for months, little kids on the block would run up to the house, stick their finger in the bullet hole that lodged through the garage door, giggle, and run off. Completely morbid. We were told our teacher was on sick leave, but we all found out within a week what happened. The worst part? She had 2 young daughters, both under the age of 5. She didn't continue teaching afterwards. I have another story about how one of my friends, who grew up as the chubby unattractive kid that ended up becoming hot and fit in high school, started a sexual relationship with our hot young biology teacher. But I guess that story is a bit less exciting and kind of explains itself. I had a thing with my cooking teacher. She was about 31 and I was 15. Now from what I have heard, it's a not uncommon thing in the USA, but in Switzerland it's very uncommon. During the lessons she was a bit touchy, and the next year she also gave me English, and then one day she gave me her phone number so we can text. She said so she can give me homework or tell me what I missed when I was sick. Around 2nd semester she started driving me home from school. She always said something like, "Oh, it's okay, I'll need to get groceries," or "I have a friend in that neighborhood." We always talked during the ride. We talked about politics and stuff until she started to talk about her children and asking me if I want to have children and if I have a girlfriend yet. And I wasn't very concerned. You get these questions every time when small talking. And from then, our talks got more personal. Someday my leg and arm broke and I had to lay in my bed. We text because of the homework. One time she made a joke that I'm not longer able to beat my meat. And I knew this kind of humor from my friends, but never from my teacher. But we kept chatting in this way, and it kept getting dirtier. Mainly cause I was 15 and horny. But I think she also enjoyed it quite a lot cause it ended up by her sending me nudes of her and asking me what I think of her. One day, when I was already back at school, she drove me home again, but this time she stopped on the side of the road and offered me a BJ. I was curious and horny at that time, so I said yes. From that day on she often invited me home when her husband wasn't around and her kids were by their friends. And then we had sex. This kept on going for 10 months. After I got out of school, we never saw us again. I would say that this relationship has deeply damaged me. And I have trust issues to that day, because she was very dominant and abusive in the way of keeping it a secret. This may sound like the dream of male teenager, but it put next to the school a lot of pressure on my shoulders by keeping it a secret the whole time. I still go to therapy to this day. Thanks that I can share some of my life with you. And sorry for my bad English, my teacher had certain other things to do. I love telling this one. The Great Matsutake Mushroom Scandal of 30 High School. Name withheld for obvious reasons. In 2004, I went to work for a high school in Japan via the JET program. One of the schools I taught for was an agricultural school. Within the first couple of weeks, I commented to a new coworker that the students there were not always on their best behavior, to treat it lightly, which clearly, they were not. I'll let your imagination fill in the spaces. Anyway, the teacher I addressed replied quickly that this is the best it's been in a generation of students. Unable to imagine a worse bunch, I asked why. Here's a story: 4-5 years before I arrived, there was a particularly lackluster bunch of students as well as teachers. In one class, a very despondent teacher either jokingly or jokingly told his students at the end of the term that he would give an A to whichever student brought him a matsutake mushroom. If you're not familiar, these are exceedingly rare and incredibly expensive mushrooms in Japan. A single mushroom can cost as little as $100. Well, some of the parents got wind of this, and then they collaborated with each other to get the teacher canned, in which they were successful. What caused real problems is when the principal at the time held an assembly during which he bowed in apology to the students affected and their parents. That's what did it. Bowing in Japan, especially in formal ceremony, is an extreme act of deference. That act the principal made that day shifted the power structure entirely, and since the whole school was watching, it took a few generations of different principals, teachers, and students to change point. Since the event made national news, it was even harder to overcome. Students smoked in the hallways and flicked lit cigarettes at teachers. Some even used violence against them. The school was scared of disciplining the students because they didn't want to bring more needless attention to their already embattled school. During my time there, the school improved little by little each year, but you could tell that they were really crawling back from hard times. Mushrooms for grades. Only in Japan. Some freshman rapped a girl very often and eventually murdered her when she wanted to get help. Did not happen to my school, but it happens to a school that's very close to it. A friend of mine who I used to work together with was the classmate of both the victim and the murderer at the same time. To make it worse, he even had a crush on that girl and the murderer was a friend of his. To summarize it, the perpetrator harassed and rapped the girl multiple times, according to local news sources. The girl was too afraid to speak up about it. One night she was going somewhere by bicycle and the boy was waiting for her besides the road. According to the police, the last message she sent was something along the lines of "He is here again, I'm scared," which she sent to a group chat of her friends. I'm not too sure what happened after that, but she was drowned in something akin to a ditch. English is not my first language. Sorry, my friend is traumatized by this. He always carries around a makeshift weapon for a sense of security. He refuses to accept that she died. He is actually a really kind guy, but he completely lost all hope. I spoke to him. He is truly a nice guy, just like any regular boy from his age. As for the perpetrator, since he was a minor, he got away with it pretty easily. In my country our punishments are very light compared to America. The death sentence does not exist, and life imprisonment is more like 25 years. Edit. Corrections and extra information I found on a news article. It happened after school ended. He knew the route the girl takes every day to return home, and waited for her there. He rolled her corpse in the ditch, but did not drown her in that ditch. Half an hour after he murdered the girl, he drank lemonade at a farmer's house as if nothing happened. The farmer said, translated, "I was having a beer with someone, and then he came cycling by. He probably recognized me, because he did not know that I lived here. He was thirsty, and sat next to us, asking if he could have something to drink." The farmer was a bit suspicious, because the direction he was cycling towards was the opposite of the school, and his arm was red of scars and some plants he touched. He made the excuse that he liked bicycling, that even his grandmother could ride the bicycle for 100 kilometers on a day, and his excuse for the red arm was that he played with a friend in the grass. According to the farmer, the boy was a very chaotic boy with an incredibly short temper and attention span. He'd get angry really quickly and wanted things to go his way. He was apparently pretty big and intimidating. The farmer felt very sad that he did not see the signs. From what I can make up from the article, he feels a bit guilty for not being able to have sensed that the boy would do something like this. 15 minutes after this, he went and got an ice cream at an ice cream shop. After that he just went home and ate dinner like nothing happened. 2 days after this he got arrested, don't know a better word, sorry, by the police. Then the article mentions that the boy often stalked her. It does not elaborate much further on that point. The article did provide many sources, including the official justice website. He got the maximum punishment for his age. which is 1 year of juvenile prison and some youth measure which I don't know how to explain, but I think it's similar to a punishment akin to an ankle bracelet or being monitored, but also often leads to being put in a clinic. At least, that's how it's described. Yeah, it's not really a satisfying result. The parents of the victim certainly don't feel like it is justice, and I agree. Some political party tried to get the murderer to face life imprisonment, but that did not happen. Stories like these kind of make me wish for a more harsher punishment, or at least a longer jail sentence. Manslaughter often gives around 15 years of jail, and murder gives 30 years of jail. This case is as obviously murder as it can be. The murderer rapped her often, took her life, tried to dispose of her body by dumping her in a ditch, and then pretended like nothing happened. Our school district provided Apple laptops to all high school students to take home and use for homework. This was around 2010, so all laptops came with webcams, as most modern laptops do. Nobody thought twice about it. Well, one day, a kid gets called into the principal's office and they start yelling at him for doing drugs in his own home. But wait, how did they know what he was doing in the privacy of his own bedroom? The school provided laptop. Turns out, the administration was using a loophole in the anti-theft software they installed to spy on the students for wrongdoing, taking thousands and thousands of covered photos through the webcam, taking screenshots, and recording keystrokes. No one was aware this was happening, and since we thought we were safe, alone in our own bedrooms, in the privacy of our own homes, they undoubtedly collected and stored dozens of compromising photos of underage students in various states of undress, against their will, and without the knowledge of their parents. There was a huge lawsuit about it. After they got found out, they used the same security program to remotely gain complete control of our laptops and delete the bootleg copy of Pokemon that was floating around as people were playing it, which was also kind of a dick move. Here's the wiki about the case if you're interested. Take your pick. My high school. Before I was in high school, some janitor screwed a student in the auditorium, got fired, then married the same student once she graduated. A senior came into school on 4/20 highest fac on bath salts. It ended when the honors philosophy teacher / men's basketball coach had to escort him down the hall, and the detention officer of the school had to get involved. The detention officer is a former Marine. Not really a scandal, but 1 year's senior prank was putting the school up for sale on Craigslist and having all the administrators' phone numbers as people to call if interested in buying. My high school. During my 4 years there, the Dropbox scandal was the discovery of a Dropbox file thing with a compilation of hundreds of nudes taken by students across classes, all genders, all cliques. Found out the brother of one of my best friends was one of the ringleaders, and he got caught when he tried to dispose of a flash drive by throwing it into the woods. Various fights, mainly in the mornings. I honestly don't know how these people had the energy to fight at 7:25 in the morning, but oh well. Wigs were flying, boobs were exposed, everything happened during these fights. Several people got laid out after calling black students the N-word, hard R, to their face. Needless to say, no one sided with them. Weed. That's all you need to know. Lots and lots of weed dipshits love to blow vape smoke into the smoke and chemical detectors in the bathrooms, and that in turn would cause the fire alarm to go off periodically, which would usually get the fire department involved. My college, before I went there, two coworkers, one who doesn't work at my job anymore, used to go to my college. The one who actually graduated told me that the other one threatened to kill themselves after a messy breakup, and she was eventually expelled. There's a rumor that a student laid down in a common space / rec area on a couch to nap, then died in his sleep. Just croaked right there in his sleep. My college currently, while I'm attending even though we are learning from home right now, I do have a story from last year. A former student was alleged to have taken a picture with them wearing an armband with Nazi symbols on it, swastika, Iron Cross, SS, the whole 9 yards. Keep in mind, this is a very liberal Catholic college. My math teacher last year was a nun. For sheets sake, you wouldn't have expected a neo-Nazi there. Entering into my junior year of high school, I'm in my English class, and in walks a student with a full beard claiming to be 18 years old. He's a new student and nobody had ever seen or heard of this kid. Everyone is immediately suspicious of this older man child who can't seem to keep his story straight. He often would tell one person he was from X town and another person he was actually from Y town. So as all high school students do, we started to call him back quote narc because he was just super suspicious. Well, once he started to get acquainted, he began to ask around for weed and offering money to anyone who could get him some. Most of us ignored him and continued to call him narc. Some people were so confident they would take his money thinking there was nothing he could do if he was a cop. Well, he began to get frustrated and started targeting people he could easily manipulate. He targeted specifically a kid who had a mental disorder. He befriended this kid and then began to tell him he would no longer be his friend if this kid with the mental disorder wouldn't sell him, the narc, his bipolar medication and some weed. So the kid ended selling this guy 1 gram of weed and some of his bipolar medication. Go figure, this guy was an undercover cop and the cops had the SWAT team come in to arrest this poor kid. Luckily the police department was sued and the kid was let go, but it was later found out this happened at every high school in my town. TLDR, my high school had 21 Jump Street and the police department got sued. Here's a link to a Vice documentary about it. In my last year of middle school it was discovered that one of the boys' pet teacher was a pedophile. The story goes that he was in a hurry to get to his class and left his iPhone on his desk. Another pet teacher got his iPhone so he can hand it to him, but noticed that his wallpaper was a naked boy in the showers, and he texted the other pet teachers except for the bedo on what he found and to act normal, but to have cops ready to arrest him after school because the period it happened was 6th period, the last class of the day. When he walked back into his office, the teachers locked the door and held him in until cops came and confiscated his laptop and phone, and a bunch of kids saw him being put in the squad car. It turned out he managed to get pics because he positioned his desk to where he had a direct line of sight to the showers, and the district hid this and covered it up. Because if I remember correctly, it was a few months after the Merriment scandal of a teacher giving his kids semen cookies, and the district did serious damage control, and another scandal like this would ruin them because there was no police talking to us boys, no letter sent home on what happened, and no news reports. Another factor that played into it was that our principal was corrupt and fired multiple teachers who called her out over misusing funds, and we believe she didn't say anything to parents because it was like 2/3 weeks before the semester ended, for me culmination to high school, so she believes that people would forget and it shouldn't be brought up, and sadly it did work, and we don't even know what happened to the pet teacher or who he had taken pics of, so they can at least press charges. So many in just my high school. Our religion teacher got very close with one of his students, going so far as to text her inappropriate sheet that other students saw. Everyone knew and talked about it, even with other teachers, and I'm assuming they reported him, so he left the year. After I graduated, we were called out in church for someone having sex in the school chapel, which not that bad when I was a freshman. My middle school ex-boyfriend slept with a senior. She was 18 and he was like 14, so there was talk of statutory rap charges, but nothing ever happened. A girl transferred to our school sophomore year, confessed her love to our 80-year-old guidance counselor, told us she had a priest boyfriend in fucking Minnesota or something, and then photoshopped ultrasound pictures in class in front of people to try to convince everyone that she really was pregnant. She ended up being expelled for cussing out a teacher, and the teacher ended up getting fired because she did some questionable shit. There were multiple occasions of kids getting harassed by teachers and campus ministers so badly for being LGBT+ that they left the school because of it. When we were senior leaders on a freshman retreat, someone thought it would be funny to take a picture of an autistic girl who was laying down with her underwear showing, and they shared it to their story and sent it to friends. I think there was very nearly someone expelled for that. An autistic boy was expelled for making a hit list of student and teachers who had been mean to him. I honestly understood it because people were just really faking terrible to him. My school was a trash fire tbh. My 10th grade German teacher had a long-standing feud with the principal of our school. The principal literally sent security guards to spy on her through the vents and the doors and shit. It was whack as fuck. Anyway, one day we wrapped up early since I had her for the last period of the day, and we decided to play a game. We settled on Cards Against Humanity, which one of the students had brought to play quick matches during lunch. During the game everything was fine. We had some laughs, a generally good time. Class lets out, we all go home. This was a few days before Christmas vacation, which is important to note because it's gonna make the situation even worse in a moment. One of the kids in my class had a hard-ass lawyer for a dad, a real smarter than you, holier than thou type. Won't somebody think of the children? Apparently, he checked his kid's phone and saw a text about the fact that we had played the game. The very first thing he did was rally the parents against this frankly fantastic teacher and immediately ratted her out to the principal. My teacher had to take a few days off, meaning she wasn't going to be back until at least after the vacation. This situation got my whole class dragged into a legal spiderweb, meeting with the teacher and the principal in the decaying headquarters of our school district. And that bastard of a principal literally let it slip that our teacher was fired before the teacher was even informed of it. Halfway through the break, it really fucking sucked. The very next year our principal retired in a tearful speech thanking the parents that trusted in her. If that doesn't count though, well, our choir teacher got fired and arrested for embezzling $20,000 or so from his old job to pay for groceries and a funeral plot. During the summer of 2012, 2 girls killed their best friend by stabbing her about 50 times in the back. This happened out in the woods at their usual smoking spot. They were all walking from the car. The 2 girls had knives concealed under their clothes and told the other girl that they forgot something in the car. The girl who was killed said she'd go back and grab it, and after she turned her back to her 2 supposed best friends, they stabbed her. So that happened in July, but the truth didn't come out until December/January. The whole time this poor girl was thought to be missing. Her face was plastered on missing posters all over town, and the 2 murderers shed a lot of tears because they were worried about their missing friend. I was in the play with one of the girls, and she got very emotional multiple times because she was scared and worried for the girl, and she was comforted by many of the other people in the play. The whole school started hearing about how she and the other murderer were being repeatedly questioned by the police about their missing friend. Eventually I believe the FBI got involved with questioning. Sometime in December/January their charade of innocence fell apart when the cops found blood of the girl that was murdered in the car they took out to the woods. The girl I was in the play with turned herself in at that point and did a full confession so she would get charged with 2nd-degree murder instead of first. She led them to the body. The spot in the woods was covered with snow and the ground was frozen solid at that point in the year. All 3 girls were juniors in high school, only 16 years old. Some background information. TLDR, in the end in Denmark, when you're done with basic school, after 10 years, you can go on to another school for 3 years to earn a degree that gets you into university. You're around 15 to 17 when starting there. Since you can legally buy beers at 16 here and liquor when you're 18, a lot of kids get their first drinking experience quite young. By the end of the first week of school, where you do a lot of activities to get to know your classmates, you'll stay in that class with the same people for the next 3 years, so team building is important. There's always a big party. Teachers do attend at first, too, since there's a potluck style dinner before the older students from the other years arrive. Teachers and students have a friendly and mutual respect relationship, and teachers are called by their first name. So are students. Everyone here is, except the queen. But even your boss, your doctor, your prosecutor, etc. So teachers sit and eat with their students. Teachers have a beer or 2. Students do also have a beer or 2. Usually teachers leave after that because, boundaries and limits. They can't get drunk around students or really party with them. Everyone eats what whoever brought from home. That happened obviously before COVID. Have a good time, laugh, tell stories, get to know each other. Somehow there was this one kid who brought a special kind of cake. And somehow one of the teachers got a piece or a few. This teacher somehow found the only bathtub in school. It was a very old school and somehow somewhere there was a bathtub. He filled the tub with water and got into the tub and thought he was a dolphin. He didn't want to get out of the tub, and it was apparently really hard to get him out of there. Luckily this was a party full of half-drunken teenagers, so no one noticed. Just kidding. Spread like a wildfire. so his nickname was Dolphin or Free Willy from now on. TLDR. Teacher ate some weed cake by accident, got high, ended in a bathtub, and was called Dolphin from now on. Woodwork and technical drawing teacher in my school got busted for growing weed in his attic. Forever a legend in the school in the eyes of any pupils taught by him. Well, anyone with a sense of what goes on in the real world anyway. Honestly, one of the soundest teachers we had. Never got cranky or aggressive in any way that I can recall, but that's not to say he was a pushover or didn't command respect from his pupils. And I guarantee you, he was an excellent level of teacher, specialist in technical drawing for the senior students, and many went on to have great success in using what he taught them, including my relatives. Looking back, I have one distinct memory of him. I remember one time circa 1997 to 98 going to a double session, 2-hour music lesson, and the music teacher not showing up that day on the sick. Mr. Clark from Woodwork turned up randomly and said he'd be substitute and monitoring the class. Roll on 10 minutes, myself and a few of the guys were sitting in the corner playing Nirvana and Oasis songs and stuff on the 20-pound Zuggus acoustic guitars they had hanging around the music classroom walls. Next thing, Mr. Clark is sitting with us banging out the Led Zeppelin tunes, and we were all shocked and in awe of the connection he had with the guitar and the music. No BS. Anyway, roll on 3 or 4 years and this news story was in the national newspapers. I can only imagine the nights he must have had in his non-work life getting high and playing guitar. My opinion is that this was story totally blown out of all proportion and dramatized at the time, and I can only imagine the trauma the guy must have suffered. He was probably a hobbyist grower for personal and close friends supply, and it got out of hand. He lost his job, forced to early retirement, and got a criminal record as a retirement gift. All for growing plants that are now legal or majorly decriminalized in the majority of places around the world. The end. Thanks for reading. Archived news story link at the top of the post. Went to a parochial school my whole life and unfortunately saw several instances where abuse was swept under the rug. The worst one, however, was my senior year. A junior girl came forward with approximately a dozen inappropriate letters that a teacher/football coach had written to her. He told her that he wanted to leave his wife for her, begged her to run away with him, that she made him feel so young again. He tried several times to arrange alone time with her. Luckily she never met up with him and told her parents. I knew it at the time but no more so now just how incredibly brave she was to come out with this information. The culture we grew up in was very misogynistic and tended to shame/victim blame women. One of the memories that sticks out in my mind of the day this all came out was the senior football players talking about what a lying bitch she was and how horrible she was for ruining their last year in football since their coach would be fired. I remember many of the girls being shocked and concerned for her, where the boys ostracized and made fun of her. I think of her still quite regularly, and my heart goes out to her for all she went through and the strength it took to survive it. The school let him go as a teacher, but never reported it to the authorities. Just as they knew about the horrible physical/verbal/emotional child abuse that I grew up with. As an adult, I have developed compassion and empathy for my abuser, something that brought me peace. However, as a child I was told to pray for my abuser and that they would pray for our family. These were teachers and pastors, mandatory reporters who are bound by law to protect the children they work with. Let's see. One of the history teachers was supposedly forced into retirement after having an inappropriate relationship with a female student who also apparently moved away that very same year. My guidance counselor, we had 3 of them, but they were each assigned students based on their last names. So this is the one I got stuck with, was allegedly fired for molesting a girl that she had previously been assigned to work with after I had already graduated. And the last, and arguably worst of the lot, also occurred after I graduated, when a girl in my class let her boyfriend rap and beat her baby to death before trying to cover it up by having them falling down a flight of stairs. The first 2 I learned secondhand, and they didn't make the news as far as I'm aware, so I cannot confirm or deny whether or not they actually happened, or if they were simply the result of malicious rumors being spread about them during their departure. The third, however, did, so that one I can verify as fact. The boyfriend in question went to jail, and she avoided it entirely somehow, as word on the street is that she turned informant and ratted out the majority of her drug contacts instead. And what makes it even more sad is that the kid's actual father had, according to my sister, previously cleaned himself up and was reportedly filing for custody at the time, which he obviously didn't get. I have told this story before, and everyone called me a liar. I already know that will happen here, but oh well. Also, I'm leaving names out because the boy in this story is now an adult and he hates his involvement in this. I grew up in a very small farm town in Missouri. The kind of town that's so small, you can see the church steeple from anywhere in city limits. Many decades ago a young boy, around 10 years old I think, was walking through the woods and came across a man who had clearly been living in the woods for a bit. He was scruffy, dirty, and smelled. The man asked this boy if he had any food, and the boy said he did not. The man told the boy not to be afraid of him, and to please bring him some food. Oh, and most importantly, don't tell anyone that he was there. So the boy walks back home, sneaks some cornbread out of the kitchen, and then heads back into the woods. The man is very happy. He asks the boy to come back the next day with more food. The next day at school, the boy tells several of his classmates about the man in the woods. Everyone agrees that the boy shouldn't tell any adults, because that would ruin the fun. Instead, he should keep bringing this mysterious man in the woods food, and tell them all what happens after several days of this. The boy's parents become suspicious of the fact he is bringing food into the woods. They sit the boy down and make him confess everything. The parents ask if the man hurt the boy, and thankfully, he had not. All the man wants is food. The dad grabs a newspaper and asks if the man in the paper is the man in the woods. The boy confirms that it is. The man is someone that had recently escaped from the Missouri State Penitentiary and is wanted. The county sheriff is called. A collection of sheriff's deputies and citizens with guns are led to the spot in the woods where the man was. He is gone, and his campfire is cold. They think he moved on the previous night. When the sheriff asks the boy why he didn't tell someone, the boy says he wanted to be able to tell his classmates more stories about the man in the woods. All of this is supremely unfortunate, because the man in the woods was James Earl Ray. He would go on to assassinate Martin Luther King Jr. Had the boy told his parents right away, the course of American history would have been different. There was a concern by the administration at my high school in North Carolina that the Spanish-speaking students were taking advantage of the fact that very few teachers spoke Spanish. Their concern was that gang-related activity was being coordinated out in the open in a language they didn't understand. Their reaction, of course, was to dictate that all students could only speak English in the school, with the obvious exception being foreign language classes. This policy did not go over well. The students banded together, even the ones who were unaffected by the policy, and went wild. We wore the flags of Spanish-speaking places as capes, usually provided by the Puerto Rican and Mexican students who had them, spoke broken Spanish as best and as often as we could, and it really was amazing to see everyone come together like they did. Of course, if push came to shove, we knew that the school would be the one to lose. Could you imagine the civil liberties case? We pushed as hard as we could to see if it would come to shove. Burn it all down lol. I learned a lot of Spanish, and we all felt like we accomplished something good when the school reversed their decision. In middle school there was a kid that said something to the effect of black people should stay as slaves. And seeing as how us white kids made up like 5% of the school population, it got ugly quick. Had to publicly condemn that dumb, as well, taking my guilt by association licks from those who were less understanding, when I didn't have any friends of color around who vouched for me as not being that dude, or like that dude. That kid had police escort to and from class until we just stopped seeing him. I assume he either got homeschooled, or went to a different school. God, I hated North Carolina. I graduated in 2019, and I have a few worst scandals for my school. 1. A junior and a sophomore got caught having sex in the stairwell by the buses, and the junior got expelled, and the sophomore only got a detention. It was talk of the school for a while, until the next story happened too. A teacher and a senior cheerleader was having sex, and later come to find out that same teacher was dealing all kinds of drugs to kids on campus. He only got charged for the drugs. The teacher and the student are still together. 3-4 senior prank my sophomore and junior year. The seniors for those years brought bottles filled with piss and balloons filled with bleach and threw them at everyone. They also put baby oil on the stairs in every building to trap people inside, and a girl thought it was a good idea to try and make it down the stairs and ended up with a concussion and a shattered knee. They also brought a few thousand crickets and let them loose in one of the buildings, and I heard from one of my teachers that they are still finding them here and therefore this is the last major one I can think of. About 20 kids brought guns and knives to school for a gang war. The students were all caught and all the weapons were seized before anything could happen. Some of the students got charged with a few things and the rest got expelled. Also, you aren't going to find anything about these stories due to the fact that shit like this happens so often at the high schools around my city that the news just doesn't even care anymore. My school's continued operation is its worst scandal. Abuse is so ingrained and widespread in the county's social services do absolutely nothing about it. Teachers and coaches regularly force kids to exercise as punishment for being disrespectful until the kids throw up or collapse. That's just the start. I saw kids get slammed into cafeteria tables and their arms twisted. Multiple teachers at my school have been fired or arrested for sexually abusing students, but somehow nobody seems to have noticed how many of these teachers got busted within 7 years. 12 teachers in nearly half as many years have been busted for this same crime, and still social services does nothing. I graduated 10 years ago. The year after I graduated, a 6th grader at the middle school got his nose broken by a sophomore at my high school. The middle school tried to do everything right, but ultimately it all came down to the high school, and the high school refused to do anything at all. It was so far up its own proverbial ass about its image that it wouldn't like the 6th grader's dad look at the surveillance footage until the dad got the police involved. The fact that those vile cunts won't do the right thing until the police get involved should be its biggest scandal. And that's not even counting all the faking bomb and shooting threats that happened while I was there and continue to happen. 4 right now, its biggest scandal is that the first decent principal it's ever had got fired last summer over an anonymous letter that the school board refuses to release or comment on at all. The school is unaccredited, which isn't a huge problem, but the school's leadership seems committed to the school failing, or at least scapegoating the kids, while the school fails because of their abuse. There are 200 kids missing from the high school because people would rather homeschool or send their kids to Virginia. I'm so fucking fed up with nothing being done about this shithole. I'm almost ready to go ahead and name it. It probably violates Reddit's rules, so I won't. But fuck this school. High school. 1 year a girl was so obsessed with getting attention from guys that she came into art class, grabbed the really dull scissors, and then started trying to cut herself with the tip. Coach was, of course, yelling stop, and she didn't until I ran up and snatched the scissors away. I knew her and asked her what the hell was going on. She looked me dead in the eye and said none of those guys care, and I like them, so why don't they care? And it really made me realize what hormones can do to a girl. Same girl, later in the year, was caught in the stairwell giving blowjobs to 3 dudes. Guess she got her attention she wanted. That stairwell was closed off for several years. Same school, I say, behind 3 students, 2 girls and a guy, in biology. I was talking to my friend when we both stop cause we see one of the girls giving a very obvious hand job to the guy. The other girl was just laughing. We sat there and watched cause we had to be sure that what was happening was actually happening. My friend went to a teacher and I went to the principal, and it caused the class to be delayed the next day for the whole block so they could question the students involved. One of the girls had stood up and was like, how would anyone have seen anything, even if it did happen? Why are they lying? And I laughed and said, well, I don't know. Zipper open, widened her hand down his pants. Doesn't really seem like nothing happening, and they all stared at me. I was so afraid Mars was gonna get beat in the hallway later by those girls. But all I know is they were told to go home, and I hadn't really seen them since. I've told this story before, but here goes. I was expelled from my school at 14 because I was a creepy, depressed, and lonely teenager who wrote these multiple pages long stories about a couple girls from my school, one from a different school, and a teacher from my school, having sex with an imaginary guy, and posted them on an Instagram account. I, like the idiot I was, tagged these people in it because I wanted them to see it. I enjoyed getting the reactions from people. Reality struck a couple days after I wrote and posted these stories. When I heard people mentioning it at school, I rushed to delete the account and scrubbed it off the internet. Or so I thought. Apparently you can trace accounts like these with phone numbers related to them, and that's how police found out who it was. I was arrested at my house after soccer practice a couple days after I had heard people talking about it at school, but only after my parents were allowed to go with me to the station. I was charged with something like intent to commit harm with social media or some shit like that. I had my mugshot taken and was put in a cell by myself for about an hour or so. I can't even remember honestly. I was so scared the whole time I was there. The police made fun of me about my weight, haircut, budding facial hair, everything. I was given a court date and had several talks with the lawyers my parents hired to iron out the details for a defense. Ultimately, I was expelled from my small school and moved an hour away with my parents. I lived with my grandparents for a year as my parents got together the funds to put down a house in our new town. While yes, I acknowledge that what I did was regrettable and wrong, I cannot understate the mental problems that have come from being torn away from everyone you've ever known and branded a criminal. It's something I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. I still think about how much I wanted to kill myself at that time, all over something that cold ended with a "don't do it again" and a long suspension from school. I never threatened anyone in these stories other than rough sexual actions I had seen in Bourne. We had quite a few. The middle school principal was having an affair with his secretary. Both of their spouses worked for the school district and both of their kids were students at the high school. Both were fired or asked to resign, not sure which. Rumor is that one of their kids walked in on them at the school. One student thought it would be a great idea to do their science fair project on explosives and bring a homemade bomb to school. She was not allowed to return to the middle school, but returned our 10th grade year in high school. A former student that had graduated the year before showed up at the school, supposedly naked, and said he was going to kill us all because we were aliens or brainwashed by aliens or something. Our school was in lockdown for a few hours and he never made it to the actual building before he was stopped by authorities, so no one was hurt. We had a speaker come in about a month later that spoke to us about the dangers of psychedelics. A girl was caught writing letters to an inmate on a school computer. Somehow the teacher, who was awesome, whose class computer she was using, got fired for this. This was after I graduated and while my younger sisters were in school, so I'm not sure on the exact details. There are more, but these are probably the more unique and less tragic than others. It seems like every year we had something. Elementary school. The male gym teacher cheats on his wife with one of the first grade teachers who is cheating on her husband. They go through divorces and then get married. Flash forward to high school. This same gym teacher decides to commit credit card fraud with his father's name. He is a junior, gets jailed for a few months and still works at the elementary school. In high school, the librarian from the elementary school slept with the high school principal in a random closet on campus. The whole thing was witnessed by my home economics teacher, who was fired immediately after with no explanation provided. Being close with the culinary teacher, who was BFS with the home economics teacher, is how I found this out. Students were just told she found another job. Of course, once word spread to the right people that she was fired for no reason, the principal resigned. But that was 3 years later. My little sister was acquainted with the principal's kid and told me the kid was told they moved due to false rumors about his father. I hope his wife knows the truth. Surely they moved out of the county, so I don't know. I was in JROTC for 2 years in high school. Ranks are given similar to military branches. Ours was Navy, so we had Navy ranks. The Kozo slept together in the storage room that kept our uniforms. Dude left just on someone's uniform. It was a faking sheet show that day. When first sergeant found out, I'm uncertain if he ever knew who did it, but the students know. The following year the co-slept, got head from a freshman cadet in the bathroom, and got caught by faculty. When they went through their phones, the girl had NSFW pics of another cadet with high ranking. Because she was under 18, both males were jailed. One went to prison for 2 years. From what I hear, the one that went to prison got locked up again. But I don't trust the source. Point middle school im 6th grade and some 8th grader gets the whole school drug searched by dogs for selling pills and weed. She had a rough life, and it didn't get easier for her, but because the age gap I don't know much other than she had a kid. When I reached 10th grade, driver's ed teacher sent a drawing of a joint that had a face with some cannabis pun to another teacher, and got fired for it. Same dude was accused of inappropriate behavior with cheerleader students, but I never heard anything specific, because I was a couple grades younger, and only heard this from my neighbors. Floating somewhere is another comment I made about a couple in 8th grade that had the school shook, because they refused to break up, but he beat her, and faculty got involved. It felt like a TV show. The drama updates each Monday because they lived together too. It was faked. A very huge sigh of relief when they broke up. This same dude the same year begged someone to eat the sheet out of the urinal for $100. When that info got passed around, it was 5 minutes into the class period, so kid tells teacher, and 30 seconds later another teacher bursts in the room and says we need to speak, and my teacher says I was just told, and so all the doors in the hallway were open as the teachers huddled with the council of EPP on how to handle it. This kid all grown up sells drugs and who knows what happened to the girl. Unfortunately this is all the same county. Edit spelling additional stories. My school had quite a few scandals happen, but here are the standouts for me. Bipolar science teacher took 2 kids to his back room. It was a 2-room classroom, because it was the science lab too, and screamed at 2 kids, one of whom was my friend, that if they were going to touch each other so much and be all over each other, then there were plenty of tables in the lab for them to have sex on. This was after they were just giving each other henna tattoos during the last 10 minutes of class after they finished their work. The students were 15 and just friends. They shouldn't have been sexualizer. This same teacher had multiple outbursts at students, but still has his job. One of the teachers had been having an affair, and the way his wife found out was when his computer screen was being shared to the classroom still, after he turned it off and opened it into his Facebook chat with his mistress with lewd photos and chats. Everybody freaked out about it, and it got back to the wife real quick. 3 students died from my sophomore to senior year, which is a lot, since my school's population wasn't even 300 kids. As for my whole district, from my freshman to senior year there were 12 suicides and 7 other deaths from accidents or illness from high school students. There was a regular fight club that went on in the boys' locker room. One day a kid broke a bone, and it ended up with police raiding the locker room and suspending kids for drugs, since they found so much weed in the locker room. A girl in my law enforcement class brought a water bottle full of vodka to class every morning and got schwasted by second hour. She wasn't caught for 2 weeks, and it's even more ironic because a police officer taught the class 10 girls from my freshman to senior year 4 pregnant and moved on. Only one of them is a good parent and the rest became crackheads. Kid got his tooth stuck in another kid's forehead after headbutting him in a game of capture the flag. Another kid broke his nose in that same game, and capture the flag was banned for our grade for the rest of the year. A boy came to school after being pressured into smoking weed on his lunch break that he didn't know was laced with sheet. Caused him to have a freak out, and he assaulted/tried to fight 8 students. Before attempting to walk home, a guy came to school on meth and smashed his head into the walls while saying I'm a goofy goober, and had to pay for the damages caused by his head bashing. To raise the money he tried to sell drugs to kids at school. I actually have some videos of this one, if anybody wants it. Edit. I went to a high school in the middle of nowhere, Utah 0/10. I don't recommend it. It was actually me. I went to a very small private Christian school. Was the weird kid. Was a closeted atheist. This was 9th grade, aside several years after 9/11. A combo of things happened very quickly. First, I made a joke to a friend in art class someone overheard about a bad terrorist. Something about him mixing up his bombs with alarm clocks. Wasn't a good joke, but we were dumb kids. Also made this joke in relation to a coming up trip to DC. Next, I had a fake Bible in a school notebook. It wasn't a real religion, it was just a bunch of parody stories of classic Bible tales. but God always referred to people as beaches. This term was meant to be unisex. Lastly, we had a Muslim at our school, who I was friends with actually, and the school actually had an imam come to the school to teach us about the similarities and differences between the two religions, so we could understand our classmate better. He was asking people in a row what religion they followed. And when he got to me, I just blurted out atheist, which he was super cool about. And all the teachers were looking at me like I'm a demon. Lol. Fast forward 3 days. I'm in the office. I'm being asked why I said I was going to bring a bomb on the field trip plane. Why I hate women so much. They found my Bible thing and assumed beaches meant women. And why I hate God so much. I tried to talk my way around all that, but they weren't having it, and I was kicked out of school. TLDR went to a Christian school and was falsely kicked out for making a bomb threat, hating all women, and worshipping Satan. I've posted this story before on a similar thread, but I'll tell it again because it's so unbelievable. I was in middle school at the time, so it was around 2016, 2017. Yeah, I'm only 16. Anyways, there were rumors going around that 2 furries were caught faking behind a vending machine. I didn't believe this, it just sounded like a straight up lie to me. Lo and behold, a year or so later I go to the high school. I've always been in advanced math, so I'm in a mixed class with different grades, geometry, if you're wondering. I'm a girl, and when I was around this age I suppose I wasn't so ugly. This guy, I'll call him Marcus, would make an effort to come up to me and talk to me. In hindsight, he was absolutely flirting, but I wasn't the brightest when it came to the opposite sex, especially since I was a closeted lesbian. There was complimenting and teasing and all that jazz. Either way, one day after class another senior or junior, or whatever came up to me. He said something like, "Hey, did you hear the story about the kids who got caught faking last year?" I was like, yeah, and the guy told me that Marcus was one of the criminals in question. I said okay, but I didn't believe him. Still thought it was a rumor. A while later, maybe a month or so, I'm sitting in a different class. For some reason, the topic of underage sex comes up with the teacher. It wasn't creepy, more of an attempt to convince the students not to do anything. So my teacher starts talking, and he goes, "I suppose you've all heard of those kids who were doing stuff behind the vending machine." I was shocked. I asked my friend about it later, and she confessed her brother was in the class that discovered them. She claimed her brother told her that the only reason they were discovered was because they were howling. In case you forgot, they were furries. She told me the names, and as it turns out, Marcus had a special interest in dog style, if you know what I mean. So glad he was a senior when he was, because he ended up trying to pressure a distant friend of mine for nudes. He's been gone 2 years now, and hasn't been able to terrorize any other young native freshman. The incident was privately handled obviously, so there isn't any news about it or anything. It was a little bit traumatizing for me, to say the least. TLDR, 2 furries got caught faking behind the vending machine in the high school while I was in 8th grade. A year later, one of the culprits flirted with me. I went to a very small high school, 12 kids in my graduating class. In gym we were doing the thing, I'm not athletic, where you run from one side of the court to the other back and forth. Anyway, my best friend, she lunges hard on her step out to go the other way back. Her tampon falls right out onto the ground through her gym shorts. She doesn't notice. We are in 9th grade. Our other friend points and says, "Look," to my best friend as she points out a bloodiest tampon on the gym floor. So much blood. It was ready to come out hours ago kind of tampon. She screams and runs into the locker room. Myself and a few other girls follow after her to calm her down. I come out early with a couple other girls because she's so surrounded that it's making it worse. One of the boys in gym class is crying because he thought a dead mouse came out of my best friend's vagina and fell on the floor. I overheard a conversation between that boy and my crush at the time, explaining to him what a tampon is and why girls have to wear them, and a look of disbelief on the boy's face. I think about this moment all the time, and I'm 25. Her parents picked her up early from school, and she had to go out to dinner that night to celebrate her dad graduating from police school, and she's crying in every picture. Worse things happened at the school, like teachers sleeping with students, and the principal wasn't even allowed near a school and still became a principal somehow. But I don't even care. That tampon thing was so scarring for everyone involved. So, at my high school my sophomore year I had a teacher who was super smart with a PhD in literature I believe, and she was an interesting sight to see. She had huge breasts that were obviously fake for her tiny frame, and she had a pretty bad butterface, so not the prettiest lady. Well, fast forward a few years to my senior year. This woman had been promoted to vice/assistant principal. Come to find out, she had been sleeping with a coach who worked at our school, before school each morning, in her office, and on school time, while she was supposed to be working. This woman has a husband and a child who's probably about 5 or 6. I'd wager fast forward again to an official school board meeting. You guys have to know I come from a small town with a lot of drama, and when the board calls a meeting to discuss something, typically it means some pretty serious shit has gone down. Also, just like an audience is allowed to attend a court case and watch the hearing and process, so too can people of the town and schools come to these meetings, and let me tell you, this particular night was packed full. They basically held an all judge no jury trial for this woman right there, where they made her get up and read all the love letters she had written to the man she was having an affair with in front of her husband, child, and all her closest friends and nosy neighbors. I'm fairly sure she's not married anymore. At least I hope not anyway. Either way, I'm pretty sure her and the coach got fired. Good riddance. We had a smoking hot young blonde English teacher who was having sex with a student. Her husband was a cop in our small town. Also, our band/chorus teacher committed suicide by hanging her at home, and they found a farewell note in his desk at school. A resource officer lost his job because he would constantly single out certain kids. I was one of them. I was stripped down to my boxers, AMD searched more times than I can be bothered to recount. I never once actually had anything to get in trouble over though. One time he forcibly pulled some of my hair out, saying that it was evidence, and they were going to DNA test it, because they had found hairs on the counter of the football field concessions building that was broken into, and had a bunch of snacks and drinks stolen. My dad absolutely flipped shit, and went to the school, where they did nothing, then went to the local board of education right next door, where they did get the ball rolling. An investigation was opened, and the police dep got really involved. A lot of kids had experiences to testify about against this officer, and finally, our principal my sophomore year lost his job, and I'm pretty sure faced a lot of other consequences, because he was caught greasing his daughter's way through school, and a lot of teachers were sort of in on it, helping it happen. All the rich kids in our school always got special treatment. They were the only ones that some teachers cared about. All this happened in just my 3.5 years of high school. And no, I didn't drop out. I graduated early. About 30 kids committed suicide between 2006, my freshman year, and 2012, after I graduated. The most notorious were two sisters. It was a local tragedy in our town. Aside from that, we had our English teacher/debate coach/games club master that embezzled $5,000 from the debate team after I graduated and got caught. Kinda sucks. That guy was a hero to many and someone a lot of nerds could befriend and make friends through. He'd host overnight lock-ins with 10 TVs set up for video games and multiple tabletops going around. A hero to many. The first dungeon master I ever met. There was the notorious janitor, Moondog, who took kids out of study hall to go get high on the roof up where he kept his pigeons. He was a veteran. Had been there long before my time. Got fired shortly after I left, when a new principal came in. My friend used to photograph his pigeons in exchange for ditchweed. One of the vice principals got caught by a couple of students getting his cock sucked by his wife during a football game in his Mustang. He later got fired long after I was out of there for coming to school drunk. There was also a football coach that showed up drunk every day, somehow wandered into my parents' Father's Day bash drunk one year, and also banged one of our friends' mothers. Nobody was surprised in the least bit. The most notorious ones though were the school cop that used to bully nerds and special needs kids, and ended up getting sent to prison for 8 years for robbing a bank, or the Native American kid that made bomb threats every week and later went on to sue the school $250K for discrimination due to a Native American logo. These both made it to the local news. The Native American kid actually did several times. I could keep going on, but you've heard enough. Sadly, my crazy small town has completely changed. Property value has massively spiked and none of the families I grew up with really are around town anymore, or have any connections inside the town. It's all rich facts now. From what I understand, the school is a completely different school, where they drug test students regularly and everyone has rich parents. When I went, it was just a bunch of local Tony kids whose parents were factory workers and drunks, and no one gave a fuck what you did, as long as it wasn't heroin. This happened to me. I used to have a crush who would hang around every cool kid. I was quiet and didn't really like to talk. I would look away when he saw me. Once I stopped liking him, I just knew I had no chance to date him. I gave up. After some time, a girl in my class asked me to talk to her. I said sure. She took me out to the restroom and asked me if I still liked him, my crush. I said no. She then told me good, because she started to like him. I told her nice. I wasn't really impressed. I mean, at that time he was the good looking student of all. Later that day she told me to not tell anyone. I told her her secret was safe with me. I went along the day and went home. I saw him. He lived near my apartment. Next day I went to school, and at break she ran up to me and yelled at my face for telling everyone her secret. I was confused, though I let her yell at my face. I stayed calm and lowered my eyes. Her yelling really didn't amuse me, though I was lost to that fact of how she would say it was me. I asked her what was wrong and why she was yelling. She said I had told everyone her secret of liking my used-to-be crush. Again, I just looked at her. I peeked behind her where 3 girls stood making nasty faces at me. At that moment I knew what I had to do. So I stood up and went up to them. They backed away at first because they didn't really know how I was. No one talked to me anyway. I asked the girl to tell me who told her it was me. She didn't answer. Then I asked her if the 3 girls I was facing knew about the secret too. She said yes. I went out and told everyone to gather. I really made a huge scene for her to see. Reality point. I asked everyone if they have ever heard me talk without counting now. They all shook their head, even her crush. Then I asked if they heard any rumors of someone liking someone. They all nodded. Then I said, don't say who it is, but if you know, point to who you heard it from. They betrayed and pointed to 2 of the girls from whom I was some minutes ago looking at. The girl saw it with her own eyes and still said I told everyone about her secret. Point long story, but still till this day everyone knows I was the one who kept it. It was a very big scandal, but I figured it out. People started talking to me, but I kept myself to same and ignored them. I just didn't like talking to people. The worst happened shortly after one of the bigger school shootings that had made national news. It's faked up that I don't even remember which one. Damn. Like most other high schools, our school increased security on campus. All doors were locked during the day except for passing periods. Visitors had to check in at the main office and could receive a visitor's pass only if someone was expecting them, etc. One of the local news stations decided to put our school's security to the test and sent an undercover reporter to get the inside scoop on whether or not the new security was effective. The reporter apparently checked in at the office, but slipped away when the secretary left to get security backup, as the reporter was not an expected visitor and did not identify himself as a reporter. The school ended up in lockdown for hours, long after the reporter had left, without notifying anyone, of course, and students were not informed of the reasoning behind the lockdown. We all sent those "Hey mom/dad, we are in lockdown, please don't worry, it's probably nothing, I love you" texts, and still had to sit in silent fear for quite a while. When it came out that the news station had done this on purpose and refused to take responsibility for the chaos they caused, students/parents/staff were all rightfully livid. Security did increase even more following the event, and the news station issued an apology a few days later, but we were all pretty shook up. One of my best friends pissed in a trash can during the lockdown, and he never really lived that one down, so at least something funny came of it. Other scandals were mostly just really sad. A kid who got hit by a train, probably suicide. Several heroin overdose deaths, unexpected for this fairly affluent suburban neighborhood. 2 of those deaths were people I was close with, a couple of deaths from gun violence in the years since we've graduated. Plus the usual unsubstantiated bomb threats, hit lists, teacher fired overborn on his computer, suspected pedophilia, funneling funds to state-of-the-art sports facilities, while slashing funds for the arts. So, high school in suburban America. Went to a high school with 5,000 plus students. Our campus was the size of a college or a small uni. There's more than one scandal a year. About one death a year. Since the early 2000s, we did school-wide walkouts in solidarity with immigrants. Had that one homophobic church do a protest outside our school because we had our LGBTQ plus support group. Once when it was snowing, like really snowing, more than half the teachers didn't show but all the students did because school was not cancelled, so when we all got there no one was in class. The few that did go were told by teacher to go out and have fun at school. We had a huge snowball fight that got so huge the news were called, and when they were filming us students turned on them and bombarded them with snowballs until they left. One year a guy died on prom night and everyone thought it was from choking on his own vomit from drinking so much, until after his funeral the suicide note was found by his mom. He planned the entire thing. Faked a lot of people up. Later a girl was found sleeping on the 3rd floor who everyone thought was a ghost. Turned out she was sleeping at school because she was being abused at home. There was a day when a rumor spread that someone had a gun at school and the cops news showed up, but like they didn't even search anybody. Kids just walked out and went home and others were picked up by parents. The cops just stood at the doors on their phones. We weren't allowed off campus during lunch, but if you brought back the security food they never said anything. I don't know what they did with all the food. To be honest, I could go on and list off several more. 1. A freshman graffitied a terror threat in one of the bathroom stalls, which led to his arrest and the closing of all the good bathrooms. Not because they were the good bathrooms, but because they had no CCTV cameras on the outside to survey who's using them. That freshman was so dumb, he Snapchatted his own arrest saying, like, why am I being arrested? 2. This is less credible than the previous story, due to it coming from my ex who made a terrible habit of lying. There are woodlands behind my high school, used primarily for cross-country ex-country skiing and hiking, but is also the place where students go to do drugs and have sex during our lunch break, the standard dumb as high school shenanigans. When I'm ex-country skiing on the trails that are closer to my high school, I can easily spot footprints that are in suggestive positions. However, these 2 freshmen, according to my ex, chose not to go to the woods to fix their horny and instead chose to do the big coitus in the orchestra room instead, just because didn't want to stand in the cold for 10 to 15 minutes. They were able to do this because there was a Mag 7.0 earthquake that year or the year before, so we moved the orchestra class to the theater so that we can do repairs on the orchestra room, meaning we weren't using the room often. Due to the fact that the room was closed, they probably thought that they wouldn't get caught, but they did anyways. However, I highly doubt that this happened. Only my ex was talking about it and she, like I mentioned before, says more lies than she speaks the truth. 3. Someone took a photo of our principal unintentionally T-posing whilst dancing. Became a mini meme at our school for a week. Elementary. Teacher steals computers from lab. Later fired. Junior high. Some guy was flashing students after school on a pathway to train station. High school would conduct random metal detector checks at front door and some kid decided to bring a gun to shoot someone. He throws the gun in the woods and cops find it later. Kid got locked up. Not sure what happened to him. High school. Big brawl. Fight. Happened at a basketball game. Students fighting each other and teachers. Ended up on news. High school. Student with my same name, maybe me lol, got in trouble for hacking the school network. The school blocked the account and asked the student about it. Didn't take it any further. Just don't let it happen again. College. Girl kills her boyfriend at off-campus apartments. I think the story ended up on Lifetime Channel. College. Student has her Zoom, like iPad, linked to school network unknowingly. Someone I knew, someone that searched through everyone's files and found nudes. Entire school finds out. She confronts me and my roommates. I just tell her to unsync her Zoom from network because everyone can see her pictures and I wasn't the one that found it. College. computer lab was left open and someone stole the Max College. There was a guy on campus that gave me really strange vibes. He would walk around with a leather jacket, Matrix style, in the summertime on campus. He later get kicked off campus for trying to kick some girl's door down. Later found out that he was arrested for assault W/weapon, and he was a registered sex offender. I still don't know how he was living on campus college. I come home from Thanksgiving break to find bats in my dorm room. They were in my window, in my closet, and under my bed. I lived on the top floor and someone left the windows open. Had to get 6 rabies shots in one day, based on weight. Also had to receive shots into the next year. The dorm was closed, and the school had to move us all to a hotel. We had to take a shuttle back and forth to campus. This was certainly kept hush hush afterwards. I signed up to leave this comment because it has been haunting me for over a decade now. It started in elementary school and followed my class through the end of high school. I believe I was in either 3rd or 4th grade when a student was first shocked by the sight of sheets smeared all across the walls of the boys' bathroom. Weird, but okay. We all gossiped about it for a while until we lost interest. This event repeated itself several times that year and the scrutiny intensified. The following year, the bathroom was safe from the pup smearer and we moved on with our lives. Or so we thought. It happened again in middle school in a new bathroom. This time around the smearer hit every bathroom before retiring. I felt bad for the janitor who had to clean them all up. Fast forward to high school. Students from my elementary school, there were 4 schools in my town, were on high alert for another episode, but the smearer remained inactive up to our senior year and we were oddly disappointed. We assumed that either the smearer matured or they moved to a different school. School was quiet until our senior year, when the pup smearer resurfaced. Sheet was everywhere, literally. Multiple bathrooms were hit on the same day. After they were cleaned up, it happened again the next day in the same bathrooms. Maybe a final fuck you, or a last hurrah before graduation. No one knows who did it, or at least they didn't say, nor did anyone confess to it. I have my own theories, however, that I've shared with a few classmates and they buy in. It had to be the same person because the methodology and timing was fairly consistent. The fact that it started in my elementary school and the particular timing of the first sheety event was what led me to suspect a certain classmate. I'll call him Lance. He came in as a new student halfway through that year and blew us all away by winning the boys race in the annual PE games in sandals. Coincidentally, the first sheet smearing event happened shortly after his arrival. He was awesome, though pretty crazy. Lance pulled all sorts of weird antics and was known as the Daredevil. He also was frequently pulled out of class in elementary school to go to what someone eventually found out was counseling sessions. I believe he capitalized on those sessions and other common transitionary periods, lunch, switching classes, etc., to access the bathrooms and paint the walls. I can't say I understand why. He thrived on attention, so that seems likely. I doubt anyone outside of that mindset could fully understand. I'm also stuck on the high school events, as a wide area was covered in a short amount of time. I suspect he had assistants, but I have no leads on who. I'll likely never solve. That one point I'm convinced Lance was the culprit. I partly respect him for his stealthiness and resolve to see it through to graduation. I doubt I'll ever see him again. Oh boy, do I have a story for you. I went to a private Catholic high school with day boarding or full boarding options, so most students' social life included only people at school. As you can imagine, boys and girls get up to stuff sometimes. Well, some students decided to have a fun weekend somewhere in a mountain hut. Outside of school, of course, there was a lot of alcohol involved. Naturally, I'm from a European country, and it was legal for them to drink. And things between boys and girls got quite, let's say, interesting. There was one couple in particular that really hit it off. They ended up in some broom closet, both really drunk, and she was sucking him off. Nobody really knows exactly what happened because they both don't remember so well, but she ended up biting his member. There was a lot of blood. He had to go to the hospital and get surgery and needed a lot of medical attention in the following weeks and even years, according to rumors. While she didn't tell anyone about this, For some reason he told his friends, who of course spread it further. At some point the whole school knew, even new people that started going there years later. Then people at other schools started to know, then people from other towns knew, and when I met people that asked me where I went to school, they would add, "Do you know the guy that got his dick bitten off?" This was over 10 years ago, and people still talk about it. Beloved 8th grade social studies teacher was a bit off-file. Apparently he had sex with a few of his students a few years ago. His then 8th grade kids were juniors and seniors at the time he was outed. He was on vacation, or had a doctor's appointment or something, so he was out on a Friday. Over the weekend things had been posted online, like his mugshot, arrest paperwork, etc., and no one really believed it. On Monday we all came to school expecting to see him and get a talking to about cyberbullying and whatnot. He wasn't there, his room was shut, locked, and the lights were off. Everyone was beginning to get worried on Tuesday, and by Wednesday most people were out of denial. A lot of his kids were emotionally scarred. He was the teacher everyone hung out with and hoped to have, and spent a lot of the rest of the year crying. I mostly felt bad for the teachers who were close to him, like his actual friends who he had over for dinner consistently and whatnot. Needless to say, we were treated very differently after that. I'm a junior now, and that sheet still creeps me out. Like, how can you be such a casual person doing such a heinous thing? Also, some kid drew swastikas on the wall with his sheet or something in the boys' bathroom. Same year, so we weren't allowed to go alone anymore, and had to have a buddy or the whole class had to go. There was an English teacher and a biology teacher who started a relationship. Both were single or divorced. That wasn't the scandalous part, though they did hide it, not well. But they, among many other teachers and students in the building, hated our principal. He was abusive of his power and connections to small town politics, regularly hit on girls, made comments to unpopular kids, and even stopped kids from eating breakfasts or lunches for dumb reasons. But his sheet would get vandalized. Housed all times of the year. Car was egged and wrote on. We all talked about it. Eventually one time the principal's valve stems were cut during a football game. By this time there were new security cameras installed viewing the faculty parking. When the footage was reviewed, this was taken to the police and shared on their Facebook page asking for help identifying them. We saw Mrs. English and Mr. Biology sneaking up to a car with some cutters doing the dirty work. They were the school's heroes, and there was even a student who started a GoFundMe type of thing to help them with the tickets they got for it. I saw those same two teachers, who now teach in a different district, at a county fair a few years ago. They were happily holding hands and clearly in love. Made me incredibly happy to see them like that. Still point, that was that principal's last year at that school. He decided to retire, and now a different English teacher holds the position. And from what I hear, is doing great, and the kids love her edit. Okay, it was either that, or the one time a sub who notoriously gave no facts got caught pissing into the sink of the teacher's lounge. The very cute, sweet 10th grade daughter of the highly disrespected security guard was dating a senior as whole, the kind that even guys hated, but girls all had to learn about the hard way, which she did when he and his posse, in the rural northeast sense of the word, snuck into school early, mid-80s, pre-cell phones, printers, etc., and photocopied very explicit Polaroids of her. Think a UI and screw over Playboy or Penthouse. Thousands of copies. Stuffed in every locker, hidden in classroom drawers, rolled into projector screens, etc. While we were confined to sit silently in homeroom looking straight ahead, the security guard's car was plastered, glued with permanent glue, with B/W photocopies of his young daughter freshly, thoroughly faked in the vivid video sense of the word. I felt so bad for her. She was still there at lunch, shielded by a circle of friends. Then I never saw her again. Her father proved a complete asshole. First, he stayed in his job. He pretended to just laugh it off when sneers about his daughter were added to and overtook by an order of magnitude the usual sheet and contempt that the student body threw at him daily. The motherfucker who did this to her was suspended for 2 weeks and went on to become a pharmacist in our town. I told this story at any opportunity for years when I still lived there, so that no one would forget what a subhuman piece of shit he was. Already told it in another post, so I'll just copy paste the answer of this as a good one. There were a few, but the most strange was about a guy who apparently liked to manipulate people, lie to them, and make his most insecure or unguarded friends believe in dumb things in order to get more social status maybe, or just play with them. I don't really know what he could gain from that. With dumb things I mean he literally managed to get a few people, including one of my best friends, to believe into mystical creatures like vampires, werewolves, and witches. He told them the school was integrated by these creatures who made themselves pass as some of the popular students in school. Very teenage drama. Yes, I know. Point. He told them things like, yeah, this girl right there, she's actually a witch uncovered. That's why she's so popular and successful. The guy also said he slept with people he never actually did, like a friend of mine. And I'm sure he also said things about me, but I didn't really care much when I heard how nuts the whole scandal was. Supposedly the guy even hit a girl after she refused to have sex with him. Point. Now, if you're wondering how people even got to believe that kind of weird shit, yeah, sometimes I ask myself that too. But I guess they just were in a bad emotional situation or really bored with their lives, apart from already believing in some mystical things beforehand like my friend did. Lol. So the guy just selected those people and got advantage of their situation. Point. This drove one of the girls to have a breakdown I guess, or something close. But the guy was then expulsed from the school, so happy ending. This happened after I graduated, but some friends told me, and basically everyone knew it by the end. Anyways, there was a math teacher who was like super cool and nice, 10 out of 10 teacher. Thing is, dude had a damn stalker who was a student who had made him change workplace multiple times. Well, no one knows how the fuck she got hold of the info, but she found out where he worked, lived, his phone numbers, house, and mobile, and I think the hospital he took his kid to. Creepy AF. Thing was found out BCS she just transferred there, as if it was the most normal decision. She somehow had convinced her parents, again, to change HS. They knew why, and I think they even had to move to be closer to the new HS. Dude had to leave shortly after. BCS he couldn't take the stress of having a sick kid lots of doctor appointments and dealing with the stalker. I think he even had to change all phone numbers, and also think he moved to another town. My friends graduated that same year, but one of them saw him at his new school and dude was okay, and so was his kid. The other big scandal involved me. Some so-called friends decided to prank me and pulled down my pants, recorded it and sent it through Bluetooth. Was lucky a lunchtime supervisor saw the aftermath, and that some other friends who saw what happened defended me and were able to tell the supervisor what happened. I think they confiscated all phones, deleted the video themselves, and the 3 masterminds got suspended for 3 days, which they didn't even do. BCS they had important tests that week. LMFAO. 3 teachers disappeared in a month. We've only just found out where they went. Teacher 1 was a pet teacher who was caught having sex with a 16-year-old. Because of the age of consent, where I live it couldn't be classed as sex with a minor. Both parties consented, so no further actions occurred. Girl got pregnant and kept the child. Kept trying to get some form of support from the pet teacher, so he left never to be seen again. Then people started coming forward. If all claims are to be believed, then he fathers at least 6 children in 2 years. Teacher 2 was a math teacher. Imagine Santa then put him in a tweed suit, and this was teacher 2. A 6th former, 16 to 18, started making fun of him. This continues for around 5 months, then the girl tries to spread a rumor that he raped her. Teacher 2 had been arrested on false accusations of rap and had some serious issues. So teacher 2 launched a table at her and threatened to throw her out the window if she didn't shut up. 3rd floor. Other teachers have locked LGBT people in a room and let them out at the end of lunch. Try to convert the Muslim boys in the year below me to Christianity by telling at them until they announced their sin. Slapped an autistic kid for being too loud. They were in the middle of a sensory overload and were tapping on the table to distract them. Yelled at an age regressor for aggressing after going through the list of triggers they provided and doing them all just because they didn't do some homework. During my sophomore year of high school, there was one absolutely insane week. It started with a senior girl, let's call her Sarah. Sarah had a project to write a children's book for her English class. She wrote a story about one of her classmates who was Middle Eastern, and the book was chock full of incorrect assumptions about this student's family, religion, and life. Naturally, this incredibly insensitive book gets confiscated and is held in the vice principal's office, so the admin office can decide what to do next. At the end of the school day, Sarah goes to the office and asks for her book back. She's told no. What does Sarah do next? Break into the VP's office to take her book back. While in there, the VP walks in and sees what's happening. Details are unclear about exactly what went down after that, but it resulted in Sarah trying to fight the VP and him trying to restrain her. At some point during this, Sarah bites the VP's arm hard enough to where he needed stitches to fix it. The VP ends up getting her onto the floor and literally sitting on top of her. He was pretty heavy, which prompts Sarah to say, "I can't breathe." This will be important later. The school naturally keeps this under wraps as much as possible while an investigation happens, but that allows rumors to spread. Sarah is put on indefinite suspension. The next morning, Sarah's friends have organized a protest outside the office claiming she was attacked by the VP. Since Sarah said "I can't breathe," the protest slogan was "Let her breathe." They all had duct tape over their mouths, and they even made an official Twitter account. But her friends were not good at spelling, so the account's name was #LETHERBREATH, as in taking a breath. By lunch there are about 40 to 50 kids taking part in this protest. Some are concerned students, which was fair due to the lack of information at that point. Some are Sarah's friends, and some are students finding any excuse to skip class eventually. A meeting is held in the library with the protesters, some parents, and school staff. They go over what exactly happened and why Sarah was suspended, and that seems to calm most people down. 2 days later, a note is found on the wall of a girl's bathroom saying, "If Sarah is not reinstated from suspension by this Friday, I will shoot up the school." People assume it was her friends who wrote it, but there's no conclusive evidence. At this point, no one's sure what to think, but school continues as normal. Friday rolls around, and less than half the school shows up for obvious reasons. Everyone's on edge and teachers are doing their best to calm everyone down, but nothing productive really happens in classes. Nothing else of note happens until right before lunch, when a fire alarm goes off. Everyone starts panicking. I saw several kids just up and run away from campus as soon as it went off. The main concern is during a fire drill, all students line up with their class out on the football field, which is a perfect setup for a shooting. Eventually the full fire drill happens and everyone's fine. It turns out one of the teachers burned a bag of popcorn in the staff lounge, which is what set the fire alarm off. The rest of the school day goes fine. Everyone goes home. The next week, everyone's understandably in poor spirits given everything that's happened. To try and make things better, the PTSA organizes a big event during that next Friday's lunch. They ordered a ton of Krispy Kreme donuts, had carnival games set up, and even got band to play pop songs in the main quad. About an hour before lunch, an actual active shooter situation occurs about a half-mile from school, which causes all schools in the county to go on lockdown for 3.5 hours. No one even gets a lunch break. After this, everyone at school was just done with the whole situation, and for the most part puts it all behind them. Let her breath became a running joke for the rest of high school though. No idea what happened to Sarah after all of this, but I never saw her on campus again. I went to an Islamic school from pre-K 12th grade. In 9th grade, the religion teacher told everyone his wife died. We all prayed for her and cried for his loss. He then hooked up with a friend of ours, and rumor has it, he faked her in the religion classroom. 6 months later his wife called the school office asking to speak to him. Everyone was shocked. He had to leave the school quietly, since the faculty didn't want any of the parents to know. Another time, my favorite math teacher was secretly dating a friend of mine. I had no idea till 12th grade, when my best friend and I suspected something was going on, and hacked into her email. We found all these email exchanges between them that were extremely inappropriate, and dating back to 8th grade. I was repulsed. He'd favor her in every test, homework, and even changed everyone's average in class to make sure she had the top average, so she could graduate as the valedictorian. Initially, I was the valedictorian, but when he changed everyone's average, she beat me by 0.5 points. Till today, I can't properly comprehend what happened because some of my best school memories were with that teacher. After graduation, we found out they got married. I think I'm happy for them, but I'm not entirely sure. I think everyone deserves love, but in context of what happened between them, I don't know what to think. Anyway, I had an extremely weird school life. There's many more stories such as how the girls from 6th, 12th grade had their periods tracked, the religion teacher role was cursed like the defense against the dark arts teacher role in Harry Potter, my high school social studies teacher was definitely an incel, and more. But overall I loved my high school experience and my best friend is still the same from when I was in 3rd grade. I'm 26 and married now, and I still relive my memories from then. This one is really sad, I'm afraid. I remember it like yesterday. Towards the end of the class our science teacher gets a phone call. Mind you, it was on her personal phone, not her desk phone to the office. She takes the call right away, because we were all doing group projects together, so she didn't need to be talking to us. All of a sudden, she gasps and has this horrible look on her face. I will never forget her just staring at the phone in her hand, and then running out of the class without grabbing any of her stuff, or saying anything to us. No one came in to fill for her, so I'm assuming she just left without telling anyone. We had a substitute teacher for quite some time after this. Well, it turns out that our teacher's best friend had been murdered by her boyfriend, the friend's boyfriend. Our teacher was married. The super faked up part is that the three of them had all gone on a vacation together to go run in a marathon together like less than a month prior to the killing. That's actually how we found out. The guy in the pictures our teacher showed us about her trip was the same guy whose picture was in a news article about the killing. Once someone realized this, it became common knowledge pretty fast. I will never forget her coming back and apologizing to our class for leaving and explaining what had happened, while we all sat there already knowing what she was going to say. And now Shervin D. Fakran, he transferred to my high school in 1999, posing as Jonathan Spielberg, nephew to director Steven. He drove a blue BMW with SPLBRG vanity plates, which he parked in the principal's parking spot, and he had presented a high school transcript on DreamWorks Studios letterhead. Everyone in the school bought into his lie, including me. When I met him, he came across as shy and extremely naive, speaking in a meek voice. He struck me as an extremely sheltered kid who hadn't been exposed to the traditional high school experience. He was a freshman during my senior year, so I only met him once or twice. He came to school very sporadically, popping in every now and then. We all presumed he was privately taught and just coming into our school for the social exposure he wasn't getting. Administration gave him a long leash, or so it seemed. Sometime in the year after I graduated, his true identity came out. The whole Spielberg connection was fraudulent. He was actually a wealthy 20-something guy from the Middle East who had forged all the documentation he'd presented to the school, despite legally changing his name. He'd had a romantic relationship with a sophomore girl, and police later found child pornography in his home. Basically, our school had rolled out the red carpet to let a potential pedophile cruise their hallways for babes, treating him like royalty as he did. Paul 6th High School in Fairfax, Virginia. Go Panthers. A group of high school football players were recording themselves sexually assaulting female classmates. Inevitably, these videos escaped the small group of creeps and they all got bagged. There was also an underlying thread of unwanted homosexual advances disguised as hazing amongst these same football players towards others in the locker room, which alone discouraged me from ever joining the football team. What made it more complex was the fact that one all-star player was almost 20 years old his senior year and known to be overly promiscuous and frankly predatory towards the younger typical high school age students. In one instance, one of the guys from this same group decided to extend these behaviors beyond the high school locker room and beyond their own social circle and into a living room at a big house party. He thought it was a good idea to jerk off on a guy's face while he was passed out drunk. The rationale behind this, from what I know, was that the person on the other end of the ejaculate had recently or was near coming out of the closet. So by jerking off on his face, it was supposed to be a clear indicator and a mocking of the victim's sexual preference. I never heard much of anything regarding these guys after high school, but they weren't in class due to suspensions, expulsions, and litigation. If they were doing this sort of thing at age 17, I can't imagine they've changed their ways entirely. My superintendent, HS principal, and junior high vice principal were in on some embezzling scam. They bought a large property with school money intending to sell it a couple years later and profit. All was going well until the wife of one of the local cops found videos of her husband faking my principal with DOS and other shit. So, she freaks the fuck out and goes to a PTA meeting and plays the videos and shows everyone. Then people start asking questions like, where was this filmed? Turns out they were faking in some RV that they put on that property they bought with the school's money. So there's a big investigation for that, and my junior vice principal actually committed suicide after all this shit was brought forward. Nobody knows for sure why he did it though. Really sad. Oh, and same school, but like 6 years after I graduated, there was this whole faked up football initiation thing. The string football team would have these parties and sodomize freshmen with garden hoses and lead pipes and shit. The Texas Rangers are investigating because some kid finally came forward and said something. Apparently it had been going on for years. I don't know though, I never played football. Really faked up school except for a few good teachers at it. Also, we were on opera because we had bathroom fight clubs and posted it on YouTube in like 2010. The band geeks organized to vote in some of their own for the homecoming court one year, and it became this fiasco that made grown adult parents lose their minds. It was a school that had a fairly rigid pecking order and social hierarchy. Wealthy athletic kids at the top and trailer park kids and geeks at the bottom. It was ridiculous how much of a teen 90s movie stereotype the cliques and outgroups were. So, there were basically kids who were always destined to get roles on homecoming court and prom stuff. Not all the kids were jerks about it, some just happened to be in this weird dynasty and were kinda oblivious to it. It turned out the band geeks, especially the marching band geeks, were a bit salty over the favoritism that had started since elementary in a school district where you go to school with the same kids your entire school life. They figured out guys and girls from band for each year and just got the word out on who to all vote for. They weren't for the fun oddballs that everyone liked. Kids that everyone knows are fun at parties, but the adults would think were weird. So, they won the sophomore year and I think half of the junior year slots. That's when the madness started. The parents of the kids that were supposed to win declared war and accused the band kids of organizing to embarrass their children, like it was an attack instead of just wanting a piece of the fun. The administration hated drama and went along with the social hierarchy, so they wrung their hands and treated the band kids like they were the bad guys for causing the drama, instead telling angry parents to just get a life and chill. And since this was a community where lots of people know each other, it turned into moms calling other moms angry, and then the mom politics kicked in when normal moms were at their limit with these other moms they always thought were entitled beaches anyway. And since it's a conservative place, all these parents are in like their 30s and early 40s only. One bit of drama was the class pairing where the popular girl won and a nerdy guy won, and the girl wanted nothing to do with having to stand with him or ride on a convertible with him on the football field instead of the guy she liked who she felt was supposed to win. Because of that, they made this runner-up exception and allowed the kids who were supposed to win to be on the homecoming court anyway. So they ended up adding extra couples wherever the band geeks had won. The parents were still mad anyway and were surly toward the entire marching band the whole night. The keyboarding teacher was sleeping with seniors on senior trip and buying them alcohol. This same teacher also said the N-word in class this year and wasn't fired. She's white and literally named Karen. A girl even emailed the high school counselor and principal about it and told her mom. When she got home, her mom decided it would be best to call the counselor and tell her to ignore the email altogether. Shouldn't have been a scandal, but it was, because I live in a backwards town. But everyone was in a tizzy because a girl wanted to bring her girlfriend to the barn warming dance. Even the teacher who was the head of getting everything together was mad about it. He tried to ban her. When that didn't work, he said they just weren't gonna do barn warming anymore after that year. The girl just ended up not going. This kid who was a grade or two below me, his house burned down. The next day, he went to school, and he was obviously horribly upset. He was an odd kid, and he was kinda slow, so he didn't really talk to many people in the first place, but this time he was visibly distraught. When it was brought up, a few basketball players decided to make jokes and say that they better watch out because the kid might shoot up the school. It got back to the principal, and the cops were called on the kid, whose house burned down. The basketball players didn't get in a lick of trouble at all, and it helped that the most popular one's mom was the secretary. I'm moving away as soon as I'm able. Little bit of the opposite, it's wholesome, just because there's a ton of horrible stories here. We had a number of fundraisers each year in middle school since it was founded. It was called Angel Tree, and we raised money through events and fundraisers like snack carts and etc. I was on student council all 3 years, also was VP for 7th grade and president for 8th, because I was the only one actually doing anything, and we went to the local Target and bought what was on a child's list that the parents couldn't pay for. They had a Starbucks, so we'd drink coffee while shopping, and we'd also go to a local sandwich shop. Overall, great day, skipping like all of school, and it was wholesome. When the district found out about her putting in some of her own money into getting these kids presents, the board members created a fundraiser district-wide, semi-small district of a couple elementary, middle, and high schools respectively, that all went towards the Angel Tree. Some of the higher-ups hated this and wanted it gone, but the board basically said fuck off. That 8th grade year my council and the teachers spent roughly about 35 hours planning the next trip with all the money, and it turned out to be a huge success. The higher-ups began calling this a scandal, and it was wasting money and school time, and wanted the teacher fired, and the board members removed. It slightly backfired as the 2 higher-ups who wanted it gone got immediately removed and replaced by 2 new members who chipped in $150 each to the cause. It's so wholesome. Not so much a scandal, but more so an odd and sad tragedy. I struggled with maths compared to English. Because of this I was lowered a level in both areas. The math teacher understood my annoyance at being lowered in English too, and worked hard with me to get my grades just high enough to get back up a level. She was a lovely lady but opinionated. She was one of the only Catholic teachers in a mostly Protestant school in Northern Ireland. It was to be expected. I remember one class we randomly got onto the topic of suicide, and rather brashly she went on a long rant about how she couldn't understand someone that would do that she could never do that. She stated it was unacceptable, and that she regrettably judged anyone who made that decision for themselves. That rant stayed with me. 2 years after I left I was informed that she had committed suicide, leaving behind her husband and 2 young sons. Rumor was that she had started to display signs of dementia or a similar disease. I forget the specifics. Her mother had previously passed away from the same disease, and it was speculated that she took her life to avoid the same experience herself. It was a big shock to everyone, and the school didn't speak much on the cause of her death, instead telling students she had just passed away. We later found out that she had hung herself, and her family had discovered her. Not the most shocking scandal, but certainly the most surprising and saddening considering her initial opinions and her poor family. In Scottish schools they force you to learn something called social dancing, old stupid dances. The entire year learned it at the same time with all the PE teachers getting involved to some extent, but one of my old PE teachers used to take point on being the head of the whole class every single year, to the point that he would also go to the local primary school, elementary for you Yanks, and force the small kids to learn it, and also have their own official Christmas dance. Now, high schoolers had a sense of self and independence, so we could recognize, okay fine, we are being forced to do this with no way out of it, might as well get it over with. Hair's whole, wanna dance. But the kids at primary school were so small, pathetic, stupid, socially awkward and barely starting to grow pubes without any sense of self that without knowing why it was allegedly significant that when they couldn't find a partner, sometimes because they legitimately didn't know how, they would go up to a teacher and fully apologize for not being able to find one. Usually the teachers would respond correctly with "Don't worry dear, there's more boys and girls here anyway, we'll find you a partner on the next song." But this asshole was always known for making snide and offensive comments about people not doing well in PE, so when it was found out that a small black kid came up to him to apologize for not finding a partner, it wasn't surprising that he decided to go, "Don't worry mate, I'll help you out." Someone get this darky a bird. Bird being a possessive term for a woman or girl in Scottish slang, before then proceeding to pat the boy on the back and do something to the rods in the kid's spine for his scoliosis. Not only was the racist comment very well known afterwards, which was the main reason he was forcibly retired rather than fired, but my little sister knew the boy, and it turns out that he wasn't meant to take part in PE while his spine got used to the rod. But this teacher was such a toxic tough guy, he laughed it off and forced the kid to take part. In middle school, one of the special education teachers was physically abusing the students. I don't remember to what extent or any of that, but supposedly he/she, don't really remember, was tying them to desks and stuff at one point. The crazy part was nobody really knew until the day the news broke. The rooms were in a back hallway that was pretty quiet and didn't have too many room/foot traffic, so I guess maybe they had enough warning/timing to get everything back to normal by the end of the day. The news channels were all there. When I was walking home, an NBC van pulled over and asked if I went to the school. Long story short, my mom and I were interviewed for the news. She ended up on NBC, and for whatever reason they put me on Telemundo, even though I don't think I said but maybe 10 words, so this is crazy. Just looked it all up to see what was what and make sure I had it all right. Turns out he was accused of 3 things by teachers' aides: tying a student to an armchair with a jump rope, pushing a student into a wall, and forcing a student to jump on a trampoline for 30 to 40 minutes with a weighted vest on. Supposedly these were 2 students that were 11 to 12 at the time. Turns out he ended up being acquitted. The judge said there wasn't enough evidence to prove the battery charges and nothing showed McCarthy went beyond accepted practice in using the trampoline. Even more coincidental, it turns out his brother has Down syndrome, and from what I could gather they are pretty close. He became a special education teacher after growing up with his brother. During a break in testimony, the two chatted about presents for Christmas. He was arrested in December, and before the judge announced his verdict, he gave his brother a hug. He ended up suing the village for $65,000. There wasn't anything I could find that said how that went. In middle school there was a girl that was like 13-year-old and had a pregnancy. She allegedly was pretty promiscuous and had group sex with older man. They didn't know she was underage, and she was looking very mature and dressed like she was at least 15 or more. That's a legal age for sex in my country, so it wasn't rap and such, and she was always boasting and telling her love stories and such. Needless to say that it blew at school, and it was a huge deal. Their whole class and teachers were investigated, and all the child protection agencies and school checking agencies focused on the school and did many checkups. In the end they didn't find anything sus at the school, and she got abortion, and everyone thought that it's the end of the story. But next year she got pregnant twice again and got 1 abortion, and second pregnancy she carried and had a child. Keep in mind that she was like 14. It was a massive deal. Like some of her classmates and teachers got father tested, more checkups and personal changes in the school management and such. But in the end they didn't found the father, and she didn't want to tell who he was. Fast forward a year and she ended with a child. Even when having a child she was constantly going to parties, and she started doing meth and was being a party animal. Also was sent to a drug treatment facility for threatening to jump from a window in school while high on meth. Keep in mind that it's the same girl, but now like 15-year-old crazy stuff. All that ended as she got into more stuff and got detained to psych ward AMD. The child was given to her parents. Also her parents are like normal people, and she has a sister that was like super normal. All that happened like 5 years ago, so I don't know where she went after all of this. Sorry for my English, but I've tried to condense it and translate it as best as I can. It is a very much more intricate story with lot more less mad stuff that is still pretty much crazy. I lived in a small southern Catholic town. Just in my time in high school, we saw 4 teachers getting kicked out for sleeping with kids. 2 of them made the news. One because she basically invited her religion class on a camp out, which basically was just a handful of underage boys and this teacher taking turns with her in a tent. She's on a sex offender list now. Her son was set to be a star gymnast. Another one, a guy teacher this time, was sleeping with this girl a grade above me, while she was concurrently dating this other guy. How did they get caught? The boyfriend caught them having sex in the boyfriend's truck during class. Another one, yet another religion teacher. There's something ironic about all this, who got caught with the star basketball player. And we had just had a ceremony for her and the head basketball coach the week prior, because they were to be engaged. That basketball player odd and died a couple years later. Another big event that happened, while not a scandal, was these 2 sets of seniors played chicken with their trucks after a party with underage drinking, basically speeding straight at each other until one of them chickened out and moved off the road, and the truck that lost the game swerved off the road and hit a guardrail, causing one of the guys in the back to be ejected through the windshield and killed on impact. No seatbelt, of course. My principal at the time had the mangled, broken truck put in the front of school for a week to remind us not to drink and drive. It was brutal, but it worked. Another time, a girl I graduated with's dad got wasted one night and dove headfirst into their empty swimming pool and died. They let our entire class take the rest of the day off to go to his funeral, but I just went with my friends to play MTG cause honestly I hated that girl. My school was honestly like a bad TV show. My middle school principal was found on school surveillance having an affair with the assistant principal. They caught them because there had been recent vandalism and some theft from some of the portables. This had all happened a few years after I had left and went to high school. Turns out that a group of kids living in my neighborhood had gotten pissed off at some teacher and went to school on the weekend to trash her portable classroom. When they got there they had realized that if they spray painted bleach on the wall, that they would be prime suspects. So they staged it like a generalized vandalism and broke a bunch of sheet, spray painted some graffiti on the walls, and took some random sheet like a VCR, lol VCR, and some random sheet from her desk. The school viewed it as gang activity and looked to the videotapes for some answers. They didn't really find any, but did manage to find the principal cheating on his wife with the vice principal. The principal's daughter went to the school too. It was pretty bad. She had to transfer schools. Worst part is that the principal's wife didn't request a divorce and they stayed married. From time to time I saw random updates on FB from friends who had seen them out in public together like at a restaurant or other public place. That must have been so hard for his daughter to have to live with all of the ridicule. I know kids were pretty ruthless and said all sorts of things. This all took place in Davie, Florida at Indian Ridge Middle School. At my high school in the 90s, the girls' softball coach was having sex with several of the girls. One of them ended up pregnant. Being a white coach in a predominant Mexican area, the girl's father forced him to marry her and threatened to kill him with a shotgun. He got married when she finally turned 18, lived together, and had more kids. They are still married now. And he's still teaching / coaching at the school. Point another time, we got a new music teacher, and she was gay. Made her LGBT club, and did all sorts of stuff like that in the 90s. Back then, the gay kids would get beat up by the cholas and other assholes. After I left, I learned that she got fired for having sex with several of the girls in band and in her club. Point another time, we were leaving school, and there was this lady in a huge Econoline type of van picking up her kids. She hit the gas instead of the brakes and ran over 2 kids, a brother and a sister. I was standing at the corner where it happened. I saw the bodies bounce under the van like basketballs. It was terrible. The lady got out and started screaming. The kids were fine. We pulled them out and they stood up with some scrapes and a couple cuts on their heads. I guess the van was sorted all, but when I turned around, the lady was in the middle of the street, smashing her head on the street, yelling hysterically. The sad part is the lady suffered some permanent damage and even lost sight out of one. I guess the last one wasn't a scandal, just something terrible that I always bring up when I talk about my high school. It was my preschool, but still a school. Also, I only know this much because my dad was a cop on the case, So he's told me the story a lot. Point, it was some janky as home turned into a preschool with a super impatient lady running it who really didn't like kids. But it was a small town and there weren't really a lot of preschools, so she made bank. Pretty much every kid went there. The schedule was drop off, playtime for a bit, reading, outside time, snack, art/music, lunch, some more learning, snack, nap time until we got picked up. Point, this was like a 2.5/3 hour nap time. Way too much nap time. But somehow almost all the kids slept through the whole thing, except for me and a couple other kids. We turned into tiny demons. The troubled kids had behavior notebooks with stickers determining how we did that day and some notes. My parents kept mine, and I read it later on. I would beat kids up. I locked myself in the rumpus room garage turned playroom, and they had to take the door down. Other kids were just as bad. Parents complained because their kids were hell children when they got picked up, and someone must have gotten suspicious because the cops looked into it after a while. Point, turns out she'd been slipping Benadryl in everyone's juice at snack time and just drugging the kids to sleep for nap time so she wouldn't have to deal with them. But Benadryl sometimes affects people with ADHD different and causes aggravated behavioral issues, which is what was happening with the evil kids. TLDR. Teacher was drugging kids and making tiny Hulk wanabes. TLDR. Multiple cases of sexual assault, with one being covered up. Point, the year after I graduated, my history teacher was reported to the principal for sexually assaulting a 15-year-old student multiple times after class. It was a "you have to do this or I'll fail you" kind of situation. I never got this vibe from him, but I was so depressed and sleep deprived at the time that I probably just wasn't paying attention. I was surprised at this though, since I have been sexually assaulted and molested. The weirdest thing I saw him do was fetched almost weekly on students if they were acting up. Point, anyway, this allegation was immediately covered up by the principal. It was the best school district in my state, and in her words, she didn't want to potentially lose state funding. There was a board meeting coming up in a few months where the state delegates funding and decides on how much each school district gets. The principal wanted to push this allegation to the side until this decision was made, so it wouldn't affect their funding. According to my mom, who had just left the school, they cut the entire business department teachers to get more funding to work at another one. This principal wasn't planning at all to report and investigate it properly. Point. So word got out to authorities by the girls' parents once they realized the school wasn't doing anything about it. There's a very strict protocol a public school has to follow when something like this happens. So once they investigated and found out how long the principal put it off, both she and the teacher were arrested and served prison sentences for different reasons. The principal had a short sentence, like 30 days or something. Not sure about the teacher too. Also at the same school, this other guy who was the girls' volleyball coach was arrested about 2 years later for rapping multiple girls over the course of a year. The new principal took care of that sheet as soon as possible. I knew this guy personally, since he also worked in the business department with my mom. I forgot what he taught, business finance or something. This dude had come to my house for parties my mom threw. I'd been dragged to parties with my mom that he was at, gone out to eat with him with my mom and others, and he chaperoned the yearly school trip the business department teachers took with about 30 students. I went on that trip 8 times with my mom. He was a drummer and a seemingly nice guy. I thought he was pretty cool. I was a high school female, and I thought about the rare times I was alone with him even for a short time. God, it terrifies me. I feel so bad for those girls. He got sentenced to prison too, not sure how long. Not long enough though, like a year or something. 3. At my elementary school, a guy who went to my church, small town, was my art teacher. One day in 1st or 2nd grade, we were lined up against the wall waiting for him to open the door for us. We knocked loudly a few times and there was no response. His lights were off. We assumed nobody was in there and that we should just go in and wait for him. Some poor kid opened the door and the teacher frantically came out of a supply closet in the room. He slammed the closet door and screamed at the few first kids who made it in. Then this dude grabbed those hard plastic chairs with metal legs and threw them at the kids in the wall next to the classroom door. He screamed at them to get out and wait in the hall. We ended up sitting in the hallway for the entire class period. Our main teacher came there to get us when it was time for our next class, and I'm assuming she said something to his supervisor or principal or something. He was also arrested for molestation and sexual assault of girls ages 5 to 8. He also went to prison. There are so many, I'll give just a few top ones. 8th grade science teacher, former veteran, was selling drugs to kids in the schools and giving them free passes on his work. The kids not buying, found out and threatened to expose him. Stupid move. He had his little gaggle of customers terrorize the good kids. Some took the beatings and shut up, but a few went ahead and told. He was eventually fired and rode off into the sunset on his Harley too. A married math teacher, who was also the school's beloved girls basketball coach that had a problem keeping his hands off his female students, had an affair with a fellow teacher. They split with their spouses and got married. But he still touched us inappropriately, and school officials did nothing about it. Years later, he passed away from cancer. They honored him like he was a town hero. But there was a few of us who knew the truth and think he got what he deserved. 3. A high school history teacher that was in his 30s, married with 2 children, had an affair with a student. They kept it quiet before social media as best they could. When she graduated and turned 18, he divorced his wife, and they got married. Still married to this day. Same thing happened with our girls track coach. Married a former student and now he is the superintendent of the schools. There are more, but these were the ones that happened while I attended and had real knowledge of. We had a teacher, Mr. A, that lied for years about being an ex-champion surfer. His story was elaborate and far-fetched to say the least, especially as he was an overweight Walter White type. But he continued to bolster his story of past tournaments, large prizes he had won, and celebrities he claimed to know. Tales of a Pontiac Firebird prize and a year's supply of cola were just some of his spoils. The local supermarket even loaned a massive stack of Coca-Cola so he could pose for the newspaper to reenact a win point. Mr. A gave talks in front of the whole school about surfing and showed videos where he pointed himself out in the grainy footage and introduced us to many of his American buddies. He even claimed to know Clint Eastwood. A group of boys were so enthralled with the surfer life he described that they badgered him for weeks to organize a surf outing. A week in Cornwall was booked, and soon the date came around. That Saturday, a dozen or so excited boys piled into the school minibus. Parents waved them off, and with Mr. A at the controls the bus set off for Cornwall Point. However, not far into the journey Mr. A realized the gig was up. He had taken the lie as far as he could. What began as a bit of a fib had gotten way out of hand, but could go no further. With that in mind, Mr. A in desperation crashed the minibus into a ditch. Turned out he wasn't an ex-champion surfer after all. He was actually a lying cunt. I was Prime Minister of the student government. Canadian school. The provincial milk board was having a contest to see which school could increase their milk consumption above baseline over a 6-week period. When I spoke to the lunch ladies, 3 of 4 whom were named Betty, about preparations, I was informed that we did not actually stock the most popular milk product, the coveted 500ml chocolate milk. I asked why and the Bettys quickly buttoned up. Upon further investigation I learned that the new catering company had raised the price of 500ml milks to be equal to 2x 250ml milks, $1.10, and then claimed it was simply more efficient to carry only the smaller size. Upon further investigation I learned the reason was that large chocolate milks were often purchased as an entire meal. By discontinuing them, people would not buy 2 smalls but instead tended to buy fries and a can of pop or something else with a much higher margin. I contacted the school board and pulled the catering company's bid. They had itemized all prices in their contract. 500ml chocolate milks, 70 cents. I had the vice principal summon the catering company rep. The VP actually had me sit behind his desk to conduct the interrogation. He really seemed to get a kick out of it. The catering company was very apologetic and promised to immediately remedy this egregious oversight. Word was sent to the Bettys to immediately begin restocking large chocolate milks. I made on request of the Bettys to hold off on restocking until after the baseline for school milk was established with the milk board. So the day they started counting milk consumed above baseline, we had a big event celebrating the return of the large chocolate milks. We won the provincial milk board contest. We had one teacher who always had kids in his classroom at break or lunch. It was a good place to hang out. He was one of several teachers to have a steady flow of students outside of classes, so it really didn't seem that odd. At first, I was only with these kids at this school for 1 year, my senior year of high school. As the year wore on, there was a little light joking rumors going around about one of the students who would spend time in his classroom, only it was a little more often and consistently than any other student. We laughed it off as a typical high school rumor joke and didn't take anything too seriously. This teacher was a science teacher who was married to another teacher, English, at the same school. I graduate, move towns, move on. Come to find out, that female student who spent too much time in his classroom that all the rumors was about was seeing him secretly. She was also a senior that year, and I guess that summer it all came out. He left his wife, the English teacher, and moved to my same town with the student. They moved in together, and she began attending college locally. The two teachers got divorced, but other than that I never heard another word about it. By the way, he was at least 50, and she was a newly turned 18-year-old senior student. Technically not illegal, but whoa. When I was 7th grade, up until 8th, there were rumors of some girls in 5th and 6th selling nudes. I wasn't really popular during 7th grade, so wasn't in that crowd, but the next year I became friends with, thankfully, a nice popular kid. His friend was the one that showed me the thing, and bro, what the fuck, apparently this was towards a senior. I'm like, bro, point, the next few are kinda sad ones. There was this secret nudes ring related to Carrot, that one. So even if they weren't selling and was sending to their significant others, it'll get to them. Around 3 or more people were expelled due to these leaks, and I feel fake and bad, since one of them was my friend's sister, who I know was probably sending that to her boyfriend. Point last one relating to nudes and all that. There was someone I think who sent nudes to their significant other and was leaked as well and was kicked out. They were going to move into our school. The nudes in questions came to the school faster than she did, so when she actually got in the school, she suffered so much bullying, referencing the video in front of her face. Good thing, the next few months barely anyone did that, and she didn't get expelled the year she transferred in. Point last story, I transferred out during this one, so I'm not sure on the exact details. Apparently there was this 8th grader, or higher, that was constantly bullied and was ignored by the school. He decided to jump off the 3rd floor to end it all, but survived, but got paralyzed waist down. He ended up making a list of his bullies and those bullies getting expelled. I caused a scandal in my high school by revealing my relation with my boyfriend at the time. We were tired of trying so hard to hide our thing, so one day I decided to kiss him in the middle of a crowded hallway. Point that made a hell of a mess. I don't know if it's the worst, but I have never heard of a situation like this in the history of the school, and nothing scandalous happened since. It was 10 years ago. Point at first, most students were just surprised and curious, so for a while I was sure I did the right thing. We were the main topic of conversation for days. But then came the threats and the violence. A group of students had formed to intimidate and threaten us. It was the only time that I was really afraid for my life. They really wanted us in body bags, but that's not what struck me the most in this whole story. Kids are kids. Half of the teachers aggressively denied us. Most of them tried to prevent us from showing any kind of affection between classes, when there could be a dozen heterosexual couples kissing around us, tongues in each other's throats. Others went so far as to talk about us in class, to discourage anyone from doing the same, and promote hatred towards us. That was brutal. Point unfortunately, the lack of concrete evidence prevented the school to take action. Nonetheless, they were on our side, so the school management team issued a memo to calm things down and invite staff and students to put things into perspective. Point it didn't really help. At this point, parents were calling directly, accusing the school of wanting to make all the students gays. Several asked for the involvement of the town hall, and it became a small political crisis. In fact, it was the first time that a homosexual couple has appeared in public in the history of the town. Unintentionally, me and my boyfriend encouraged other gay couples to assert themselves, and it was when 2 other students decided to also publicly demonstrate their love a month later that the crisis kinda ended. Point TLDR, Openly gay couple created heavy discomfort in limited minds of staff and students at school. The first is the worst, but adding them all up is interesting. 7th grade math teacher chaperoned annual 6th grade overnight trip to local campground. Eventually went to jail for exposing himself to two girls and asking them to do things ranging from making out to oral sex before and during the trip. Other 7th grade math teacher was suspended for being a bit too handsy with girls and potentially looking down shirts and up skirts. He was suspended for a long time, then quit. Both these men taught 7th grade math my year. The second story happened while I was there, the other not until 15 years later. My 7th grade science teacher, 7 years later, was caught with half a bottle of either vodka or tequila in her desk. Fired 8th grade social studies teacher, man, sent suggestive texts to a student and wrestler on his team, and when that kid had parent divorce troubles, slept over in his room to comfort him. He got fired. High school chemistry teacher and state championship winning baseball coach sent suggestive texts to the student athletic trainer who was also his chemistry student and who was also the daughter of the head of maintenance, only relevant because her parents knew everyone at school. Then he asked her to join he and his wife in a threesome over text, and when she didn't answer he said he'd ask again after class. Fired. Reverse scandal. My class was the first in many years to not have a pregnant sophomore. Had 2 pregnant seniors at graduation though. I can finally tell this story. So it happened back in high school. Can't remember which grade. Let's say 9th. Now keep in mind, I'm gay and by 9th grade I was aware of this and knew I needed to be closeted. My country is the opposite of progressive. One day I heard a good friend of mine that I'd known for about 2+ years of high school so far was chased around in the town by a literal mob on suspicion of gay stuff. It was in the newspapers the next day. We also had a special gathering of the entire student body. This was usually done maybe once or twice a week anyway, but this time it was in the auditorium where official stuff is held. Note that usually the gatherings are on one of the school's fields, military parade style. At this special gathering the principal clearly and explicitly condemned homosexual behavior and spoke at length of the pride of the school. The school was a famous all-male school, one of the top high schools in the country with a long and annoying celebrated history. Needless to say, I was horrified. My friend came back to school with the stigma and all. Nothing much happened to him as per his safety, but there were states and whispers, and it was all, naturally, very unpleasant. But I could never quite bring myself to be comfortable around him considering the risk, since I was still closeted at the time. I also hated myself after for being a coward. Dude was my friend. I'm pretty sure I need therapy, but hey, that's what Reddit's for. #POORMANSTHERAPY. I've got 3. Elementary school 5th grade. Counselor arrested for amassing over 1 TB of child porn, including random non-pornographic videos of children at the school. Luckily was not a victim, and it seems there were no pornographic images relating to any of the children in the school. We dodged a bullet. Guy went by Mr. Cool, still gives me the creeps. High school sophomore year, one of the most well-known families in my area, has a father who is a teacher, and a daughter who is a student both at my school. One day, daughter sneaks off with another teacher and they are found getting their freak on in the auditorium. Few years later, it's found out the father was sleeping with a student. Wild family holidays after that. I'm sure. High school junior year, there was a kid who acted notoriously thug-like. I'm talking a walk with like a 45-degree lean. All black baggy clothes and beanie at all times. Carried brass knuckles and had to show them to everyone. You get the picture. Rumors started that he was beating up his girlfriend, but no one had seen anything. One day on the study hall bus I was listening to some music when I heard a bunch of muffled yelling and cussing. Took off my earbuds, turned around and saw this fool hooping his girl with his belt and not the leather end. It took like 4 dudes to get this guy off her. He gets expelled, charged, heads to juvie for a year. Fast forward to senior year, there is a gang involved shooting at the reform school in town. Apparently one of the students was in a rival gang of another student and decided to equalize their issues during class. Turns out it was homie from junior year. Dude ended up losing it and serving a ton of time. All this in a medium-sized northwestern town. A senior year football player had NFL drafters fighting over him. Many were even willing to wait until he went to college and finished so long as he didn't get seriously injured and maintained at least a C average. Said football player decided to casually see/date a freshman. She ended up pregnant soon after and let it slip to one of her friends that she did it on purpose because she thought that he'd still get his full ride to college in the NFL and that she'd be his supportive housewife. Her friend told everyone, and the freshman soon had nearly a whole school turn against her for ruining the chance for someone to leave the area without enlisting in the military. Everyone also was beyond mad at him for being so stupid to begin with. Last I saw of him was before graduation at a house party. People had just started arriving, and he was already puking in some bushes. He let everyone know that he had lost all the scholarships and recruitments. His parents had kicked him out a few days before the party, and the girl's parents were trying to bring charges against him. He was currently staying with the party host, and the party host complained most of the night that all the football player did was drink to the point of passing out all day and night. He ended up becoming the town drunk until he was about 25 or so, and then went to work on an oil rig. Happened my senior year, when they brought in a long-term substitute for business math who was only probably like 5 years older than some of the students. He was kind of nerdy, but seemed relatively nice. One day another student invited him to a party at another student's house, and he actually showed up, which no one expected. Cops show up and find the teacher in the car trying to leave with a female student. Ends up getting arrested for a laundry list of things like DUI and endangering. Shows up on Monday morning acting like everything was normal and gets escorted off campus by the school's resource officers. School administrators freak out and go on the warpath to try to get camera phone pictures from the party to see if they could figure out how serious things got there, as there were obviously 18-year students drinking with minors. At one point they started to threaten to cancel things like our final trip. Parents of students that weren't involved lost their goddamn minds and tried to get the principal fired. Teachers were pissed because they couldn't get anything done since all the kids were worked up and distracted. School administrators ended up backing down after a bunch of kids came forward to say who was there and they could figure out ages. Some fist fights broke out due to people snitching. Best part of all this silly shit was that the substitute tried to come back for graduation and was immediately escorted off the property again. Our valedictorian slept with older guys who'd graduated and gone on to Ivies in exchange for them to give her old tests, etc. She was loud and proud about it. Personally, I witnessed her proposition a guy in our grade, the most innocent, nonetheless, in exchange for him letting her cheat off him on the SAT, and he turned her down. This was particularly a big deal, as it's the long-standing flagship high school in a major American city. So, the closer we got to graduation, the more my peers talked about it. The teachers caught wind of it, naturally. They ended up taking a public vote in my grade of who deserved to be valedictorian, and use that as a workaround over GPA to name our salutatorian the top dog. Original valedictorian was totally snubbed from the graduation program to the yearbook and beyond. People in our grade even plotted to submit anonymous whistleblower letters to the Ivy she was going to for undergrad. No idea whether that bit actually happened. It was humorous at the time to a bunch of high schoolers, but the underlying story was sad. Her parents were Chinese immigrants who gave up everything so their kids could succeed in America. Her older brother was valedictorian a few years prior, so her parents expected the same of her. Her father in particular was exceptionally militant. I can only imagine what was said behind closed doors that drove her to such desperation. She's at an Ivy League's medicine school now. Hope she's doing better. The first school where I taught had a teacher who started a relationship with a student. It got very serious, up to the point that he began meeting her outside her house to hook up in his car. She finally went to go talk to my best friend, a person she very much trusted, because she had begun to realize how wrong it was. I mean, this guy was married with children, and he had just wanted a relationship with a teenager. So my friend immediately contacted admin guidance and took the girl down to the student resource officers so she could tell them what she had already told my friend. It was very difficult for her, so my friend stayed with her and helped her get through explaining the entire ordeal. It was incredibly hard for her because she was embarrassed and she felt guilty because she thought it was her fault and that she was getting a man she had strong feelings for in trouble. After all of this happened, another teacher came down to my classroom, a person who was a constant gossip and thrived on finding out anything, true or not, and spreading it around the school. This teacher said to me, "Did you hear about the student?" My friend had told me about the teacher, but hadn't told me the name of the student to protect her privacy. When I heard the name I winced. This other teacher had heard from the SRO the name of the girl and immediately began telling every person she could find, and now it was my turn. I feigned ignorance, and then this person said, well, apparently she was having sex with pedophile teacher, and my friend knew about it. I nearly lost my sheet, but controlled myself enough to say, "You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Please get out." Then, girl's life was ruined more by that jerk of a teacher than the pedophile teacher. The entire school was talking about it by the time she came back. The pedophile got fired, but bought a lawyer, and was never charged. The big mouth teacher never got reprimanded for spreading the name of the girl around the school. Everything about this situation was terrible. TLDR, a student had a relationship with a teacher, confessed, got outed by another teacher for the relationship, and had her life ruined. The pedophile was never charged, and the one who outed her was never reprimanded. For one, Abe gangster kids from my high school decided to rob another kid for like a half ounce of weed. One of them had taken their father's pistol and as a group caught and set up the sale. When dude showed up with the weed, they tried to take it from him, and not surprisingly he fought back, and one of the four ended up shooting him in the head, killing him, and they all ran away. Only one ended up serving time, only 7 years for that, but has since been back and forth behind bars, and from what I hear he wasn't the one who actually shot him, but the other 3 had gotten caught and cast blame on him cause he was the new guy in their friend group. I had only known one of the guys since like 6th grade. He always said he was part of whatever gang he thought was cool or that his favorite music artist was. When I met him, he claimed he was in the Crip gang. In 7th grade he tried claiming he was a Blood. 8th grade he claimed Folk Nation. Nobody called him out on it till high school, when he claimed he was a Hidden Valley King in front of someone that was actually in the Kings, and got checked on his knowledge, gang history, how he got initiated, set name, the name of his OG, what street he was from, ECT, and ended up getting his ass beat in the bus lot after school when he couldn't answer anything correctly. Buckle up. I went to many schools, so there are a lot of scandals. The biggest scandal happened during lockdown. In India, Catholic schools had a majority Hindu population. So though all the prayers that happened were Christian, all of us were Hindus. In one of the Catholic school I attended, the best school have ever been to so far, there was a Bible group that will come for a weekly session once a year. All of us loved them as they used to tell stories, cancel classes and have awesome programs, and that entire week would be super fun filled. I'm not in that school for 4 years. Recently during lockdown, we came to know the main person and his accomplices were sexual predator BDOS. We used to idolize him, and many even got his autographs. They had been visiting many schools and all of them were all girls' schools. I realized it, as even though in my new school there were many new students coming from Catholic schools, only girls who had been to all girls school had seen them and not others. But however, no one defended them. In fact, our school contributed a lot to the case even when no one from our school was harassed. Almost all the school children from our city talked about them for weeks and everyone offered to help, even though no one from our city was assaulted. Everyone checked upon their Catholic school friends to make sure they were safe. All the major schools, even schools they did not visit, took the case to the court and pressured the judges in all good possible forms to convict him. He is currently rotting in jail. His name was Sam Jasonder. Search Chennai preacher Sam sexual assault case. This group was spread over 10 cities in my next school, somehow for 2 continuous years. One student in 11th grade died due to accidents or diseases, almost like a curse. When I was in 10th however, no one died that year. But when I went to another school in 11th I came to know a student who studied in that school in 10th, and came to my current school in 11th died of an accident. and when I was in 11th, a new student who went to that school died along with her family, except her sister in a fatal car crash. I never knew her, but it kind of gives me the spooks. Thankfully I'm in 12th now, and no student in that school in 11th died, yet. It was silly to say during the first 2 years, and many students in that school don't know about the third death. But now 4 deaths later, I'm super spooked. Also in the same school, one of the chemistry teachers used to make my friend do all the name collecting work, or any work that involved talking to boys. She came from another girls' school and hence was afraid of talking to boys as she was a bit shy. All of us thought he was doing this to build her confidence. One day, after both of us came to a different school, I created a fake account. My mom does not allow social media, and gave friend requests to all of my teachers and friends. My friends knew that it was my account, but my teachers did not. So he accepted my request, and that was when I saw various Islamophobic content he posted. My friend I was saying was a Muslim, and he clearly wanted to make her feel uncomfortable and not build confidence. He was also promoting conversion of Muslim girls to Hindu by marriage, and that would explain why he made her to talk to boys, while another girl who was equally shy but Hindu was not. Religious biasing by teachers was very rare, so this was a shock to both of us. The same chemistry teacher was once caught watching porn in the computer lab by our maths teacher, on camera. He however reasoned by saying it popped up while he was trying to torrent a Photoshop application. All of our computers had Photoshop installed, and it was useless. Some say he purposefully took a medical leave after that for sympathy, so that he would not be suspended. That's all folks. There were more scandals, but I don't have the time or energy to type it out. Are we talking about high school? Changing my response here. Originally I answered that there was a shooting, but I had already graduated at the time of the shooting. This was Stoneman Douglas H.S. Acker, the Parkland shooting. I suppose the biggest scandal would involve me, because this particular scandal affected me most. And yeah, it's a pretty lame scandal. There were 2 parking lots at my high school, one for seniors, and the one for the juniors, or anyone who could drive who wasn't a senior. The non-senior parking lot is located at a park near the school, so you had to park and walk about a quarter of a mile to school. In an attempt to bypass the menial walk, I had some student who was a freshman create a fake decal that sticks to the inside of your windshield. Said decal is what you use to get access to the senior parking lot. The very first time I used it, I was caught by the security guard who guards the senior parking lot. The counterfeit was terrible lol. I was called to the principal's office and had to confess to everything. However, to this day I feel super guilty about naming the kid who put together the fake decal. He was called to the office shortly after I confessed, and he ended up getting in trouble as well, and I remember him crying in the principal's office. I feel shame for ratting him out. I didn't have to, but I did anyways. If I ever find him, I'll apologize. I did a lot of stupid shit in school. Plenty of stories. In elementary school we had an assembly one day. A Cuban music band played for the entire school throughout the day. When my class was scheduled for the assembly, we went down to the cafeteria, where the stage was, and all the tables were moved, so the students could watch and listen. When the band was introduced, there was a man playing the bongos. He has a mustache, dark black hair and a red cap on that was very similar to something you'd see on Super Mario. The resemblance was uncanny, so me being the little sheath I was, I shouted, very loudly, it's Super Mario. Instead of getting the laughs I thought I would, the entire room filled with hundreds of students went absolutely silent. The principal was there, and she singled me out. She forced me to come on stage and apologize to the band and everyone in the cafeteria. I was then sent to the office and written up. My parents weren't very happy. I don't think it's the worst, or could be even consider a scandal, but the story spread through all the second and third year class. I don't know if it reached the first year students though. I don't know anyone from that year. There was apparently a student who aborted or had a miscarriage. It varies depending on the source. In the top floor restroom, a student from another class came into our room and talked to the teacher on the door. The teacher then told us not to leave the room before going out herself. Of course, student began speculating on what had happening because you can sense that something was going on. Students were forbidden from going out of their respective classrooms, and if you were to go to the restroom, you have to talk to any of the teachers on the hallway and explain. Female students were especially instructed to only use the restroom in the first floor. Some female classmates of mine went out to gossip on the pretext of using the restroom and come back and tell the rest of us what information they were able to gather. A female student from one of the second year class apparently went into the restroom, and when they entered a cubicle there was apparently a fetus in the toilet bowl. And the last person to come out of the restroom was one of the third year students. She then told one of the teachers, and another student was then instructed to tell our teacher at that time, because she was the advisor of the suspected previously pregnant student. There's a lot of gossiping and speculating during this moment, and you can see that the teachers were unhinged and anxiously standing in the hallway in front of each classroom doors. One teacher went in the restroom to see and confirm the situation. The suspected student was then questioned about what she did in the restroom. She of course was baffled at what was happening because she didn't know anything. It turns out she was just having a heavy flow menstruation, and the teacher who went to the restroom also confirmed that it wasn't a faking fetus, but a lump of blood. Just a lump of blood. This came up on Reddit a while back, but happy to repeat the story because it was epic. I will try and keep it short. All boys school in the north of the UK. 1200-ish total kids across all ages, 11 to 18. Back in late 2000s. There was a female teacher, religious studies, who was in her late 30s. She was arguably the hottest teacher in the school. That wasn't saying a whole lot, but in an all-boys school, it's a hormone pit of adolescence. She totally knew it, would wear tight pencil skirts and low-cut blouses, act somewhat provocative. I'm sure you can imagine all the playground talk about her from a bunch of teenage boys. Anyway, here are some interesting background points on her. 1. Was a religious studies teacher. 2. Her father was a minister/priest, not sure what exactly, but very religious. He came into the school to present here and there. FYI, this wasn't a religious school. Her husband worked at the girls' school down the road, and I believe he was also a religious studies teacher. Could have remembered that wrong. You remember where I said she was mid to late 30s? She had 3 kids. First one at 17, because her eldest daughter was around 17/8 while she taught at school. She attended a local girls' school. There was a middle daughter I don't know much about, and then there was a boy who was 11, and in the first year of the school she was teaching. This is where it gets faking crazy. Some kid in the 6th form, 17, ended up dating the eldest daughter of the teacher, right? Apparently she wasn't that hot, and neither was he. He was a bit of a dweeb from what I remembered. But guess that's already high school kid stuff of legend. Banging the hot teacher's daughter. Fair play. I don't know the exact details of how it came out. If people want to ask me the rumors I heard, I'll happily share. But I don't know how much is true. But the 17-year-old kid ended up banging the mom, aka the teacher at our school. He banged the daughter, and then the mom, who was the MILF teacher at his school. News got out fast. Memory is a bit hazy, but she was asked to leave the school. He was of age. It was consensual. She was a teacher at the school, but I don't believe she taught him so. So not bad, just bad. He got asked to leave, but did his A-levels, so they wouldn't screw him over. The youngest kid was at our damn school, and everyone knew what happened. They basically said something along the lines that if anyone said anything to the media or spread things or discussed it, they would bring the school into disrepute and would be asked to leave the school too. Last we heard, the husband left her, you'd think. And the guy from school and the teacher moved down to London and lived together for a number of years. Not sure how that ended. Deliberately vague story, but I know alumni of the school read it and will recognize this instantly. TLDR. Kid from high school dated a teacher's daughter and then ended up banging the teacher and running off with her and breaking up a marriage with 3 kids. I have 3 from small town North Carolina. In middle school, a teacher named Mr. Johnson ended up having a relationship with a little 8th grade dude. Keep in mind, his wife, who was also a teacher, was smoking hot. I realized I loved women in 5th grade because of her. Well, he ended up getting caught having a relationship with a child because my cousin found a diary of the little dude's sexual interactions on the floor next to his locker. My cousin started reading it to his friends as a mean middle school joke, and it ended up becoming very detailed point, so he turned it into the police. I think the teacher is still in prison. Point next was a teacher who was the absolute worst kind of Christian. He was a pastor/teacher and would ramrod God's cork down your throat during every single conversation he had with literally anyone. Other teachers and staff included with the children. He ended up stealing $30,000 from the church he attended. The worst part is that the church didn't press charges. They forgave him and let him back into the church. He did end up moving away and working at another school 100 of miles away. Point last were my neighbors who were a nice but super Christian family. The father was a good guy but very religious. He tried to seem cool to the kids, blasting pod and what have you. He built an indoor scatter park at the church. Generally a great guy with really cool children as well. On the 16th birthday of their daughter, the mother decides to have a rager for her, alcohol and all. She gets so hammered she ends up banging one of the 16-year-old kids that attended the party. This obviously made its rounds around school and town, because there were other kids at that party ready to gossip about the smallest thing. The entire family was destroyed and moved away. This all happened during my middle and high school years. Moral of these stories: Christians are always the biggest hypocrites in small towns. I've got 3. My 4th grade music teacher decided that she didn't want to work that day, but she was out of vacation/sick days. So, she decided to write a bomb threat and stick it inside the girls' restroom. She was found out rather quickly. Junior high, 2 girls had been fighting all year and were told that if they were even in the same room, they'd both be expelled. Well, one girl decided to join the Silver Hammer Society and nearly beat the other girl to death. They were both 14. Second one was high school. A kid I knew of his existence, not personally, who was one of those band tee, rolled up skinny Jane Vans wearing long-haired class clowns, decided to pull a prank. As our class was leaving lunch, the loudspeakers were on full blast demanding an emergency evacuation. All 2,500 kids in grades 10 to 12, as well as about 200 faculty and staff, were bused to the middle school at like noon. Bomb threats were normal, hence the first story. But we got word through social media that there was an actual bomb found in the cafeteria. Being the largest school in Section 3 in New York, nearly the entire town shut down, so parents could come and pick up their kids. Turns out, the kid I mentioned earlier had wrapped an empty milk carton with tin foil from his chicken patty and sharpied the word bomb on it, then threw it under one of the caf tables. He's still in jail. My high school had a fight break out that quickly grew into a riot as per news articles, because 20+ people joined in. Not a scandal, but my most interesting memory of high school. Band teacher forced to resign for grooming a student. None of the band kids believed he had bad intentions, but I personally don't believe texting a 15-year-old girl hundreds of times a day, including during the school day and at night when she should be asleep, is as innocent as they do. They argue him telling her he'd like to spank her was meant in a parental way, because he worried she didn't have enough of a father figure in her life. Luckily the mom caught it before it went too far, but that gave him plausible deniability. Band students egged the girl's house and sent her death threats. He went on local conservative talk radio and accidentally leaked her name. Still have some very progressive acquaintances who I can't talk to about this because it flips a switch in their brain that turns on the victim blaming. One of my best friends from middle school, our relationship fell off in HS, brought a gun to school, and was caught and arrested our senior year. Luckily he had no plans to use it, but was selling it on campus. Lol. At 17. A recently graduated student was shot and killed over some weed. My senior year everyone was devastated. We were even more devastated when, days later, 4 of our classmates were arrested for conspiracy to murder, or S/T. One of them just got out this year. When I knew him, he was a really good kid who was considered competition to be our class's valedictorian in 10th grade. We were all shocked. He posted so many pictures from prison. He must have had a phone in there. My grade was notorious for making teachers quit. We cycled through 3 Algebra 1 teachers one year, and when the same class got to Algebra 2, that teacher only lasted 2 weeks. Luckily I skipped that class. They rehired a math teacher who had worked there previously who was fired for failing his teaching certification. He was rehired when he promised he would really pass it. This time failed again. I taught myself algebra 2 over the summer with just a textbook to guide me, skipped that class, took the state final exam with their group a year later, and still got the highest score out of everyone. Yikes, my school was not known for its education. Warning, very NSFW, oh boy. Here we go. Haven't let this out of my chest since the 8th grade, 10 years ago, and for good reason. Geography projected a friend's house, 3 people, 2 guys, 1 being me, 1 girl. We were like iCarly, sort of. Super close friends. 3 of us. Saturday afternoon, 3 p.m. at the girl's house. Nobody home. 4 p.m. Blackout. Electricity was down. No internet. No lights. No nothing. Sun was still out and bright though, since we were in Asia. Talked and got bored till about 4:15 p.m. My guy friend, let's call him Frank, gets a little idea. Bear in mind, being a male and 13 years old. Hoo boy. A slight side boob from Katy Perry would get us hyperventilating and looking for a bathroom. Point is, boys at that age equals always horny. Point. Sly guy Frank started to dabble the conversation by suddenly telling my friend, let's name her Cassie, how curious he was on what a vagina looked like, since he was only familiar on porn plus internet, nothing in real life. Just for context, Cassie herself was a naughty girl with some history plus experience herself, which is probably why Frank tried the conversation. Point in a hoe. At this point the conversation builds up to Frank asking whether he can see Cassie's V close up. I'll Cassie being open to the idea, but still on the edge. Me sitting in silence, nervous, rock hard after some slight back and forths. Tada. Frank won, and Cassie opened her pants. Wow. I thought. What the fuck is happening? Frank and I crawled like 2 cats on all fours looking up to see what it looked like. Poking it, with permission of course, and seeing what it was like. Revelating. Point. Not long after, Frank and I heard the words that would forever change our lives. If you get to see mine, then I get to see yours too. Point. Pulled down both of ours. And boom. 2 rock hard 13-year-old benizes dangling in front of her face. What the fuck? I thought. Felt like I was Pete in a awesome sheet. Long story short, don't wanna get into the details, but stuff of the slurpy nature happened and nothing more. 5:45 p.m. we hear her grandma coming in the house from upstairs. Cleaned everything up, and it was time to dip. Goodbye geography. Made a 3-way. Hehe. Promised that we would keep this between ourselves and not tell anybody. Point. And of course, that did not happen at all. Point. Frank told his older brother, who also went to our school. Point. Cassie told her ex-boyfriend. I don't know why. I told my best friend, which told his girlfriend, which told everyone. The next day was a Monday. School day. Before you know it, by lunchtime, the whole school was looking at us funny whenever we passed by. Knew something was off. Point. Bells rang. 2 p.m. School finished. I go on next door to homeroom and see Frank beating up this dude in my grade at the time. This dude's making rumors about US and Cassie or fuck. Gotta join in to keep his mouth shut. Right. Wrong. Oh. So. Very. Very. Wrong. Point. Homeroom teacher came in the midst of the fight. Called up to principal's office. 3 of us. Frank and I played victim. Rumor spreading dude got the axe. Story finished. For now. 2 days after, principal keeps hearing the same rumor of 2 dumb geography prepubescent dudes getting head from some girl at some house. He was getting sick of it. Point. Interviewed every person in our school till it reached my friend's girlfriend, then to my friend, and back to me. Yup. I got the axe. Got found out. Frank and Cassie too. Expelled. Parents called up, and the story of middle school. Point. Got rung into something I didn't even plan on. Sometimes joining in for the ride just ain't worth it, guys. Man, I have been waiting to tell this story. A couple years back, I was in middle school. I was scrolling through Snapchat during science class because I was done with all my work, and I saw on a friend's story of a pedophile within our general area. Here's what happened. When this guy was in his freshman year, he was at a family gathering. Apparently his little 5-year-old cousin was taking a nap, and he molested her, and even raped her while she slept, and someone found out, because they looked on a sex offender registry. Nobody found out until almost 2 years after it happened, which was around the time I entered into high school. It was huge news for our little crappy high school. As soon as news spread around, this dude constantly was getting bullied, for good reason tbh. He was constantly harassed and beat up, and each time he was beat up, even when he struck first, the principals always defended his actions. I remember him and one of my friends got into an argument about something, can't remember what it was about, but it ended with my friend and I getting 7-day out of school suspensions. In the principal's office, they told us we shouldn't pick on him because there was a chance he could be a potential school shooter. He told us, two dudes who lived off of nicotine and Monster drinks, that he had sketches in his notebook of him shooting certain people from school. That's about the best story I got, and after my freshman year, I never saw the dude again. Edit. Also, for anyone wanting to know, here he is. History teacher was sleeping with one of the girls in my class. He got caught by the Spanish teacher, who was also his wife. There was an undercover agent, January/February 2000, at our school as a part of a drug bust scheme. Agent asked a student they had befriended for a ride to a party. Student was not going to the party, but agreed to drive them, since it was near where they lived. Student got busted for being at the party, in their car, trying to leave. Then the following week at the school, sounded a gunman lockdown, and had us all terrified and barricaded in our classrooms for 3 hours, while they brought in drug sniffing dogs, to raid all the lockers. School had a random drug testing policy for athletes. If you were caught at a party, or with drugs/alcohol in your system, you were off whatever sport you played until the next season. State champion, rich and well connected, athlete was caught at several parties. School first refused to kick him off the team, because glory when several less privileged athletes at the same party were suspended from their sport. My mom represented their case against the school. Rich athlete was removed from the team and transferred to another school by direction of the athletic director for 6 weeks, and then returned to our school as a new student. Now eligible to compete thanks to a loophole the athletic director helped write into the policy. First started with my high school teacher. I go to a small private school, so she taught the entirety of high school. She started out as a pretty good teacher and seemed like a relatively chill person, but as we got later into the year she started slacking a bit. Wouldn't really teach the lessons anymore, would be texting someone on her phone most of the time while we were doing our work, etc. Our system is entirely internet based to where we can do the work ourselves, but it's her job to make the lessons more clear and sheet. We'd always joke with her and ask if she was texting her boyfriend every time she'd get on her phone, and she'd just laugh and ask us how we knew, jokingly of course. Randomly in the middle of the week, we came in to see that she was gone. The school said that she had quit the previous day after everyone left for no reason. Came out that she was actually cheating on her husband, our coach, with some Satanist dude from Illinois. And she had run off to go live with him in his trailer there, leaving behind her 3 children from ages 13 to 4. I'll also add that, whenever we'd get pissy, that she was always on her phone. When we weren't allowed to be on ours, she'd tell that she was talking to one of her suicidal friends, and that they were trying to kill themselves. She also had a weird relationship with a lot of the students in the class, me included. She apparently gave some of the high school students her personal number and would just text them like they were a friend from college. She even still follows me on Instagram. Lol, a whole other thing happened with her husband, but I don't feel like adding that story cause it's long and confusing. Mayo. Okay, this is a good one, so here we go. I went to a boarding school for my last year of high school, and to say it was shitstorm would be an understatement. There were a lot of rules that we had to follow that were there to ensure that we all had a good education. We were not allowed to have any relationships with any of our peers. We weren't even allowed to be with them during any of our vacations. That's how strict the rule was. Well, 4 people in the school didn't get the memo though, so that is what I'm here. We would always have these weekly circles to talk about our feelings so there wouldn't be so many problems in the house. Well, during one of these circles it came out that one of the staff members was sleeping with one of the students. The student got kicked out, and the staff member was fired from his job. The second scandal was with my roommate. She and another classmate were hooking up in and out of the class for a long time. It all came to an end when she got jealous of his ex-girlfriend and decided to pick a fight with her because she thought the ex was trying to get back together with him. Everyone, but I was shocked to hear about this when she confessed to all of us that she was leaving after all of the drama she had stirred. I tried to tell her not to send the text, but she didn't listen. After she did what she did, she told me I was right to tell her that it was a bad idea. She and I are still friends to this day. She had a beautiful baby daughter with her ex-boyfriend. I went to a Catholic grade school, Street Cecilia in San Francisco, in the early 70s to the late 70s. As you can imagine, some priests rapped some boys. I was an altar boy, but I wasn't attractive enough, or I had already checked out on the curriculum enough for them to know that I wasn't the slight passive type of boy that interested them. We had a creepy Monsignor Collins who bought a new Cadillac every year, and it was always stocked with jelly beans. He wasn't the guy they caught, but back then, everyone wasn't expecting anything. The priest they caught was someone I didn't know very well. I quit the altar boy thing a little after I quit the religion for other reasons. I had a teacher ask the class, what is a sin you can commit with your mouth? I knew the answer she was looking for. Say or eat something you're not supposed to. Stupid answer that didn't deserve an answer, so I'll let it go. What is a sin you can commit with your eyes? I knew the answer she was looking for. Look at or see something you're not supposed to. You can look at something you aren't supposed to, but some things you can't help but see, so no sin in that. What is a sin you can commit with your ears? I knew the answer she was looking for. Hear something you're not supposed to. Can't control what you hear, although you could actively listen to things that aren't appropriate. Fair. What is a sin you can commit with your nose? I knew the answer she was looking for. Smell something you're not supposed to. I didn't know anything about drugs, so I couldn't address that. But, how can you avoid smelling something? How would the involuntary act of breathing be a sin? Under what circumstance would an authority figure ever command this act? Bullshit question. I did however have an answer, and it was right up my alley. You can blow your nose on somebody. The class laughed, and the nun was enraged. Fine. The answer was right though. Blowing your nose on someone is, and should be a sin. Far more than accidentally seeing or smelling something. But of course the nun had to save face and chastise me at the same time, so she proclaimed that, no, blowing your nose on someone is absolutely not a sin. Welding, but it is a sin if you believe in that stuff, and it is a crime, and it is an act of aggression. That part isn't the scandal, the rapping of young boys is. I just wanted to get that off my chest after all these years. I have a few stories. Freshman year of high school, my friend started dating the new guy. It was a small school, only about 30 kids per grade, and most of them had grown up together. The principal's daughter had a huge crush on the new guy and was livid when he turned her down. That was on a Friday. Monday morning our parents all received phone calls saying there had been a bomb threat and school was closed. The police came in and swept the school and found nothing. We were all allowed to go back to school. The next week the police came back and interviewed me and a bunch of my friends. Then they arrested the new kid and said they had proof that he had called in the threats. He went to juvenile hall, even though he told everyone he was innocent. A few weeks later the principal's daughter came to school drunk, snuck into the office, and got on the intercom, and told the entire school she had made it all up. She called the threat in herself, and then she and her BFF told the police they had heard the new kid say he was going to blow up the school. But wait, there's more. So the principal was friends with the police chief, so they did absolutely nothing. My friend did his time for something he didn't do. However, while he was in juvenile hall, he and his mom became devout Catholics. When he got out, nuns insisted all his friends come to a get-together so they could make sure we weren't bad influences. We all had to sit in a tiny kitchen and reassure them we weren't bad kids. Somehow the nuns decided we were a cult, and for the rest of the school year our classmates called us those kids in a cult who tried to blow up the school. My mom was pissed, so we moved. At the new school there wasn't a dress code, so kids came to school in bikinis and see-through tops, so they enacted a dress code. The next year the valedictorian was caught having a threesome with a janitor and another student. They were caught because the janitor decided to record it and then lost his phone. A teacher found it and reported it. The janitor was fired, and the valedictorian was sent to a school for problem kids. The other student became a drug addict and overdosed a few years later. Next, a man broke into a neighborhood house through the skylight. No idea why. My classmate's dad got a shotgun and shot him in the leg. The guy later sued and won against my classmate's dad for literally everything they had. They were homeless by the end of the school year and had to move to another state to live with the grandparents. Last one, a junior girl, was incredibly sweet and naive. She met an older man on the internet. He convinced her to run away with him and get married. The police found them on their honeymoon. What she didn't know was he had sold her and was waiting for the sex trafficking ring to come grab her. The police rescued her, but she was so traumatized she had to be sent to live in a hospital. One of our high school English teachers, who was also the girls' track coach, was caught dating the school's star basketball player. She was in her early/mid-20s, still relatively fresh out of college, and he was 19 going on 20 as a high school senior. This was back in the mid-90s, so cell phones weren't a thing. They got caught coming out of a movie theater kissing and holding hands, and a bunch of girls from the school got photos of it on a disposal camera. The year before that, the boys' tennis coach, who also taught in the school, was arrested in the middle of the school day for sexual assault of a female student. He was in his late 20s/early 30s, and she was around 15 over 16. Then the story started changing, that they had been dating on the sly for a while, and that she was only making the assault claims because he wanted to break off the relationship. He was a fairly popular teacher with the yuppie segment of the student body, so one day all the boys on the tennis team and a bunch of their girlfriends showed up to school with homemade shirts saying "Free Mr. Jones," not his real name, but I don't remember it now. There was a huge deal. Kids got threatened with suspension. Parents showed up screaming at the school administrators and each other, depending on whose side they were on regarding the girl's innocence. Mass pandemonium. This will be a somewhat long tale, as it will involve what happened to me and what happened afterward that brought the whole affair to an end, but not before tragedy struck. If you won't want a long read, I understand. Point: growing up I had autism. Unfortunately, at the time everyone was diagnosed with ADHD, so I wasn't given a proper diagnosis till middle school. That didn't stop me from earning good grades. In my state each year we have to take a state-sponsored test. If you get good grades on this test, our state gives you money for college. Point: at the end of middle school, one of my teachers took me aside and told me this. Look, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but on each of your state tests, you have earned an A. All you have to do is just pass the rest of them, and you will get your scholarship. This school had a good special education program, at least in middle school it did. Point: in high school, I moved to another district, so I couldn't attend my old school's high school. They simply weren't open at the time, but thankfully for now they are, so it isn't a problem for students. This new school, which I will only not mention as to not dox myself, was a shithole. They did not like special education students and intentionally had teachers provoke them into acting out so they could kick them out. Point: other teachers would go about intentionally sabotaging your education. In English class, I was only permitted to ask 3 questions per class. These weren't stupid questions, and many of the other students were glad I asked them, as they didn't want to. Multiple times I was chewed out in front of the class for going over my 3-question limit. Point: now I'm smart, so I would never fall for their provocation. So often they'd just lie. One teacher went to the principal's office and told them I had ripped the phone out of the wall after I told the teacher I was going to call my parents over the abuse they were doing. This was before cell phones became common. When the principal arrived and saw that I was completely calm and collected, he asked me for my side of the story. Not believing me or not sure who to believe, asked, "Then where is the phone?" I told him it was in the exact drawer she had put it in. Surprise, surprise, it was there. Point: now I'm not going to hate on all principals, but this one was a piece of shit. You'll see why shortly. My previous principal at middle school was a great human being. He earned a doctorate and treated you how you acted. If you acted like an adult, he treated you like an adult. If you acted like a child, he treated you like a child. If you showed remorse, well, he didn't punish you as hard when you screwed up. Point: one time he jokingly said in the hands of an evil genius even a paperclip and a rubber band could be turned into a deadly weapon when discussing school safety. Being an evil genius, I wanted to see if I could accomplish this task, and after 15 minutes of screwing around with a rubber band and a paperclip, I had a working prototype. Our teachers discovered it and were in awe at its creation and said they were getting the principal. I tried defending myself as I thought I was in trouble for having broken some rule I did not know about. Schools were chiller back then. Quickly they assured me that I wasn't in trouble, they just wanted him to see it. Oh, did he see it? He was awestruck at the simplicity and pronounced, "You know, I was just kidding. I didn't think someone could seriously do it." I tell this story because he was an awesome person and I want you to know of his awesomeness. Sadly, I cannot remember his name, but every one of my friends remembers him fondly. By comparison, this school's principal, who we shall call BP for bad principal, was the complete opposite. Not only did he encourage teachers to sabotage students, but he refused to do anything about bullying. It was a waste to go to the teachers, as every single one would just say they didn't see it, so they couldn't do anything about it. The only time people mocking me got punished was when they did it right in front of the school consoler. Immediately their friends started giving me grief about it, but stopped after I pointed out I didn't snitch on them. They were dumb enough to do it in front of a teacher. BP, during an argument, informed me no one would ever believe me because they had a file this thick on me. Gesturing a few inches, 95% of that file was made up bullshit, by the way. Well, eventually they managed to force me into a reform school where I was physically assaulted by the staff. I have minor anxiety to this day, and I lost half a decade from severe mental health issues. What about that state scholarship? By our state law, every student has to take it. Not allowing a student to take the test is illegal in our state. For the 3 years I attended this school, they never let me take it once. Later I learned the reason was they didn't want special education lowering their scores. Well, they ruined my life and the lives of a lot of people. I heard the rest from the grapevine, so I don't have specific details on the incident, but one of the students they were doing this to committed suicide and left a note detailing why. They couldn't deal with the harassment and bullying anymore. Reforms hit the school immediately. The principal was fired. Teachers dismissed, I believe, and the scandal became public, or at least part of it. Didn't fix my life, but at least it's over and won't hurt others. This is not my story. I found it on a blog, but I went to both schools in the 80s, so I remember hearing about it. Aaron Hollis was the victim, and the Goyce brothers the murderers. Aaron Hollis was attending Wainwright Elementary School at the time. He was my classmate. I think we were in the 4th grade. Aaron, Kenny Reeves, who was my best friend for many years, and the Goyce brothers had entered the gymnasium at Scarborough High School on Antoine through the roof fire exit to play basketball after hours. The Goyce brothers were 4 or 5 years older than Aaron and Kenny. My older brother went to school with the Goyce brothers, and according to him they were friendly. One of the Goyce brothers was partly crippled. He got around okay, but it wasn't too pretty. Aaron had been picking on the boy as they played basketball. Eventually Kenny went home, leaving Aaron and the Goyce brothers. According to accounts, the Goyce brothers eventually decided to teach Aaron a lesson and rough him up. Aaron pulled a knife to fight back, and they took it away from him and stabbed him repeatedly, but he didn't die until later. They rolled him up in a mat and placed him under the bleachers. When he was later found dead, they found that he had partially bit through some of his fingers while he laid there dying. The Goyce brothers were tried as adults and convicted. They went to prison. That is about all I wish to share about this sad event. Not scandals, but notable moments. End of semester parties were cancelled after people outside of high school staff throwing rocks on teachers' cars. Dumb girl classmate was robbed of her phone close to school. When robber asked her the hour and she take out her phone to look, she had a watch. Girl classmate leave her phone in a taxi. Taxi guy, instead of changing SIM card, just put a photo of himself. Her dad put the accusation on police to force the taxi guy to return it. History professor keep grinding her dick in beautiful girl classmates. Some call him out of it, others maintain it until they graduate. Same professor was accused to chat girls from others' classes on Facebook to try and have so with them. Nothing happened to the professor and still giving classes. Faking student council stole like $50 of many people, including me, for an annuary that they never give. Heard later they stopped giving annuaries since 4 years ago, 2011. For that reason I didn't go to stupid graduation dance. School principal almost accused me and 2 friends on stealing a girl purse. She had like $100 there. Then she looked at security footage. The purse was in the bench and no one touched. It was proved wrong. Heard 3 years ago from one of those friends that the 2 girls' classmates we were talking when that happened were the ones who stole the purse and split the money. Lol. Was cleaning day for a free A in a free class day. Was cleaning alone and there was a ton of trash in the corner of the room close to the window. Woman professor pass alarmed and check what I was doing and didn't say anything. When I return home I realized that she thought I was masturbating. In middle school some kids formed a gang. We thought it was funny and never thought much of them. Gang got big. Soon lots of kids that didn't go to our school were hanging out. Then they decided they could just hang around on campus and no go to class. Then the police were brought in when teachers were afraid to tell them they couldn't just hang out on school grounds drinking and smoking all day. I remember the day I watched a line of cops on one side of the basketball courts, like 9 courts in a one huge area, in riot gear shouting something I don't remember, and from the other side like 100 gangsters slowly mobbed away from school grounds. But they walked towards the cops, since that was the only way off campus, unless you wanted to walk off into the woods. It was an intense couple of minutes as the cops got more frantic until the leader of the other gang, cops, ordered his gangsters to back up and let them through. I was personally responsible for some shenanigans at my high school, bypassed network security, and installed Counter-Strike on all computers in my classes, got all teachers' login info and downloaded Born, while logged in as teachers, ordered pizza on clubs, credit card to classrooms. They kept all this shit in text docs that were secure. I sold a bottle of whiskey to a guy that drank the whole thing in the bathroom and got in a fist fight with security guy, then puked all over the cops who arrested him. I sold weed to the algebra teacher who would send me to Burger King in the middle of class to get us some burgers. While really drunk I stole all the stadium's PA equipment. I interrupted the history teacher making out with a Norwegian foreign exchange student at Chili Peppers concert. Got fired because he tried to date her and he threatened to kill me. I recruited a wrestler friend to help extract her and those 2 ended up getting married. I was expelled for getting a bunch of people high just off campus, but someone was caught and they lied, and then a lot of them fessed up, and they charged me for doing it on campus. Not mine, but my kid's high school, some years ago, Brazil. So my wife was trying to get the contact email for my son's pedagogical coordinator, and instead of browsing the school website, she first tried just googling coordinator name, school name. She was startled to get a Born video as her top hits. In several sites the videos were titled coordinator name, from, school name, F2 guys in Portuguese, and lo and behold, showed a girl, as in 16 years old, having sex with 2 boys of the same age. She was from the same grade as my son, but at a different class. The 2 boys were her classmates, and they took turns filming. The girl seemed to be well aware of the filming. The girl's name is the same as the coordinator, hence the search result. I went on to fill forms in some 3 Born sites which had report pages for child pornography. They were all removed fast. By the way, the recent Visa/MasterCard/Pornhub issue surprised me, as I assumed removals were quick and efficient. From that experience, I don't remember if Pornhub was one of them though. My wife informed the coordinator, but they were already aware. The 3 kids disappeared from the school. It was one of those things gossiped around the school for a while. I wonder how much trouble I just put myself in here for saying I saw a CP video. I had a woodwork teacher for my final year of high school who the whole class got along with pretty well. He tried a little bit too hard to be down with the kids, but we chalked it up to being old and not understanding these newfangled social media sites. Towards the end of the year he told us that, while we were students he wasn't allowed to, but after we graduated he'd like to host a barbecue for the whole class. Being 17-year-olds, we naturally asked if we could bring beer. He gave us a poignant look and said he would not buy beer for underage people. Some of the less gifted students asked if that meant we could bring our own, to which he very carefully repeated himself. The whole class turned up a few weeks after we graduated, had some food and a few beers, and left thinking he was the coolest teacher ever. A year or two later we found out he got fired for sending inappropriate messages to girls in his classes over Facebook, which further investigation revealed that he was taking upskirt photos of those girls on his phone during his class. Fairly sure he got a couple of years jail time. We also had a school librarian who volunteered with our school cadets group. Being both nerds and cadets, me and my friends got to know him pretty well. He studied drama and music and had done well enough to move to America and get himself on Broadway, where he met his wife. He told us how her wife had died young of a terminal illness, after which he'd given it all up and moved back home. He seemed like a genuinely nice and caring man, despite the heartache he'd endured. About a year after the woodwork teacher, the librarian was caught with thousands upon thousands of child-born images and videos on his home computer. He tried to claim it was the risk and not the subject matter that excited him, but he definitely served a few years and was banned from going anywhere near a school, no matter what he said. Middle school photo stories TLDR. Child born watching teacher story 1. Teacher, different, commits suicide story 2. First story is from public school, 6th grade. This happened a year after I left, but I heard about it almost immediately. Band director was a real ballbuster. Zero patience, very exacting, incredibly cruel and mean to everyone but the 2 or 3 kids with actual talent and ambition. The results didn't lie though, and we played some very difficult and entertaining music. One of those favorites went to his office before practice one day and walked in on him jerking it to child born. No official statements of course, but there was a new director the next week. School had brushed off a few things before because everyone hated his guts, but took it seriously when she reported in point. Second one was a bit darker. Middle school again, 7th grade in a Catholic school. Gym teacher was a friendly, professional, and quiet person. Everyone got along with him, even if he was a bit odd. One day we came into school and there was an emergency school-wide meeting. There were whispers about the gym teacher leaving, but no details. They then told us that the gym teacher had committed suicide by hanging. No holding back, just straight up truth to this group of teenagers and preteens. They knew we would find out eventually and make a big mess of it. A few people couldn't handle it and had to go home. Most of us were just too surprised to say anything. I honestly wasn't totally surprised, but still found it a bit shocking. Wasn't close to him myself, but certainly didn't dislike him. There was an interesting conversation had with the priest about suicide and hell later that day, which only upset the more religious kids. There was a absolutely faking horrible teacher, a Mr. Hoover, who had an asinine amount of sexual allegations and claims against him. He was also the girls' basketball coach. It wasn't just a rumor, there was over 10 separate cases of him calling girls into his room alone and reportedly touched them. These girls all got A's in his class and remained on the team. The typical "you let me touch you, you get to stay on the team" thing. Literally everyone knew, but the school wouldn't do anything about it. He was also, just as you could guess, a raving egotistical asshole who told me and my friends to our faces we were going to die failures, just like we were in high school, and he'd intentionally give everyone he didn't like failing grades. One girl was called into his room alone, and she said no. She was off the team the next week, and when she had to give an in-class presentation she was sick and threw up. He gave her an E and kept failing every assignment she did. No one did a damn faking thing. Apparently he was caught after we graduated and was told he had to step down. Faker didn't even get charges pressed against him. If you played Persona 5 he was RL Kamoshida. He ended up leaving the school when it was finally out in the light, and then somehow some big time university hired him right after. It's subtly appalling. Hoover, if you see this, which I doubt you will, I truly hope you get what's coming to you, you goddamn pedophile. The program. I heard rumors about it when I was in high school. They exactly matched the description in this article. This unschooled and unlicensed sports trainer Doc Jensen convinced coaches and school administrators that he had a program to boost kids' athletic performance through massage. They were crazy for sports, so they would bring him underperforming athletes willing to do what they had to improve their game. The program was him grooming them for abuse. The massages gradually got more invasive, including testicle massage and masturbation to completion to increase testosterone. He took samples and tracked their testosterone levels on charts he made. Never mind that he had no access to equipment to measure these things or the training or expertise. The administration seemed to be aware at least of the rumors, but never reacted until a parent complained about an inappropriate hernia check performed by the doc. They cancelled his contract at the end of the school year and allowed him to appear to have retired. Several school administrators, all of whom I personally know to be huge assholes that don't give a shit about kids that aren't from the right families, knew about this and were mandatory reporters. They did not report because they are self-serving assholes. They facilitated this person's ritualistic sexual abuse of minors for 20 years. The guy had an office with a window looking over the showers in the boys' locker room. Tons of other weird details and red flags I don't have time to type up now. 25 years later, a group of these guys got together with a friend who became a lawyer, and they are suing to change the system to prevent this from happening to others. At some point before I got there, a girl apparently took out a lighter and lit a test on fire in the classroom, which got her expelled. Then, when I got into high school, a middle schooler had brought a machete into school in his backpack because he was going camping with a friend after school. Teacher saw and the item was confiscated. Our head principal at the middle school stuck the machete in his desk drawer and forgot about it. 2 months later, the school gets swept for normal drug runs. Cops find the machete in his desk drawer. Principal is immediately fired. Incident gets cleared up and verified. He gets rehired in the high school. We had 2 volleyball coaches and 2 swim coaches dismissed for a bunch of sexual harassment claims. All female team coaches, as well as the girls golf coach. We've also had a couple bad fights, a few bomb threats, and a shooting threat credible enough that they made attendance optional for 2 days. Last but not least, we had something similar to the webcams case above, but with screen access instead. The teacher could at any time view your screen and even project it without you knowing. Most teachers never bothered to use the feature. Others made kids drop out by putting their private conversations on Discord, Skype, Facebook, and other web apps of the like on the projectors and embarrassing the hell out of them. There was this kid in my high school. He was my senior by 2 years. I only saw him from away, but I knew he was a bad kid. But he never ever disrespected any teachers and never let anyone around him to do so. As far as I know, he wouldn't even tolerated bad speech behind teachers' back, and yet was quite a handful in school games or fights and shit. One day I and another girl from my class got into an argument with a male teacher about how our tight pants, skinny black pants allowed by school, was disrespectful and distracting. Also, my hair and the other girl's cleavage. She had big breasts that would create a line where the first 2 buttons are, and when she closed both it literally would create marks on her boobs and would close quite up high on the chest. TBH, even I couldn't bear buttoning them. She would suffocate. He heard the convo, which was in my opinion quite perverted, and punched him right on his face hard enough to put him to the ground. And it was such a huge scandal that even the other teachers who saw the incident couldn't believe it. Apparently, turns out Teach was molesting male students and administration was ignoring the complaints from students cause he's respected, or STH, and it was only investigated and brought to light by government because he punched that bastard. I don't know his name. Everyone used his last name, but to this day he's still my hero. And when you ask around in my school still, after about 5 to 6 years, this incident is known by almost everyone, but no one remembers the teacher's name or anything. Everyone remembers him and how heroic he was. Lol. He, the hero, faked up many kids, but I guess bad guys can do good deeds too. Not sure if it was the biggest in the whole school, but it was the biggest in my class. I don't remember everything super well, but there was a rap accusation that was real messy. High school, 2 16-year-old girls become friends and start skipping classes together all the time. Then close to the end of the school year, something happens and they become enemies. Then police gets involved. Turns out girl A, let's call her Amy, accused girl B, let's call her Bella, of getting her friend to attempt to rap Amy. Amy is notorious for lying, like she'd say she lives in a giant mansion, has a pet iguana the size of a crocodile etc. But the accusation is treated super seriously. Second year of high school, our teacher goes to court to testify in their case multiple times. The class is torn up. No one knows if it's true or not. There's multiple versions of the event. Ones I heard were, Amy and Bella were in a car with that guy when he started molesting Amy and Amy jumped out of the car when it slowed down enough. Bella baited Amy into some room in a basement and locked the door, trapping her with the guy. Amy climbed out the window to escape. There was a third version, but I don't remember it. I think in the end the case was dropped because Amy wouldn't show up to the court hearings. Then Bella started spreading rumors Amy was pregnant, and Amy started spreading rumors Bella was pregnant in retaliation. Then Amy changed schools. I actually checked Amy's Facebook like a year later, and she did have a baby. Sit everyone, it's story time. I grew up in Iran, great childhood by the way, but obviously with limitations, including separated schools. So I went to an all-boys school for most of my life. Side note to know, Iran government and the dominant religion are not friendly with gays and homosexuality, to put it very lightly. So, what happened was, we used to go to a sports complex near our school 2 days a week for exercise and sports. All boys in high school, full of hormones and horny all the time. One day we were playing football, indoor soccer if you will, and we heard our principal shouting off top of his lungs and scolding someone. The shouting, coming from the showers, was dim and far at first, but started to get clearer and clearer. After a few seconds we saw him turning around the corner, stepping out of the shadows, and telling someone to follow him, and come around the corner. Come, don't be shy. Don't take it out. Come and let's show everyone, he said, shouting. We saw a naked but moving backwards, slowly, pants down to ankles, and he appeared around the corner, but he wasn't alone. He had his hands on back of another friend, who was bent forward. Yes, they were caught, while balls deep having fun. Principal wanted to punish then, so didn't let him to pull out. Instead marched them around the sports hall like that, before calling their parents. And this was the biggest scandal during my time in high school. They both got suspended from school for a year, changed school, and one of them changed city with his parents. I'm in touch with one of them from time to time. He is actually married to a girl, with a kid. He apparently was exploring and experiencing, but I believe he was so ashamed that he doesn't want to even consider the reality. But who knows for sure. I went to a very small private school. Very small. There were about 35 kids from 7th 12th grade by the time I graduated. They were affiliated with a church and only hired within the church members. Very cultish. They had hired a young guy that was likable and fun. I even liked him. Hell. Later one of my best friends, a female, told me she had been sexually involved with him and wanted to stop, but she was scared of him. There was some definite psychological shit going on. We went to his house with another friend, but he didn't answer the door. His wife and kids sadly may have had no clue about him. My friends and I keyed his car on the way out. My friend and their family ended up moving away because her dad, a teacher there, also was having an affair with another teacher at the school, and for fear of bringing shame on the church, left. My friend told her parents about the other guy teacher, but they just told her to hush hush. The school admin, with the church leaders, decided to quietly fire the man when this came out, but to keep the issue under wraps. Later on, my friend sued the church and school for some big bucks. It was plastered over national news for a day, and I literally saw it on TV with my tiny school building, and a mugshot of the guy, even at my college the next year, which was several states away. Surreal. She made out very well financially. The school ended up closing after a year or so, only the church remains, more cultish than ever. After getting therapy, my friend seems to be handling those demons with an iron chain. She's doing great now. TLDR, my friend was taken advantage of sexually by a young male teacher from our small private school, but was ignored because her father was having an affair with a female teacher too, and the school didn't want a bad image. A few years later, she sued and cashed out on the school and church. Edit. Good grammar. This wasn't at my school. Really it wasn't, and this is irrelevant, but this is the worst thing to come to a school ever. This was in China. I'm from UK. And this was most likely at her school. Here's the link for the source. Where I found the story. The girl was called Jiu Jinfeng. Liu was raised through only primary school education, abused by her father since childhood. After her mum passed away, her stepfather and other relatives drove her out of the family. I surmise that she already had no one who cared about her by then. A homeless and good-looking woman in her teenage years is a total target for sexual abuse. Indeed, she was soon taken in by males, only to be raped and then discarded every time. Apparently, she was forced to undergo abortion as well. Eventually, prostitution got the better of her, and she got arrested during a prostitution crackdown. After 1 year in jail, the police sent her back to her stepfather, only to be sold to another family for 1,000 RMB. After the set right by the new abuser, she was sold again to another man by the surname who was an alcoholic and the worst of all the abusers Liu had to put up with. Liu made several escape attempts. That who decided to chain her up with a 3-pound metal chain. She was still able to make it a few miles away with all that weight. This prompted Hu to break one of her legs to hinder her from further tries. The climax took place when Hu left town for months, leaving her to the watch of his cousins. His cousins raped her, leading to the eventual birth of her son. This time around, Hu became maddened, whipped her naked, and sliced her vagina while she was hanging upside down. She survived the struggle. She awoke, only to realize her son has already been strangled to death by the devious Hu. She finally lost it. She hacked Hu to death while he was sleeping in bed before setting the house on fire. This eventually led to her facing the death penalty for murder. Her execution took place in 1995 in the city of Xianyang, when she was just 20 years old. She died not even from defending her own honor, but her son's. The miscarriage of her justice circulated around the internet about a decade later, when internet started getting usage in China. Today, you can still find photos of her headless body left in the snow post-execution. There are two issues reflected in her case which I find common in all cases of bullying. Firstly, bully victims generally do not retaliate, or are simply unable to retaliate, until it is too late. Most victims of prolonged bullying, including me, report fear of further punishment from the abuser as the main reason for not voicing out. Secondly, ironically as well, is that most bully victims meet their demise, not because of lack of intervention from the law, but because of the law. The law is run by hard statements. It punishes anyone who breaks penal codes, blind to the form the breach took place. In the Western world, the law is somewhat more flexible, but not immune to this trend either. In the case of Liu, I would consider the law morally wrong. As a victim of bullying, I'm lucky it didn't go to this level. Sorry it didn't happen. This was the worst thing in my opinion to happen to a school. Here's 3 of many. 1. We had a super religious music teacher come to our high school. He was the new brass instructor, and was really cool. He loved jazz, and was practicing Judaism, and loved to discuss religion with his students. He had pictures of his wife and family in his office, and scriptures of Hebrew writings he would love to read. Around halfway through the year, he started acting weird, real hyper, twitchy, and always on edge. He started spending more time locked in his office with the blinds closed, and would stay late after school. He was always chummy with the students, but especially to this one senior trumpet girl. We all figured, because she was crazy talented, and had a chance for these amazing auditions, and he was working with her privately, to help her get these scholarships. Why would we think anything else? He's super religious, adores his wife, and had high recommendations from previous employers. Turns out, they had been having an affair, and she was pregnant. The school found out, fired him, expelled her. Last we heard, he had divorced his wife, married the girl. Neither of them are able to work in a school, but they both professionally play trumpet, and he still private teaches of age students. 2. Another music teacher my family had known for years. He was also a brass instructor, taught my older brother, my older sister, and me through middle school and high school, so for a good 15 years we've known him, exchanged Christmas cards and everything. He had suddenly left near May, towards end of school, and cut off contact with us all students, staff, our family. We tried calling and visiting, but we could never get a hold of him, or his wife and kids. We didn't find out till later that they had found child pornography on his personal laptop computer at home. The school freaked out and fired him and called the cops. They stripped him of his credentials and had him labeled as a child sex offender. Turns out, a student, A, had borrowed his laptop for a music program for practice and downloaded the Born for himself and forgot to delete it from the computer. Another student, B, had found it when they borrowed it and reported him. Despite the student, A, admitting that he was the one that did it, the teacher was still ostracized and considered a pariah. He had to move and get special licensing just to teach. He died of cancer a few years after, and it was only on his funeral the school offered any apology. 3. Okay, maybe this high school has bad luck with brass instructors, cause this teacher was also the brass instructor and head director. The seniors decided to play a prank on our head director by moving his beloved little truck onto the football field. We gave him a heads up that we would prank him, but not say what we were gonna do. I wish we did. We found beer bottles and cans strewn all over his truck, and a couple of open ones in the cup holders. We also found a baggie of white powder. Guess what it was? Cocaine. The security guard caught us. Our patrol guy ended up needing to pee, and I tried saying it was my truck, but he saw the beer bottles and asked for the registration info for the vehicle, and it didn't help that I obviously didn't have it, and the director's ID badge was hanging off the rearview mirror. Plus another security guard showed up asking why I was messing with the director's truck. That director was promptly fired, and it led to the deep investigation of all our directors, so a lot of them ended up quitting to another district, since the school was being extra hard on them. But they found a whole bunch of stuff, like the religious teacher getting caught setching up a student. The pornography happened 2 years later. We still made state each year though. We had 2 different teachers go to prison for statutory rap. One was a wrestling coach who actually faked my ex-girlfriend, who was 14 at the time. He also had sex with 2 other girls in the school around the same age. He was 27. The second was the swim coach. He was caught sending nudes with a 14-year-old and then brought the girl to a local park and had sex with her in his car. They both got caught because of a Twitter page one of the kids made that was our town's confession page. A girl was upset she got called a fat whale and showed the principal. The principal took her phone and scrolled through reading the rest of the comments. One said when the wrestling and swim coach both faked multiple students. She asked the girl who was involved and she told her all the details. It was pretty much public knowledge at that point. The wrestling coach got 8 years. The swim coach got fired but didn't do any time because his father was the head local politician who lived down the street from me. There was a third gym coach who had hot tub parties with a bunch of girls and had sex with them all but never got caught because all the girls loved him and had his back. Another pair of teachers got caught having sex in their classroom. They were both married. They both got divorced and ended up marrying each other. High school was crazy. This sounds made up, and I really wish it was, but it's a very true story. My ex-girlfriend, her friend and I were working on a biology project that involved raising snakes. We had 2 snakes that had been recently hatched. We built a habitat, ordered mice, spent time with them, all that. I went to a boarding school. I lived in town, so I wasn't living in the dorms. I was a day student. My parents were actually the deans of the school, but I digress. School buildings usually closed at 5 PM and some reopened for a few hours after dinner for study hall. We were allowed special access to the biology building to care for the snakes. My ex was a boarding student, so it was stupid hard to find time to get funky. I wasn't allowed in her dorm. She was rarely allowed in my house, and when she was, we weren't allowed any privacy as it could have costed my parents their jobs. So 2 horny teenagers needed a place to fuck, and we had a biology room we could be alone in after hours. One thing led to another, and that room turned into our spot. We kept it pretty hush hush, but a friend working on the project with us found out and got some ideas of his own. He started renting out the key code with a special access to the BO room, like some kind of private 30 room. My ex and I didn't find out until after the fact. One of the couples also using the room got walked in on one night doing the dirty. Thankfully we were friends with said couple, so they kept their mouth shut. Me and my ex never got in trouble, but the other guy who gave them the key code did. Apparently this was a big thing for a few weeks that we just weren't aware of. We thought we had this dirty little secret sex spot, but turns out we had been sharing it with a handful of other horny teenagers. My parents even ended up telling me about it and asked if I had anything to do with it. I genuinely had no idea. Mayo. Those poor snakes saw some shit. TLDR, ex-girlfriend and I found a such spot. Ended up starting up a private room service among the school. Oh boy, we had a substitute teacher, old white lady, snap at this one annoying black kid and tell him to go back to Africa. One time I heard screaming coming from the bathroom, so I peeked in the stall it was coming from. I swear to faking god I saw at least 2, maybe 3 dudes standing on each other's shoulders, like in movies when a bunch of kids stack themselves into a trench coat and pretend to be one person. I stood there dumbfounded for a few seconds until I finally said, "You guys okay in there?" The dude on top stopped screaming, turned to me, and said, and I quote, "Oh, I'm just pretending to get," but rapped in the most casual voice ever. One of my friends swears to this day that he saw 12 guys walk out of the largest stall in the boys' bathroom and half of them had their shirts off. Someone tried to flush an orange down the toilet in the boys' bathroom and it flooded. I guess the janitors had finally had enough because they didn't even try to fix it. They just left it like that for weeks. It was all covered in yellow tape like a crime scene. Kids started to dare each other to look in the bathroom. It was disgusting. The toilet was a literal void of piss and shit that reeked. One brave goth kid decided to go in the bathroom and document it. I still have the video if anyone wants to see it for some reason. Picture it, New England, 2005. A Catholic school with a separate building for girls and boys, as well as ridiculous rules about code interactions. A teacher in the boys building caught 2 boys in the bathroom getting their suck on. The one with his pants down was sent to class for some reason, and the one on his knees was marched down to the admin building. Evidently they went ballistic, called his parents, threatened expulsion, excommunication for the whole family, the whole shebang. He said fuck it and decided to sink the whole ship. Claimed to have texts, voicemails, emails, pictures, videos, etc. implicating other boys as well. Like, 2/3 of the boys' school. President and crones leave him in the office to decide how to handle this, and he started texting the guys he had dirt on. "Sorry, gotta save my ass. I'm snitching on you." That's paraphrased, obviously. Mass exodus out of classes and down to the admin building, like drowning rats trying to save themselves. By the time his parents got to the school, admin decided, bad, maybe we overreacted about the situation. Gave him the rest of the week off, not a suspension, but an excused absence. Only real consequence afterwards was that they had bathroom monitors, so no more smoking, or such, or blue jobs. 4 come to mind. We had a 22-year-old Spanish teacher who was sleeping with her students. I was one of them. She got caught when she slept with a married student who confessed to his wife. The rural South. It, of course, blew up. She was fired, but not charged, as the ones she got caught with were all above age of consent and lost her teaching license. Another scandal was our superintendent embezzling money to pay off a bookie who wasn't satisfied with the payoff and sent people to assault students as an intimidation measure. It came to a head when one random girl got kidnapped and held ransom, so he had to confess to the authorities. One big scandal was when our school system desperately needed money and managed to get a $1 million grant from the Obama administration. Our new, extremely right-wing superintendent turned it down for moral and ethical reasons. It took a strike from the teachers and students and public shaming from several newspapers and one semi-local TV station to force him to change his mind. The latest big scandal was when the school board elected to build their new middle school on the far edge of the county instead of nearer to the center. They bought a large piece of land out there from a board member instead of using a donated lot nearby. Now most of our middle school kids have to be ready for school by 6:30 a.m. and don't get off the bus in the evening until after 5 p.m. Catch 'em all. 3 freshman girls Snapchatted their threesome to a freshman football player who obviously sent it around to his friends. The entire school started playing Pokemon, seeing how many of the snaps they could collect. Super faked up. The game ended when some asshole showed it to a history teacher and the girls were the ones to get in trouble. Everyone who had and distributed the videos were innocent girls' basketball coach faking her students. Men's football coach filming his students in the showers. This one made the news, and he also happened to be the father of my brother's best friend who also went to that school. Poor girl. School shooting in the 90s, almost school shooting, turned to failed suicide when my oldest brother went there. Thank God. Religion teacher claiming on Facebook that gay people don't have constitutional rights. This one got the attention of Susan Sarandon, who ironically stars in the film. That teacher loves to play for her students. Band director grooming students and then asking them for favors the second they graduate for all 15 years of his career, until he faked up and didn't wait for a 15-year-old girl to graduate before he asked her for nudes. Police show up, he peels out of the parking lot, and in the end, he was encouraged to retire and now works at another faking school. I'd see if I get removed or banned for darksexing, but fuck you Frank Amato. A bit of a long story. I was in 8th grade, and we had this pretty oldish teacher that everyone called Mom. I guess she was easy to talk to and everyone trusted her for advice. She had a goddaughter who was gorgeous and would come by often. She was already in high school. Fast forward, my teacher set her goddaughter up with a student who was my friend and neighbor, and they were soon talking about marriage. We were all kinda shook because they were so little, but the teacher was all for it. Fast forward, we come to school one day and find out that the teacher had slept with our classmate. Apparently she had been texting my classmate pretending to be her goddaughter and told him to meet her at a hotel. Once he went into the hotel, he said the lights were off and she told him not to turn them on and to come to the bed. He engaged in sex with the teacher and opened his phone, and with the phone light, saw the teacher's face. He freaked out and called his mom, who was a nutcase. Police showed up to the hotel and the teacher was wrapped in a towel hiding in the bathroom. We were also young and had a lot of questions. The news article is still on the internet. I could share it, but I don't know if I'm allowed to. Also, the kid came from a super broken home and did whatever he wanted. Mom took him and dropped him off any way he wanted. He was constantly at my house prior to the incident. After he came back to school, he didn't talk much about it because he wasn't allowed to. The end. The headmaster of our school, grade 1 to 9, hired a friend as a teacher, unqualified/unlicensed, but a lot of the qualified teachers left when the previous headmaster retired, and it was hard to get new ones, so we had a lot of unqualified teachers. He taught a class for the 1, 2, 3 graders a fake. He was rather loud, aggressive and intimidating, even to other teachers, and left students in tears more than once. Things came to a head when he threw a kid into a radiator. Worst injury was bruising a fake. The teacher already had a bad reputation among the student body, but this was one step too far. This was in a time before cell phones were common, and the school had a single landline telephone that was free for students to use. As the call went out among the students, everyone who wasn't in class queued up in front of the telephone and called the police. Think about it for a second. There's this beat up plastic telephone sitting on a table, and a line of seriously pissed and somber kids stretching through the room and into the corridors beyond. The one at the head of the line gets patched through to the emergency services and reports how a teacher at the school assaulted a student. As the call ends, the next kid in line steps up and calls the police, and they keep doing it until the cops show up. But it doesn't end there. The police speaks to the teacher and the headmaster, and the headmaster somehow convinces them to give the teacher another chance. It boggles the mind, but I was in class when this went down, so it's all a second-hand retelling. A few hours later, recess is up for my class, and one of my classmates decides to sass this teacher when they meet in the corridor on their way out, and gets thrown into a door, the door handle knocking into his stomach. This time I witness the cue firsthand, but I don't join in as I'm too busy taking care of my classmate. This time, when the police arrived, they brought the teacher with them when they left. He did not return. I'm not sure if this counts as a scandal or more of an incident, but here goes. I went to a pretty bad public school in a pretty bad neighborhood. I wasn't the most academic student, but I was also never a troublemaker. That aside, the school I was headed to had a bad rep as one of the worst in my area. Terrible seniors, metal detectors, and no adults willing enough to supervise or step in if trouble happens. So let's fast forward to my sophomore year, 10th grade. There, a girl from my advisory class, we'll call her Tina, and her friends from other advisories came in and started talking smack about another girl they didn't like. Tina and friends talked about how they jumped this one girl, who I didn't know, and heard she now wants to get Tina and friends back. After school came, biggest crowd, gathered in front of the school and Tina and jumped girl are fighting, and hair and titties were flopping and falling all over. Principal and school security broke up the fight and everyone dispersed. The next day of school came, like normal, classes then lunch. As everyone was heading to classes from lunch, as bunch of school security and cops comes running through the hallway and a few moments later has Tina in cuffs and escorted out of the building. They found the principal hiding in the office closet and jumped girl sliced up like meat around one of the hallways. Word around school was Tina had a wrapped razor tucked in her mouth and jumped girl. After that, our principal was apparently fired, school got shut down, and I had to go to another public in the area. Never knew what happened to Tina, and honestly I don't want to. That sheet was too wild for me. Back when I was a freshman in high school, our district treasurer stole thousands of dollars from the district treasury and no one noticed / found out until that person retired, and the new treasurer redid the books and discovered discrepancies and figured out the previous treasurer stole money. It sucked when it was figured out, because they had taken so much money that the district had to shut down almost all extracurricular clubs that ran on district funding for a few years, and they were seriously considering closing 2 of the 3 high schools in the district and cramming every high schooler into one school. The only reason they didn't was because so many students went to the board meetings and demanded that they not close the schools. Once, before an important meeting, I think the board was going to vote on what to do about the schools. The students held a protest after school and walked from each high school to where the board meeting was being held and then aired their grievances against / to the board leaders. And, of course, the regulars having sex and doing drugs, usually weed / vape, in the bathrooms, especially during school dances. In middle school, one of the students told a bunch if jokes about bring a bomb to school because he was a problem student. Teacher / staff believed him. The bomb squad got called in and we had the next day off from school. During my senior year in high school, a kid had brought a gun to school and the whole school went into lockdown for hours. Fortunately, I was stuck in the computer lab with my friends, so we just went on the computers to pass time. This was right before smartphones were a thing. Other kids were less fortunate. Cops were going into random classrooms searching for the kid. They caught one kid, but didn't know if he had an accomplice or if other kids were hiding firearms and were handling students really roughly. Lots of profanity, pointing guns at innocent students, yelling, physical manhandling, etc. Our neighborhood was predominantly middle class and this was a relatively good school with high achieving students. This was a pretty big deal at the time, and probably some of my peers' first bad experience with the police. A couple of years later, after I graduated, the new basketball coach was caught sexting and manipulating a female student. He wasn't our school's coach when I was still a student at the school, but I know that he worked at other schools in the same district. People that I've known since elementary school knew him because he was their coach or he was well acquainted with their parents. Anyways, we kind of live in a little bubble of a community, so this was huge news. The local narrative was weird and disappointing. There was lots of victim blaming, accusing the girl of lying, despite concrete evidence that he was grooming her, and 52,000 messages exchanged over the span of 1 year between this guy and the girl. Stories about how this guy would never do something like that, etc. Anyways, he was charged with something like 18 felony counts and 5 misdemeanors, and is serving his time. I kind of feel bad for his family, as they still seem to be completely in denial and believe that he's innocent despite the overwhelming evidence. And last one. I was a student at UCSB during the 2014 Isla Vista massacre. I was at home visiting my parents the weekend that it happened, but one of the victims was in one of my classes. I didn't know him too well personally, but it was devastating. Another victim was also in one of my boyfriend's classes. Out with a substitute teacher, and even outed a kid for being gay. It was pretty insane. This was back in 2011, before Twitter/social media was huge, so we had not seen something like this before. So everyone is freaking out about this account, and of course stupid jokes start getting made on Twitter like, oh my god, someone who got exposed is going to shoot up the school. I'm scared to go to school. Hopefully no one shoots up the school. Of course one of my idiot friends decides to tweet a joke along these lines, which says, our high school equals Virginia Tech. My friend was a harmless idiot and thought he was making a joke. The school saw his tweet, and they did not think it was a joke. The next day during our first class, two cops come in, pull him out of class, call his parents, and arrest him. He ultimately did not get charged with anything cause he was able to convince them it was a joke, but he did end up getting 14 days out of school suspension. Edited the name out. A few. When I was in 8th grade, a 7th grade girl took nudes in the school bathroom, and they got sent around. My choir teacher told me that all the school staff had a meeting about how to handle it where they all saw the photos, which I always thought was bizarre. My freshman year of high school was an El Nino year in California, so it was raining really hard and some of the other schools in our district flooded, and school was cancelled, but my school didn't flood, so school was on. The students rebelled using the app Yak Yak to anonymously communicate and organize to pull fire alarms all day to get out of class/exams. It ended up causing $100,000 in damages and the school administration offered hundreds of dollars in rewards for kids who snitched. My sophomore year, a girl in my year, 16, was infamous for these YouTube videos she would make detailing her scandalous escapades. She was impregnated by a 14-year-old freshman, but no one believed her because she was often the boy who cried wolf. The entire school placed bets on whether or not she was really pregnant, some wagers going into the hundreds of dollars. My junior year, someone wrote a shooting/bomb threat on the bathroom wall the week of standardized state testing. We went into lockdown while the picture of the wall threat started to circulate. One teacher didn't believe it was real and told his students to keep testing until one of them looked out the window and saw SWAT running through the commons. Oh, suburbia. I have 5 that stand out. Lived in Union County for a while. We had a social studies teacher, Mr. Point Brown was his name, smoked weed every day before class, came to school bloodshot eyes and falling asleep. He had to go get rehab or get fired. He cleaned up and is still a teacher. 2. We had a science teacher named Mr. Sutton. He was sending love letters to the girls in class and even had a few of them come over to his place. Claimed he was offering them jobs doing small chores around his house. He was replaced by a sub and never returned. Was rumored he got arrested. 3. One of my close friends was getting bullied at the time and dealt with a lot. So one day she wrote on the bathroom stall that on Friday blood will rain. She was a renegade goth, both she was really kind and gentle and couldn't hurt a fly. But anyways, they had the cops come in and anyone dressed goth/scene was pulled off to be questioned and have their things gone through. 4. Best friend committed suicide due to being bullied. 5. Not in my time of being enrolled, but 2 guys got into a fight just for one of them to pick the other guy up and slam his head against the pavement and cracking his skull open, killing him. Cop didn't do anything to the murderer because they are a snitch for the cops. Long story short, Union County, Kentucky is faked up. I'm a little late to the party, but here goes. I went to a tiny inner city Catholic school, around 60 kids per grade. We were already running on our last leg, as Catholic education had continued to decline in our state. My senior year of high school, there were rumors of the school closing the upcoming year, but my class mostly disregarded it because we were graduating. We had a school chaplain, a mid-40s friendly and chubby little priest, seemed like a harmless enough guy. But around mid-November, rumors were swirling. Word on the street was that our friendly little father was boinking a former student, an 18-over-19-year-old girl who was a grade ahead of me, recently graduated. Nothing was for certain, all was speculation until the news got hold of the story and came out exposing the situation. This girl had started going to the priest for private counseling, and they got to be extremely close, talking and hanging out outside of the school setting. This girl's parents had grown suspicious of the weird friendship between father and this girl and set up a nanny cam in their basement. Her parents caught the 41-year-old priest and their 18-year-old daughter doing the dirty and confronted her about it. Turns out it has been going on for a while, and the girl was pregnant. Apparently no sexual relationships started until she was after 18. So he didn't get charged with the abuse. Obviously the priest was defrocked and the parents sued the school and the diocese. Sadly, the school couldn't handle all the pressure and ended up shutting down the following year. Most insane part, the girl and the priest stayed together and now have multiple children together. So maybe a happy ending after all. We had a substitute teacher that regularly subbed for many teachers across subjects and grade levels within our district. I probably personally had him as a sub over 20 times in 2 years. He was an old overweight Eastern European guy who was a bit odd, but most people really liked him. He had a very soothing, calm voice and would always bring in these 2 stuffed animals which he had assigned their own personalities and accents. He'd use the animals to interact with and tell stories to the class. My last encounter with his was very uncomfortable, and I remember it vividly. He was substituting for my 10th grade band class. He had the stuffed animals out and was doing his thing, but I noticed that his fly was undone, like all the way. Normally I'd just assume it came undone on its own or that he forgot to zip back up after a piss, but the way he was moving around and positioning himself gave me this weird vibe that he knew it was undone and wanted it that way. Well, soon after rumors start to appear that he'd been arrested for something involving children. Once the actual news came out, it was way worse than I'd have imagined. Basically he was arrested and charged with 2 counts of first-degree possession of child pornography for images he had on his computer. The police also found journals containing erotic writings about the torture and decapitation of children. It gets even worse though. If you want to read more about it, here's a link to the Seattle Times article on it. The music teacher was fired for sending nudes to students. That was probably the biggest one. The administration tried to keep it secret, but it was confirmed by a couple of teachers under pressure from the students. The music teacher and band had subs for most of my senior year because of it. The history and art teachers very clearly had something going on and were flirting all the time even though they were both married with kids. They were both the most attractive teachers in the school and had classrooms right next to each other. One teacher assaulted a student who called him a racial slur by yanking on her hair, but never got in trouble for it. The Navy rock teacher was known for being creep towards female students, leading many girls to drop out of the rock program. It was a rumor that the Navy told him that if he had one more complaint filed against him, he would be fired as an rock instructor. Among the students, there was a girl who got pregnant on a couch in the basement of the school. She was expelled. The guy who got her pregnant was suspended 4 weeks. Also this girl liked me and tried to ask me out once or twice, but I never reciprocated, so I kinda dodged a bullet on that one. There are some other random smaller ones not worth mentioning, since they were mostly to do with students. We had the usual overly potent pot brownie day, where a bunch of kids were sick as fuck or borderline mental off this incredible batch of pot brownies. There was 1 expulsion and lots of suspensions and detentions. I was at the house the day those bad boys were made. We boiled down 2 ounces of top shelf, or headies. At the time we sold it for 20 a gram, and a half oz of chaff, then baked the resulting oil into 16 brownies. They were disgustingly potent. You cold split one into fourths, and been very high. I remember walking down the hall. I was so high everything just looked and felt glorious. This art girl is just hugging onto a water fountain muttering something. She looks at me, I was a known drug user in HS, and says, "When will everybody look real again?" I started laughing so hard, and she began to sob. I asked her what she meant, and she said, "We are at the Last Supper. Everything looks just like the Last Supper." That freaked me the fuck out, and I ran back to class to try to tell my friends. I wasn't back 2 minutes when they called a shelter in place over the intercom. Moments later paramedics, police and several administrators hustled by my classroom towards the fountain. Chaotic day. I didn't get caught though, because I knew how to handle myself while under the influence, whereas most of the people who took the brownies had never even smoked weed. People say you won't get high your first time. BS. Megadose some edibles and you will see some shit. Another time a sporting coach had a same-sex relationship with a student that only resulted in mandatory paid time off. Another female teacher had 4 students sleep over, bought them alcohol, and had sex with one of them. She got to keep her job also. The worst one by far. We had a male guidance counselor start an affair with a female guidance counselor. The man had a wife and child and the woman was single with 3 kids, but she was by far the hottest faculty member in our school. This resulted in an investigation which turned up that both guidance counselors were heavily into cocaine and amphetamines. It showed at school. We all talked about how they looked like the guy on the Warheads package. But teachers brushed it off. Kids talk. His wife divorced him, and he ended up in rehab. I think he's still bouncing around treatment. The female also lost her job, but is now a full-time therapist for young adults. I live in Oklahoma, and shortly after the Murrah building in downtown OKC was bombed, these 2 sheetheads in my graduating class thought it would be funny to temporarily borrow their dad's Ryder truck that he rented to move stuff to a new home. So they drove this massive yellow Ryder truck right in front of the school front door during school hours and abandoned it. Just so happens that a teacher that lost a cousin in the building saw the abandoned truck and called 911. We had no less than 100 cops from 3 cities descend on the school, full SWAT teams ready to go in, and we were all told to run as fast as we can into a cotton field because our lives were in danger. Well, obviously once they found out the rental was legit and it was a prank, one would assume these 2 assholes would get some form of punishment. Nope. One of the dads was a lawyer, the other a pastor, and they faking colluded to say the truck was there so the students could easily get it and help their dad after school. Basically they had trouble parking it, so they just pulled up to the front door. The principal went to the same church as the kids and their families, and after some tiptoeing through possible federal charges, these 2 little sheets got off scot-free. It was at that moment that I realized if you're connected, especially through a church, you can damn near do anything you want in Oklahoma. I then became an atheist. The end. Probably not the worst, but there was the time I found the video of teacher, and no, it's not born, it's arguably worse. So this teacher had a weird attitude that made him easy to dislike. He wasn't outwardly mean or rude, maybe it was a little condescending. Anyway, this was early high school. The older kids were making fun of him for something. They were yelling, "It's in my sock." And he was clearly doing the "I won't give you a reaction. Me and a friend asked the older kids what was up, and they said they found a shitty home film trailer that had him in it. Turns out he was a weird actor of some shit home short films, and being the ever so curious fellow, I dug deeper down the rabbit hole. Looking him up on IMDb, I found one where it looked like he was making out with a dude on the cover. This was a revelation. So I found the film online and the scene on the cover was a different dude, but he still makes out with a dude in a gym shower in speedos. I sent that to one faking person and the whole school had it. Someone got suspended over calling him Marcus, his character's name in that film. And I don't wanna take credit for it, but he did move schools soon enough after. Also, he does a Buddhist radio show, which for a white guy who never talked about that religion was out of the blue as well. I have been to a lot of schools, so just the ones I remember. 5th grade, fresh 11 years old, and had to change to a closer school because my bus got cancelled. First day of 6th grade, we get the news that a dude committed suicide by jumping off the heating towers in front of the main entrance at the old school. My girlfriend was supposed to start school there that day. All kids were sent home for like 3 days. Stayed at second school for a while. It was an open secret that our gym teacher was a peso into little girls. He sexually harassed the female principal. She sued. She lost and left the school. As far as I know, the peso is still there. New school after. Just the usual. Toilets blown up with firecrackers and graffiti. The previous graduates stole a tractor from the neighboring farm and put hay barrels in front of all entrances, like 3 or 4. One of the hay bales got set on fire. No graduate party for 2 years. Welp. My last year at the second last school, the student representative, a schizophrenic, got on drugs at a party and got his girlfriend pregnant. She wanted to keep it. He did get a bit bullied. Oh, and one of my classmates, a total neglected neckbird, almost beat a girl to pulp because she badmouthed his mother. Edit. I forgot the bomb threat that came in shortly before the graduation finals. Dude got caught very quickly. There was also an anonymous confession page in Instagram about the second last school. Police got involved because some nasty stuff got shared on it. My buddy had to apologize to the teacher he talked shit about or face charges. He apologized with much disgust. This was back in 2012. A website was created with a database of all of the girls and some guys in our school naked photos. Apparently all the locker room guys had a flash drive where they would share photos. Then the website came out. Photos of girls who had graduated over 6 years before, peak of smartphone time, were on there. With careers and married, some even with kids. So many of the girls who were in HS still left school, some dropped out indefinitely, family businesses closed because of it, and one girl took her own life. Some of the guys that shared her photos were good friends with the brother, and that entire family moved away after her cremation. The worst part is that this site apparently still exists, as the shitty police in our small town never could get it permanently down, and it has current photos of girls. Also, no one ever got in trouble for it. Not a single jock or asshole who contributed. No one. Some of those girls were only 12 or 13, as young as 4th and 5th grade. Photos taken in middle school, old photos, new photos, etc. Just horrendous. Edit. Adding more. All are 100% true and nothing done about any of them. I was there to experience it all, knowing all of the people involved. A 10th grade student started a full-on relationship with the theater teacher and everyone knew it. They are gay, so no one really overthought it at first, until it was full-on intimate at school. It started as a mentorship during a time when being gay in school was more accepted thanks to shows like Glee. Student graduated early at 16, moved in with him, and they were together for some years. This same teacher continued to teach from 2010 up until last year, when a mother found out he was buying luxury gifts for her son to lure him in the same way. It was revealed that he had been grooming and luring many guys over time, one being my sister's boyfriend's twin. The teacher's dad is a politician of some sort, so he always was the spoiled only child who was flamboyant and gay. Daddy bailed him out the day after, and now we don't know what he does, but drives a nice G-Class and posts photos of him living his best life. Another similar story is that of the principal's son, who was also a married W/children math teacher. Started a relationship with a 10th grader who had a troubled life, and they bonded over their love for hard rock. They were seeing each other outside of school, and she eventually got pregnant. She had an abortion and it drove him literally insane because he couldn't have a baby with his current wife. He left school and went missing for a while. They put him on meds, and one day, when I was in tutoring, opened up to me about it all because he could trust me and knew I was teammates with this girl. As a 15-year-old, I didn't know what to do with this information. But as an adult, I just think, holy shit. They found him outside of her house a few times, and he was on his knees crying and begging for her. Just absolutely insane. This all was happening while he was still actively a teacher, and the entire school, including his dad who was principal, knew and brushed it under the rug. My school was all sorts of faked up. Small town Texas for you. My school had so many scandals, both while I was in school and after I had graduated. We had a bomb threat when I was in 6th and 8th grade, freshman year. 2 older girls jumped another because of false cheating accusations. The girl who got jumped bit off the ear of one of the girls who jumped her before a teacher could break up the fight. Junior year, 2 kids in my class got in a fight in the bathroom. One of the kids, huge troublemaker, had steel-toed boots on and kicked the other kid's teeth in, literally. Guy had to have a ton of reconstructive dentistry. 2 years after graduation, the music teacher that I was pretty close with at school got in a fight with the gym teacher because he was trying to sleep with that teacher's son. Turns out the music teacher had recently discovered he was bisexual and had been coming on to the boys he was teaching. Overall, really faked up. I directly saw number 2, and number 4 faked me up the most. That man taught me almost everything I knew about something I loved, and I was really close to him, and his family. Turns out he was just a monster standing right in front of me. Edited for mobile to browser formatting. There was quite a few, but these stand out. In middle school, a kid in my grade stole another girl's phone during lunch and called in a bomb threat. This led to a semi-lockdown that lasted about an hour and several copycat threats. Due to threats being written on the bathroom walls, teachers bad to monitor the bathrooms for a while, and it lasted the rest of the year. This happened maybe halfway through. Kid got expelled, but came back the next year. The threats started up again in the bathroom, so teachers had to continue monitoring up until the last few months of my 8th grade year. First threat happened 7th grade year. Same kid also screenshotted some picture of me and my friends in bathing suits I had posted, and then blocked me. Before I could confront him about it, one of my friends hacked his Snap and deleted the picture / all of his Snap memories before changing his password. 7th grade year, there was an issue with this one girl in my grade who had a bad reputation, who had sent nudes / given a blue job to one of the more popular 8th grader. The photos got leaked, and I'm pretty sure it was taken to court. She got in trouble for distribution of CP, and I think he got in trouble for possession. She got expelled and returned the next year, but I'm not too sure about the other guy. This same girl likes to post pictures of her smoking crack and drinking tequila, so she's still doing dumb shit. I don't know if it can count as a scandal for the entire school, but it definitely affected the atmosphere in my class. It was in 7th grade, 12 over 13 years old. We had PE usually, and then after an hour or so we were done. We went to the changing room and I casually chatted with my only friend there, not suspecting a thing. My friend then noticed that his clothing was gone, and I just shrugged and said something along the lines of, "It must be in one of the lockers. Maybe you forgot you put them there." And we started searching for his clothes. On the floor, the lockers, around the benches, nothing. Then my friend went to the bathroom and found it in the toilet. Even though it's been years, I still remember it. I remember how everyone pretended to be his friend and comforted him, while I was just feeling how my blood was boiling. I had a feeling that it was a certain person, since he was a real dick to my friend that year. So after changing to my normal clothes, I tried to cheer him up and then immediately bolted to find the suspect. When I saw him, I was so fucking mad. I remember how I grabbed him on the arm or his shirt and shouted at him to fuck off and leave my friend alone. He pretended to not know anything, since he left pretty early on, and I snapped and threatened him that if he does something like that again, he's doomed. Then I left, because I was a 12.0 kid and didn't have the energy to do anything else, and wanted to go home to play Rayman Legends. A week or some days later, the teachers used our class discussion to talk about an awfully similar situation that happened to someone in our class. They didn't mention any names, but everyone knew that it was about my friend and the suspect. It led to a lot of conflicts between their parents and the teachers. The suspect and his friend who helped had to apologize to my friend. The suspect got so offended by everyone's reaction that he wrote everyone's name on a document and wrote about how bad or good me and my classmates were and planned to leave the class. But the teachers could have done so much more. The class started to look even more down on my friend, and some indirectly made fun of him by looking at each other with grins every time he spoke in class. They interrupted him and never really listened to him. It was almost casual how my classmates made fun of my friend. I was mad, but I wanted some place in the class after being a ghost in my last class, so I didn't do that much about it except for when I was alone with my friend, or if I was alone with the suspect. I kinda gave up on the popularity at the end of 7th grade though, and tried my best to support my friend. Ours was such a small thing compared to the kinds of stuff that rate as scandals nowadays in American high schools. The summer between my 10th grade and 11th grade years, nearly all of the girls slated to be on the varsity cheerleading squad, which was reserved for 12th graders only, got pregnant. Regardless of what happened, dropping out, the alternative school, marriage, etc., the one thing they couldn't do was cheer while pregnant. The squad was a dozen girls, and 10 over 12 got pregnant that summer, so the junior varsity girls, my age, had a second tryout in the middle of summer and 10 moved up to fill in the varsity squad. They'd been sworn to secrecy on penalty of being banned from cheerleading for the rest of their school years. Boy, there were some fireworks at the welcome back to school assembly when they did their thing, and only 2 of the girls were actually seniors. The squad was released from their promise not to talk about it as soon as they had to perform, so by the afternoon all anyone could talk about was how did 10 of 12 girls manage to be so stupid that they all got pregnant in the space of just 2.5 months. In order to maintain the secret, the ones whose boyfriends proposed marriage either did it in secret during the summer, or, more commonly, waited until after school began so they could have friends in attendance. Ever been to a wedding for 2 17-year-olds who feel like they have to get married and are watching most of their plans for the future go down the drain? Depressing AF, and about as joyless as a wedding ever gets. The Sech Club in the back of my bus. There were 5 of them, 3 high school boys, 2 of which were adults, and 2 middle school girls. Yeah, that was bad. All I remember was that this party at the back would start moaning, and well I mean, how we were supposed to know what they were doing? The driver was driving, and I was so shy I could barely speak up in class, let alone confront what I assumed was just a bunch of idiots pulling what they thought was a joke. The driver would yell at them to shut up, and that would be the end of it. I swear to God, I had no idea what was happening. Until I got pulled into the vice principal's office one day. I was sweating bullets, making a mountain out of some molehill, freaking out, thinking I was in trouble. The school VP was a hard case, and you were better off escalating your charge to a case with the school resource officer than dealing with her. I about had an out-of-body experience when instead of jumping down my throat, she apologized for dragging me out of class and went so far as to offer me a soda. It was such a surreal experience. I can't remember what she was talking about until she grabbed my hand and asked if I was okay to talk. All I remember is looking through Xeroxed copies of yearbook pictures, agreeing that pictures circled in yellow highlighter were the kids I'd heard messing around on the bus. I mean, she did fish that answer out of me, as I couldn't tell Harry from Dick or Sally from Sarah, but you know, we were all interviewed, I would assume, everyone who rode my bus. I know we were told to keep quiet about it, so naturally it was the school gossip for ages to come. I don't actually know what come of it. We had a substitute driver for like a week until they cleared the bus driver of any wrongdoing. I mean, he was just doing his job. How was he supposed to know? I never saw those boys again, and the girls, who were either homeschooled or driven to school for the rest of that year, sat in the row behind mine from the next grade on until I graduated. I remember hearing from the sheriff's kid, who was in my grade, about the 2 that were 18 and being tried as such. It was all he would talk about the minute he learned. Pretty certain he got in some trouble for that, because before the year was out, he'd get a 10 when pressed for further details. I got the story from a kid who was also transferred to the front. He'd been the one to blow the whistle, well sort of. He used to sit in the back with all of the cool kids. He was in the 6th grade. He was practically a baby. He said it started out with little games, then touching, and then, well, now 3 kids need therapy and 3 men ruined their lives. They used to threaten them, he told me, which was why it went on so long. Until he got so scared of riding the bus, he broke down and told his mom everything. He kept telling me he'd never seen her that upset before. She took him back home and started calling everybody. The school, his dad, a lawyer, the cops. Yeah, that was bad. Funny thing is, I'm pretty sure I ran into one of them a few months back, next county over, at a gas station. We were both trying to remember where we knew each other. Small town life, you know? We never made the connection, but I know a gas stop I'll be skipping. It was less of a scandal than a tragedy. I went to a school for chemical engineering in the 90s and 2 students, twins, blew themselves up with ATP by accident. They were actually known among the students in their class that they loved experimenting with explosives, and they produced about 20 kilograms, 40 pounds, of ATP, filled it into a metal milk container, once used for shipping the milk from the farmers to the factory, tried to ignite it with a self-made fuse, that shortcut, and it blew up while they were just around. Fractions of the milk container were found several 100 meters away stuck in the trees. They stood no chance. Needless to say, that the school came down very hard on anyone who was suspected to do that stuff. It wasn't even the first time where an accident with ATP happened in this school. Another student lost his hand a few years prior, also to ATP. The problem was that this stuff is really easy to produce, and when you teach teenagers a basic knowledge of how to make, not in detail, of course they didn't teach us how to produce ATP, but the general knowledge, that stuff, stupid teenagers will try to get hold of the chemicals, and they were easy to obtain back then, and do it themselves, and ignore that this stuff is extremely dangerous. Middle school, dude sent a video of him beating off to a girl and the girl sent it around to everyone. I never saw it, I didn't really want to at the time. But the dude was kind of odd, I didn't really care for him. Bunch of girls got caught smoking weed in the girls' locker room during PE. One day a few fights broke out in the morning, and everyone started getting the urge to fight. So I think we ended up with like 11 fights in one day. I saw 2 of them. One, we were walking down the stairs to pay and some dude just sucker punched a kid and beat him up. The other was during lunch and this 6+ dude, tallest dude by far in 7th grade, and this super overweight dude got into an argument and the tall dude grabbed him by the collar, swung him down onto the ground, and beat the crap out of him. I think the amount of fights made it onto the news. This actually happened in both middle school and high school. But a mentally challenged kid tried jumping from the top of the stairs to the bottom head first. Everyone assumed as suicide and just ended up in the hospital with some pretty gnarly injuries. Weird, it happened at both schools. Nearly the exact same scenario. High school. My freshman year English teacher, by the time I was a senior, had her nudes leaked to the whole school. She was a fairly attractive blonde in good shape and had just graduated college a couple of years before my freshman year. She left the classroom for a bit, and some class clown dude grabbed her phone and found nudes on her phone. Immediately sent them to himself, and those got distributed to everyone. She didn't get fired or anything. I don't really know what came of it. I guess I was kind of involved in something, although it wasn't a big deal. My friend and I were going to create t-shirts saying "Fuck the mascot of our school rival" the day of our rivalry game. And we were using a clothing company that made the school's clothes of the rival school. Word spread so quickly, like we decided to do this in the morning, met with that local clothing company in the morning, and were asking for pledges to pre-order the shirts starting around noonish. And by 2 PM the administration called us in and told us we'd be suspended and anyone wearing the shirts would be kicked out of the football game and suspended too. We were still going to do it, and the clothing company was actually fine with going ahead, but just said that we'd have to say we got them done elsewhere. We were friends with the owner, but our marketing teacher called us and talked us out of it, and we respected him a lot. So we didn't go forward with it, which was definitely the smarter route. But man, I learned how quickly word gets around that day and how fast people will run and tell authority for minor things. Back when I was in high school, the gym teacher was quietly retired over a scandal. He was a weird dude with an obsession with testicles, and he would always threaten us things like, if you run in the pool you're gonna slip and catch on a railing bolt and rip your testicles off. Or if you wander off from the cross-country ski trip, a wolf is gonna reach your testicles. I just thought it was a joke. So anyway, he went to the gym during lunch breaks and had been creeping on the male students who were working out like looking good. "Can I feel your muscles?" One of the students responded okay, and then complained about it to his parents. The teacher was near retirement age, so the school offered him some kind of package to leave without attracting attention. At the time, as a high school student, my thoughts were that's creepy as hell, but touching a bicep isn't so bad, and that student really should have just said no. They did the gym teacher dirty. I wasn't as cynical as I'm now, not as familiar with the idea that there's fire where there's smoke, and not as suspicious of people who get into these roles in the first place. Found out a decade later that the teacher had sexually abused my friend's parent when he was younger, and probably countless other students over his career. A few things happened at my high school, but the most recent one, 4 years ago, that I can think of that actually made the news was this. A senior boy who was 17, age of consent where I'm from, had sex with 4 female students, at least I think it was 4, who were all minors, one of which was a freshman. Age 14. They had sex in the woods outside the school after the school day ended. One day, a teacher caught him with one of the girls, and didn't report them that day. He told them that he didn't want to deal with that right now, and they needed to go home, and then he reported it the next morning. He got some criticism for waiting to report. But once he did, the school checked the security cameras and the students were in the woods, but close enough to the school that the cameras caught a little bit of what they were doing. Since the girl was a minor and the boy was not, the police got involved, and the rest of the school started to find out about it. That's when the other girls he fooled around with came forward and the security cams were checked for footage of them screwing around, and sure enough, they had video evidence that this boy had sex with 4 minors. So he was arrested, and I'm not sure exactly what happened after that. I just know that 3 of the 4 girls wanted to press charges. That's the last thing that I remember. Some kids created a fake account of a random girl that was hot AF, then started talking to some boys of my class till someone fell for it. Unfortunately, the one that fell for it had a history of harassing some girls in the school by sending some weird sexual sheet to them, so the class already hated him. They started sending random internet videos of girls touching themselves to this guy, always from the fake IG, of course. At some point, that boy got really horny and started sending pics and videos of him touching himself. One of those videos was of him masturbating with a sock. One of the things that made everything worse was that the guy had a really small penis. He couldn't masturbate holding his penis like most of us do. He had to use just the fingers. The boys that created the account ended up in the police when the kid that fell for it started hearing some jokes about the way someone masturbated, and also because some PPL were taking their socks and throwing at him for no reason, then laughing XD. Nothing happened to the kids due to the fact that one of them had a family member that was the head of the police here. In some way, the case disappeared. Some say that the kid that fell for it deserved it because he harassed some girls before. Not my school, but happened at a girls only middle school. So I live in a country that is ruled by a royal family. One of those royalties recruits girls from middle school to promote a certain drug to other girls in the school so they can get hooked on it. I assume those recruiters are also hooked on the drug and are also getting paid. After the girls are addicted, he would then trade them the drugs for such in big underground parties. The whole thing was exposed by a local school therapist when one of the girls went and spoke to her, but the therapist was quickly arrested, silenced, and accused for conspiracy against the ruling royal family. The girl who spoke to the therapist in the first place had her family arrested. Her brother suddenly go missing, later found dead, and her entire house was flipped inside out searched. I assume it's for any evidence that can link her to the guy relating to said royal family. Also afterwards when she spoke to the police, they themselves also covered up a lot of things, including taking her phone and deleting any traces of contact that was done with the guy relating to the royal family. No one in the public knows who the guy is, but during a live IG stream that the therapist was doing to raise awareness towards keeping an eye on your child, she accidentally slipped and hinted at the family before she was taken away. Most of the information was released before the arrest of the therapist. She recorded the session between her and the girl, with the consent of the mother. Edit. The drug wasn't anything hardcore. It was something easily acquired by a prescription from a doctor, which later on we found out that massive quantities of this drug was stolen by some doctors and sold on the streets. Edit 2. Nothing happened in my own school that was interesting, but during the Harlem Shake craze years ago, one student fell off a table while recording a video of himself and his friends doing it during lunch break and broke his neck. The video is somewhere on the internet. If I find it, I'll link it. He was the one who posted it later on, so I assume it's okay. 2 things. These happened over 10 years ago. When I left middle school and went to high school, the principal of the middle school was wrongfully accused of some form of sexual assault. He ended up killing himself shortly after losing his job due to the false accusations. I had this guitar teacher. He wasn't a certified teacher, just some smelly, creepy middle-aged man who was constantly trying to relive his wonder years. He was an absolute creep, always reeked of beau, and would always ask the girls in my class for hugs, and would offer private lessons to the female students, exclusively. Side note, he asked one of my best friends to go for a lesson, and she felt uncomfortable, so I sat in on the lesson, and he was visibly pissed that I was there. I'm a male, and I was also the student that pointed out all of his incorrect teaching, and then he patronized me by giving me the guitar class award at the end of the year. Haha. But, anyways, shortly after I graduated from high school in 2010, word came out that he ran away with one of the students I graduated with. He was in his 60s, and she was maybe 18 at the time. His daughter was old enough to be that student's mom. So, yeah, he left his wife and his kid, and ran off with this gene, and it didn't work out as far as I can tell, so, now he's hiding out in Mexico somewhere. Growing up in a small town can be pretty weird. An acid attack. This happened in Dagenham, a place full of crime and low-life chav culture. Knife crime and acid attacks are rampant everywhere. One day I heard news that a couple of kids took acid from the school supply cupboard and threw it at a girl's face. It was honestly shocking news, and I knew both the attacker and the victim, as they both went to my primary school. From what I was told, it was unprovoked. The attacker was a pretty awful person. We stopped hanging around him in primary school, since he was just toxic and trouble, and I learnt after the attack that back in primary, he was voted as most likely to be arrested, and wouldn't you know it, he got arrested later. I think it was for illegal possession of a firearm. The girl was a very kind and sweet person, and seemed the type to avoid trouble, and not get into fights. Very rare for this area. Which only made the attack seem even more unprovoked. It may have also been a factor that she looked good, which, considering the type of people that commit crimes here, may have been a factor as to why she was targeted. She made a full recovery and didn't have any obvious injuries after, but it's still horrible that it happened, and people who do this have a special place in hell. Reposting this from a similar thread, I have a couple of different stories. Knew a kid during my freshman year who was a year older than me. Really chill and nice dude. Seemed like he enjoyed himself at school. He told me that he lived with his aunt and that he couldn't wait to graduate so he could leave her because he hated her. I didn't get into the specifics with him, but tried to tell him it would be cool to move out and be done with her altogether, and that there wasn't much time left. Few weeks pass, and I see on the news that he murdered his aunt and fled to his girlfriend's place where he stayed the night. I can't remember completely, but I believe the aunt was also watching a neighbor's child at the time. One day someone found a note inside of a book with a hit list of a bunch of kids, majority of them being football players. Eventually it was found that a football player made it as a joke, even including his own name in the hit list. So he lost all of his friends. He was expelled and had a restraining order placed on everyone on the list. He was a senior, so he wasn't able to graduate at the same time as his classmates. Last one, a guy at school, had some pretty major mental issues and everyone knew. He used to go around school and tried to show videos of him faking a jelly donut or faking a cat, neither of which were real from what I was told. He just wanted a reaction out of people, so everyone tried to avoid him. He would constantly try to get into fights with people. His poor grandmother would always have to pick him up, and he was suspended frequently. One day he was suspended, but decided to come to his last class in pajamas, but there was a substitute there, so they didn't know the kid was suspended. At the end of the day, he went up to another kid, who had apparently borrowed some earbuds from him. Sucker punched him in the back of the head, knocking him out. Started to run, but the principal was behind him, so he dropped his pants and mooned the principal. Then he fled to a local CVS until police found him. The auto shop teacher stabbed a girl in the eye with a pencil. The auto shop room has all the machines on the main floor, and then there was kinda this balcony thing above that was a more typical classroom. The rule was that when the power is on in the shop, every single person in the room has to be wearing safety glasses. This is a good rule, don't get me wrong, But there was a bit of a problem with this. High school safety glasses are not exactly nice, new or treated very well by students. What that means is that writing anything down, anywhere in the shop room, was a super shitty experience because it's super difficult to see what you're doing through safety glasses that have been scratched all to hell. So the common practice was that people would go upstairs to the classroom on the balcony in order to take their safety glasses off in relative safety and would do whatever note taking they needed to up there. Technically this was the same room because the balcony wasn't completely enclosed. One wall was just a railing that looked out over the shop room. But realistically, nothing was going to hurt you if you were up there. Of course, the teacher didn't think this was a good practice. His rule was that safety glasses needed to be worn when the power was on, everywhere in the room. Sometimes he'd catch someone on the balcony without glasses and would yell at them, but it didn't really change anything. We all still did it. We were just more careful to keep an eye out and put them back on if we saw him coming. Well, I guess one day, he finally snapped. He went upstairs to the balcony, saw a girl writing down some notes without her safety goggles on, and so he walked up to her and stabbed her in the eye with a pencil. He then tried to explain it away as this wouldn't have happened if she'd been wearing her goggles like she was supposed to be. I'm not sure what lesson he thought this was intended to impart, that the goggles are there to prevent violent and unprovoked attacks rather than just flying debris from the machines. Anyway, he disappeared from the school pretty much immediately and the administration wouldn't tell us anything further. I don't know too much about what happened after that, beyond the fact that the girl's parents were extremely eager to ensure that he'd never work in a school or near children ever again. I doubt he would have anyway, but she told me that her parents had him sign some sort of agreement to that effect, I assume as part of some kind of settlement or case against him. I do know that the girl ended up being fine. She had to wear a sick eye patch to school for a little while, but her vision recovered eventually, and she was back to normal before the end of the year. Also there was nobody to teach auto shop for the rest of the semester and we ended up getting merged with the woodshop class next door. Which, in retrospect, was probably dangerous. There were definitely too many students in that class. But I suppose they didn't exactly have any other options. Bonus, similar but opposite event. There was also an incident where two girls got into a fight in the food and nutrition classroom, think home ec, but focused almost entirely on cooking. They were actively cooking at the time, so there was a hot element in front of them. One girl grabbed the other girl's hand and pressed it down onto the element. The teacher ran off when the girl screamed and shoved the attacking girl away from her. The second girl needed to be treated for the burns, and the attacking girl was injured when she tripped after being pushed. I'm not sure exactly what the injury was. I wasn't there. This class was a couple years below mine. The food and nutrition teacher was temporarily suspended because, regardless of the reason, she laid hands on a student and hurt her. Everyone obviously knew that she'd done the right thing, and a lot of the other parents were actually super mad when they found out that she'd been suspended, basically arguing that she's the exact kind of teacher they want at school, the sort of person who would actually do the right thing instead of worrying about policy in a situation like that. Now, to be completely fair to the school admins, they obviously felt the same way, but there are procedures that need to be followed, and they're all mired in bureaucracy, so she remained suspended for quite a while. She did eventually come back to the school, where she returned to teaching food and nutrition, and it was basically a happy ending for everyone. I don't know what ended up happening to either of the girls. I hope at least the burned one recovered, though. That's faked up. We had three big ones. TLDR, I went to school in Florida. First, rumors were going around that the new dean of discipline was hooking up with a senior, who happened to be my best friend. She very much wasn't hooking up with him, but no one believed her until a junior admitted to being the one who was, and the next week he had transferred to another school district. I went to high school in Florida. Second, show up to chemistry class the second week of the semester and the teacher isn't there. We sit for like 10 minutes before the vice principal comes zooming into the room, clearly flustered. He said our teacher wouldn't be coming to class today, and that he would be there to monitor us for the period. Basically had a free period to do whatever we wanted. Sweet. Well, that continued for the rest of the week. because our chemistry teacher had been deported back to Bolivia. Cherry on top of this one is that the sub they replaced her with wasn't even a chemistry teacher by trade. She was a former geologist who felt like becoming a teacher. The first lesson she taught us was how to make cocaine. I'm not joking at all. She showed up, gave us her name and background, then went into her email and pulled up a 2-hour video on the process of making cocaine. There is a lot of gasoline in that sheet. She was terrible otherwise, and all we did was like elementary school level tests once a week. Again, not kidding. As a sophomore in high school I was being tested on how many planets are there. Little did I know this, the easiest class I ever took would screw me from becoming a doctor in college, because I literally didn't even know what a sig fig was. She only lasted that semester as parents threw an absolute fit when they found out what we were doing in that class. I went to high school in Florida. Third, bell rings to end the day. I'm walking in the hallway to my locker and I hear someone yell, "You beach." Turn around to see one of the substitute teachers haymaker the government teacher. There was blood everywhere, and a tooth came out, solid punch to be sure. Apparently the sub was dating the football coach, and she got pregnant with his kid, but at the same time he got the government teacher pregnant too. Being the good man that he had clearly shown himself to be, he ended up leaving them both high and dry to coach football up in Wisconsin. Both teachers kept their jobs, by the way. I went to high school in Florida. I had a couple good ones. Math teacher got arrested for sexually harassing students. I believe he would take pictures of girls' chests and of their, but when they would bend over, and one day another teacher was swiping through pics on his phone and saw them. Girls complained about his behavior the entire time I went to school there, and when he was removed none of the students were very surprised, but it was a pretty big scandal anyways. That was in middle school. This happened in high school. As I believe the story goes, guy has a girlfriend and she's friends with another guy. Boyfriend is jealous and thinks he's gangster, so he threatens him with a knife, though he didn't actually have one. Well, her friend lived right across the street from school, so after hearing he may potentially get stabbed, homie went home and got his trusty old baseball bat. Then someone was recording the video, and the one ape gangster gets knocked the F out on camera by the baseball bat, and the video gets posted to social media and it immediately goes viral. You can still find the video today on Facebook and probably YouTube. It was the talk of the school for the longest time ever. Kid was fine after the baseball bat hit, though he did end up having to moving schools. The other kid was so embarrassed to show his face after sticking up for himself that he had to move schools too. It's really a shame. He was a shy kid and wasn't trying to fight. Lol. In high school, we once had a bomb threat note written during some lunch period. They never were able to trace the note, but because of the graphic details and plot, school was cancelled for the day and students who chose to stay home for the next few days were excused. About a week after this initial incident on Monday, a note is drawn in the girls' bathroom stall threatening to blow up the school etc. Once again school is cancelled. A bomb squad comes and checks the school. We're all dismissed. I'll be damned if on Thursday someone called an anonymous bomb threat to the school, and we were once again dismissed. After this, no bomb threats resulted in early dismissal. We got a couple of active shooting threats and once someone did bring a gun on campus, but school was never really dismissed again except for a gas leak during our final exams. Lol. The crazy thing is this was like a great charter school, incredibly smart, kind kids and staff. It was in a good area. It was considerably small too. What is messed up about it is the entire staff is predominantly Middle Eastern, the majority of which are openly Muslim. Same with the student body population, because it was a small community. So you can already imagine the news reports about the Muslim school in Arkansas with bomb threats weekly. Caught in toilet. It was December. Students and faculty were preparing for a fair. Non-participating students attended classes M. There was this girl who was running for valedictorian for our batch, and she developed quicker than most girls. She's been seeing this guy for months now, and as horny teenagers do, they made out every time they could. On that fateful day, the couple were both helping prepare. Since the school doesn't have faculty to supervise each booth, they can sneak in and out. I was just trying to pass the time and suddenly my classmates were all freaking out and started inviting every one of us to go upstairs to the 6th floor college bathroom. As a horny teenage boy, I went and peeked from underneath the cubicle, and I swear I saw 2 sets of feet in one cubicle. The guy's pants were off, as if he was taking a dump, while the girl was on top riding him. Though they kept things quiet, it was still pretty obvious what was happening. Here's the rub though, my batchmates kept swarming into Peep and giggling like morons. Suddenly, they hear, "Hey, what are you doing here? This is for college students only." The morons ran and went back to our classroom. I guess you already know what happened. They got busted. The next thing I saw out the window was the 2 were on their way to the principal's office. The girl was crying, and the guy was visibly upset. The most faked up part is that one of my classmates went to the principal's office to snoop and saw the girl crying in the corner, and once they were called in, she stood up and the condom fell to the ground from her skirt.